Alright, so, getting back into where we left off with Project Zomboid, things went, like, as far as location-wise changes, we did not make much progress yesterday. We did make a lot of other progress, though. We are fishing now, we are gaining weight now, we have gained a lot of skills now so far as our combat ability and our crafting. Our home is way more secure now. We did come up with the decision that the House of the Two Lakes, we are going to make that our actual base. We're still pushing to the gas station and taking it, but that's more so we have gas. Regardless, I need to do that. But, like, instead of trying to base in there in town, we've got this area, it's got the lakes, I can fish there, it's got my needs covered. We're going to go ahead and do that because it's just barely outside of town anyways. So I did plant some crops. They did get trampled. It was pretty annoying. And we got all that going. We also got the all-important bathrobe. So now we can live our dream of cosplaying as a wizard. Did I drink all the water out of here? Was there... There's a bathtub in here. Alright, well, I won't worry about that. Maybe I did drink all the water. Well, if I drank all the water out, we'll leave the door closed so the zombie can't get into that corner. Alright. To be fair, the robe is looking pretty nasty now. Yeah, the robe has definitely seen better days. Alright, so top off our water. Hey, War Machines. Let's see. So, do you have any advice on how to get into Project Zomboid programming? You looked onto Eula, it looks doable, but 3D Blender modeling, you have no idea. Are there good tutorials available? I wouldn't look for Blender specifically saying, like, PZ modeling. I would just look at Blender for making models and start with that, and then once you start getting to the point you're a little bit more comfortable modeling in Blender, then you start trying to make that jump to the Project Zomboid side of it. Because Blender's just a 3D modeling application like 3D Studio Max and that. I've used that in the past. So you'll learn to go and make, like, you're trying to make a shape, so you'll, like, make a cube, and then you'll cut a chunk out of the cube to, like, you know, get that chamfer over there and that kind of stuff. But that's all just Blender. That has nothing specifically to do with Project Zomboid. And then when you look at Project Zomboid, it'll be like, okay, they'll probably say something like, keep your models down to having, you know, a certain number of faces or surfaces or textures or whatever for performance issues. But you'll still just need to know Blender for that. Lua is pretty straightforward. And then as far as Java goes, one, be real careful doing Java mods, both loading them and writing them, because you are going to be fighting compatibility issues a lot doing that, because that is to the point you are down in the game's code messing with it. So it'll definitely be one of those ones that when Project Zomboid makes a change, expect everything to break. Alright. But we did have the helicopter pretty close to the end of yesterday's stream. It wasn't like the last day, but maybe 2 or 3 days from the end. Actually, you know what? It's probably been 4 or 5 days at least since the helicopter. Because we did handle it just fine, but then it took us a while to, like, clean up the mess it left us. So I might be underestimating how long it's been. So it looks like we're in pretty good shape to just roll right back on to killing stuff on the way to town. That was, we did a vote at the end of yesterday's stream. Not quite the end, but later part of yesterday's stream. Because it's like, okay, I had like 3 or 4 different directions I could take the run for like my priorities right now. And it's like, okay, you know, what direction do people want me to go with it? Like, do people want me to work on? Because we want to eventually wall this area in so I don't have to worry about zombies mauling me while I'm trying to farm and all that. And then there's also pushing to the gas station so I can secure gas. And so we're like, yeah, let's just do a vote. And I think it's like 3 or 4 items on the list. And I saw that zombie. It's fine. But yeah, so the thing that got voted for was to get to the gas station first. So we're gonna keep that going. But I am trying to take the time to clear the zombies around our area. They have had a change on how migration works in this, that they now have like a cell-to-cell migration that happens. And it's pretty gnarly when it happens, that you do have like a good chunk of the zombies from one cell decide that the neighboring cell really should have more zombies. And so they just stroll on over in like this big wave. And so we did witness it once, and it was like very much one of those things, you see the zombies coming, and how many there are, and you're like, nope, other way. Alright. But yeah, so I'm trying to make a conscious effort to, around the house, clear more zombies. We got unlucky right before the helicopter last time, that I was getting to the house a little bit late, and when I arrived at the house, there was just a bunch of zombies, like, you know, I was pretty exhausted, everything, looked down there, there's like 10, 20 zombies, like, nope. It's like, this is not the time we go home. Oh, wait. I know I keep being told that it's safe to do this. I am expecting that to not say that way. That you can cook poisonous mushrooms to make them safe. I am unwilling to play that game. Even if it is safe, I am going to approach that with paranoia. Well, you're all okay. You're all a bunch of jerks cutting through my farm, you know that? Hey. So it's clearly not us making noise, that was zombies deciding they wanted to be someplace else. Okay. There's another wave. It'll take me a bit to figure out how the new migration works, like what triggers it, all that. The point is we still have respawns off, so... With the respawn still off, if I keep killing them, sooner or later there won't be more zombies in the area. One problem I do have is we were already pretty exerted from all the foraging. I was not expecting 2-3 rally groups of zombies to come rolling up on my doorstep like that. Alright, they're still arriving. We're still just getting more zombies here. I've already pushed the character a bit far, and I should. Okay. So we're gonna back off of our base for a minute. Let's see, rip those crops? Yep. Yeah, that's the one that makes me curious, is to grow stuff we're gonna have to fence stuff in. Like, not fence stuff in, wall stuff in. Like, realistically, that's what's gonna happen. And barring Like, I think that's just gonna be how you're gonna have to play the game now. And your first helicopter built for you today was no fun in the dark. Yeah. I think we may have dropped them. No, there might be one still chasing me. Alright, we immediately got followed by a meta event because of course. Sure, Project Zomboid. Alright, let's back off because we aggroed them because our character yells when they fight. Alright. So, we had that migration, which was immediately followed by a meta event. That meta event might have helped us in the short term, but might be a pain in the long term. Because it now means it got all those zombies in, like, the cell right next to ours. Okay, so let's see here. Get our next knife primed. Do you feel bad for your survivor right now? You hit max depression, the Moodle itself is just depressing. Yeah, no, that's, when we were playing on that character Ling, and she kept dealing with pretty bad depression, and just walk around her going, oh, you're like, I'm sorry, Ling. You deserve better. You're not gonna get it, it's a zombie apocalypse. But I am acknowledging that you do actually deserve better. Weekend's been fine. Alright. Just eating a bunch of this stuff because I'm trying to juggle the fish and the veggies. So we keep gaining weight, and I just kind of drag out how long I need to go between fishing sessions. Big chonker fishes. That one's actually not that big. That one's only 100-some calories, but that's what we've been cutting at for a while. The depression sounds really annoying. I mean, make them happier. There's a mod build 41 that brought in a lot of the sim stuff in the game. The first time your depressed character cried in the shower, I was stunned. That's not a mod I need. That's definitely where you're like, this game is getting too real. I'd rather we just get the sigh. The sigh is enough. Alright, so we're just gonna have a bunch of cleanup here. We'll see how bad this is. Okay. It's meta event migration day, yep. Yeah, no, we started and I was making the comment about like the cell-to-cell migration thing, and we looked at the lake and like 3-4 rally groups were crossing the lake, and it's like, alright, we're getting a demonstration apparently right now. That also reminded me, at the end of yesterday's stream, that's what happened, is we had a south to north migration that was like, oh, hang on, I need to back off. So that might just be a continuation of that we had that south to north migration, or sorry, meta event. So it may not have actually been, well, no, because it would have been already a whole night. And the meta event doesn't keep them walking that long. Look at all those dead crops, all these ruined ones. I'm not gonna get anything successfully grown for a while. Alright, so we've got... Alright, so we literally have zombies in our home. Love to see it. Stop running through my crops! Dude! You're killing me! I don't really even want the crops that bad, it's just the principle of the fact that I plant these things and we just get trampled all the time. Okay. Oh, Ultra, you missed the, if you're still here, like, you missed the bug with Nimble on the test build. Where you got Nimble 1, it was like getting Nimble 4. And you got Nimble 2, it was like getting Nimble 6. And you just straight up jog. Stop running through my crops! Why are you even going that way? I'm not over there. Time to build walls. Yeah, there was a bug with the Nimble. That instead of getting the amount of Nimble you were supposed to, you were getting like, so basically your combat speed wouldn't just go like a little bit faster. That what ended up happening was, it was like getting 3-4 levels of Nimble per level. So you got one level and you're already like speeding around a little bit, and you got a second one, it was just kind of cartoonishly fast. We had Lamprey test at 10, and just literally was just running around in circles in the zombies, just moving so fast. Yeah, it was, you got going pretty quick. Which is honestly, like, it's fun at the lower levels. At the higher levels, I'm like, man, I'd die just trying to line up my swings because my character would just, I'd go to step forward and run right into the pack. Yeah, so we got a lot of zombies at the house, unfortunately. How long to the next helicopter? We never know. We could check to see what the window is, so far as like its starting point, because I honestly don't know, so let's check. Alright, so... where's the 5th one? So we had the 6th helicopter was on the 20th. So I've got about 6 days at the minimum. So we got a little while till the next helicopter can show up. A lot of this is between, like, the helicopter and the meta event and all that. Yeah, now my big concern with clearing it out is I might have to back off and make more weapons. 'Cause I've got a decent number of knives handy, it's just... they've also got a decent number of numbers handy. Okay. I got one friend down here. See, you've noticed that there's a bug when adding an item to your tool favorites? Can't be used or anything? Ah, gotcha. We do not know when the build I'm playing right now is going to go out. There's a couple bugs still in it. Most of the really glaring ones have been taken care of, but I did see that there was a bug or two report that's like, oh, okay, that's... Alright, so our fish is getting stale. That's okay. It looks like I got 2 more servings of the fish here. Or not, or we have more than... How much fish do I still have left? Oh, I still have 3 fillets left. Okay, that's... Probably gonna overindulge here, because it's gonna rot soon. Because, like, we're maxed calories and all, I don't expect us to be able to get to the double up arrows. Now with fish alone. Alright. I'm already now looking forward to seeing what's left with my farm. Okay. I'm just surprised that this many zombies show up. It is what it is. This is gonna happen. I've mentioned a number of times that we're gonna have a back and forth with the zombie between meta events and all that. I was kind of figuring that this is far enough out, it wouldn't have been as bad versus the gas station right near the edge of town. Let's see, does using stone much, do much for leveling maintenance? Yes, because, the crafting of the stone knives gives you maintenance, and then, like any other weapon, they give you maintenance fighting. But that'd be true of, like, any crafted weapon. So I'm not, like, strategically using the stone knives for the purposes of gaining maintenance, but they do seem to work relatively well in the fact that I am kind of doing most of it. How to deal with the dead car battery? I think nowadays you just have to get a new battery for your car in the game. It used to be you could put the battery next to a generator, but I was under the impression that the battery got deleted when it was dead and you put it down on the unstable branch. I haven't tested it myself. It's what he try hard things. I don't really get to have cars very often. Yeah, and there's a car battery charger as a thing to recharge the batteries outside of the cars. My understanding was there was an issue with that. Did they fix the issue with things recharging on start? Not that I've seen. We could check. We can actually check when we get back to the propane grill. If the propane tank next to the grill is recharged, then the answer would be no. All right. I do remember as a whole thing that it used to be the charger was kind of useless because people found if you put the battery down near a generator, it would just recharge. I think they did get rid of that because that used to be a thing. So many zombies over here. Alright. Hope we'll start thinning out these numbers soon. And the one in the purple sweater just sitting there being like, not my problem. They're not dodging zombies? Yeah. Good to see as well. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's usually how I usually had to run into it, is I just had to find another battery. But I haven't messed with any of that in Build 42. Just on my settings, getting a working car is a luxury I haven't had much. Do you have a working car? Yes, I do. It's parked up the road closer to town. But I believe they have, like, the battery drain thing is fixed on the internal build. So I haven't run into a situation where the car just dying. Because it's always been a thing in Project Zomboid that the car batteries would gradually drain. And so by the time you got to winter, it was hard to find cars with good batteries. Because that's you know, both true to life and also added a thing that you had to find your way around. But like I said, it used to be you could just plunk a battery down near a generator and it would slowly get recharged. And then they added the jumper cables, and same difference. You just had to give enough charge to start the car. Once you started the car, you just had to recharge battery then. This is kind of one of those things to make sure you always kept one car in working order to, like, top off the battery. Okay. Was that a hunting knife? No. Just all the crops. Okay. Well, that was definitely an interesting start to the stream, like, just immediately being overrun by zombies. Alright, so next in-game day after this, I need to get weapons made. We've killed a lot of zombies today, and we've gone through a lot of weapons. On the plus side, there should be a decent amount of XP. Yep, and this will be our last knife we have handy. They're just standing in my field, those jerks. Alright. Yeah, so, right now in the unstable branch, anything that has, like, charges, that kind of thing to it, so, you know, batteries, lighters, propane tanks, all that will drain in the unstable build. Whereas in this build, the internal test, that is fixed. To avoid those things draining, if you put them inside things, not like boxes, but like actually installed. So putting the propane tank in a propane grill, I believe, will solve it. Putting batteries inside radios and flashlights will prevent it from draining. That is just a thing in the unstable branch right now. It is known, it is fixed in the internal test. They're just trying to get the last of the bugs out of the internal test build. Why? Go away, zombies. What's your deal? We just did this a minute ago from the south. Well, that's it. Out of weapons. All right. And our robes are trashed. What I'm trying to figure out is, can I just run in real fast, grab our pickaxe? If I can grab our pickaxe, I can make myself a little thing of like 30 more knives tomorrow in game. But if I don't, then I can't easily. Hi, friends. How's it going? Why is suddenly my my home Grand Central Station here?
Hey! Hey!
Where did you all come from? There's so many of you for this area. We're in the middle of nowhere. Ha! Ha! Why are there so many of you down here? What have I missed? I don't think we're going... Oh yeah, we're definitely not going to the house. I just gotta look up the road. Alright. Because it's like, let me just peek in there, but now I see like how many zombies are chilling like in my front yard and everything. It's like, nah, I'm gonna go and there's gonna be a zombie waiting there while I'm trying to deal with that corner. And there's two corners I can't really see around there. So let's drag them by the lake. Never mind, I see that horde over there. Let's not drag them by the lake. Let's just walk away. Yeah, I mean, it looks like 16 times pop. It was just like, where did these all come from? The problem I have is I don't have any weapons left. And I've got an easy source of weapons. It's inside the house. That pickaxe is easy weapons for me. I'm gonna go right because I can't see up here. Okay. Drive to them? Drive what? The station wagon that's even more overrun because it's farther up into town? Okay. I'll probably go to about that elbow. Then I'm gonna put down the sleeping bag and sleep. Yeah, no, there's not going to be a driving anything, because keep in mind, I have a car that works, it's got less than a quarter of a tank of gas, but it's almost in town. So, like, I have to go into thicker zombies to get them. And then as far as using TARS as a weapon, I've kind of gone over it a million times. I heavily discourage that. Not from, like, a game balance, like, oh, baby game, that kind of nonsense. But your cars really don't put up with much abuse before they become non-viable anymore. And the problem is they will fail while you're doing stuff. So it's way safer to just fight them straight up or walk away when things go bad. Like, I very, very much... Like, I get why people get drawn to using the cars as weapons, because you can kill a whole lot of zombies way faster than, you know, when you're still learning the combat in the game and all that. It's just very much, it goes from everything is fine, you're killing lots of zombies, having a good time, to, oh wait, my car just stopped running. Oh, I guess I'm dead now. Or, you know, now I've got a car stuck in the middle of the road that I gotta figure out how to deal with later. What's insane? That's insane loot as well. What's insane loot? Sorry, I missed the context of what that's referring to. Our loot is on default because I want to check out some of the new stuff. Because honestly, loot rarity doesn't really mean a whole lot, especially honestly in Build 42. I think in Build 42, the loot being rarer doesn't have nearly as bad of an impact as having the rarer loot in Build 41, because we have so many things that we can just craft with using the forest. That does left thing. Because there's no attachment to put on cars to push out of the way. I mean, you can push a car out of the way with another car. You're just going to ruin your car you're pushing the other car out of the way with. But no, cars in this game are not meant to be able to go through hordes of zombies endlessly and come out unscathed. They're effectively a finite resource in the sense that you've got to go and find other cars to take apart to make your car whole again. Yeah, no, this isn't Left 4 Dead. This isn't, you know, some GTA game where you just start slamming cars through stuff and, you know, go rampage and all that. There is a cost to doing that. You can take a wrecked car and tow a car out of the road. That's fine. That sucks? No, I think it's actually excellent. It's just not that kind of game. Like, if you want a game like that, that's what games like State of Decay are for. That you can just take your car, hold your door, and just slam in it, and then just get car parts, and just, your car's at full health. That's fine. That's a fun game. I very much recommend State of Decay 2 as well. It's just, that's a very arcadey, and this is a survival game. They're just very, like, they're thematically the same, while genre not the same. Yeah, and there's mods. I haven't used the bread knife yet this version. It's usually always, like, pretty bad, but not as terrible as some, so we'll see. I fully expect to get through, like, 1 or 2 zombies with it before it breaks, and that's kind of about it. Alright, so I can execute with it, that's good to know. Let's see, I'd like some finite way to buff. Yeah, no, I'm on board with the idea of, like, with significant investment, you could get a car to be a bit better. Did you just jaw stab a zombie with a bread knife? Yeah. Alright. I want to go in and get the pickaxe. I'm willing to take my chances doing that in daylight. I was not, like, when it was pitch black going, manually walking in there and not able to see anything, is like, nah, that's not something I can do. Would you stop moving around so much? This whole place is just crowded again. Because if we get that pickaxe, there's an meta event. If I get that pickaxe out of the house, we could just run out into the wilderness, make ourselves like 30, 40 knives or whatever. Alright, Ultra, you have yourself a good dinner. Alright. You can mine the pickaxe now? Yes. That's been my primary source of my knives, is I will mine up the flint and they'll process the flint into flint blades, and then turn those into stone knives. Yeah, so we're clearly losing control of this home for a little bit here. I'm just really hoping we're gonna see like no zombies at the house itself. Meta event, don't be west facing. It's south facing. That might work out okay. Why are we limping? Why are we limping? Huh. Well, it's interesting that we aren't bleeding or anything, but that ruins all of that plan I was just about to talk about, because that hurts our movement speed. And for the first time in forever, where I talk about never needing to carry first aid because it doesn't matter much, I'm kind of regretting that, because it takes a while to rip stuff. But that is what it is. We're just gonna keep moseying. We'll still get away, and I'll find some clothing to rip, and we'll patch ourselves up. It almost feels like the zombies are very specifically centered around that house. Like, we get over here to the road, and there's nothing here. Alright, so grab some pants I can rip for a band-aid real fast. Manage our various stuff. It's not enough time to rip something. You gotta remember, I don't have weapons. I keep being like, oh yeah, it's just 2 or 3. I'm like, right, I have a bread knife. Singular bread knife. Ah, just a hair too slow. Okay. That zombie has... Yes, that zombie has a cleaver on them. So we want that, because that'll at least give us a weapon. Alright, so we got ourselves another weapon. Alright, but I need to get away from the zombies long enough to bandage ourselves up. We've got the meat cleaver. That's something. But the big problem is we got zombies basically everywhere. I just got to wander out in the wilderness. Yeah, that situation, that meta event hurt us bad. How'd the house get overrun? I think we had a migration and we've had 2 meta events, all in a very short window. And it's not a zombie scratch, by the way. That was cutting through brush. I just need a little bit of a window away from the zombie so I could tear this so I could put it on. Because once I cover the shin, we should stop limping, and then I can actually fight decently. Okay, that's the reason I'm not committing to any fights right now, is we'll be slowed by the shin injury. Come on, come on, come on. Done. Okay. Okay, so it's 2, 3 more. And maybe that bread knife's holding it better than I thought. The damage isn't great. Alright. I'm trying to circle the same area to hopefully not draw that much more in. Okay. Please die. We're super in pain and exerted. Well, that's leather pants. Those are normally really rare in the game. Like, those used to be real hard to come by in the past. Guessing if we got any boots or anything in any of these bodies, then I gotta rest for a while. Because we're right about to hit even the next higher level of exertion. That's fine. Alright. So, that was definitely not a great situation. We're separated from our home, we're separated from the easy ways to get weapons. Leather pants. Oh yeah, no, it had rain boots though. Yeah, you're not wrong. I was looking for like the western boots or like the regular like desert camo or regular boots. The only downside of the rain boots is the insulation is absurdly high. To be fair, the leather pants actually has a pretty decent insulation, but so did the pants I was wearing before, so. Alright, so let's drink some water. Hey, Twist, how's it going? We have had one of the most absurd migrations I have ever seen in this game. Just straight up, like 200 zombies rolled into town and said, "You don't live here anymore." And they were correct. They are correct, I don't live there anymore. Just everything rolled into our home and said, "Get out." Because of meta events? So the later ones, yes, but the first one didn't seem like it. Seemed like just zombies migrating. But it's just the number was obnoxious. It's just surprising because, like, I don't know where the cell lines are over here. But we're up here. I would assume, like, this would be one cell. That'd be 2 cells. And, like, 3 cells. Like, I think there's at least 1 cell between me and the actual town. I could be wrong about that, because obviously I don't have the lines. But it was just one of those things, just like, oh, okay. So now I'm out of weapons, and separated from my easy access to more weapons. I'm gonna rip a couple of clothes here real fast to try and get ourselves some rags. Oh yeah, no, it's already 5? If I can just get into the house, I've got that pickaxe, and that's easy weapons. Was it a helicopter event? Nope. What happened to the left shin? Bush. Got scratched by a bush. Trying to sneak in to grab our pickaxe. I'm gonna take another peek and see if we can make it happen, because that'd be the easiest way to solve my problem. So I can just get in there long enough to snag the pickaxe, we can run out, make myself like a stack of 30 knives. And just, you know, with that I can roll in and just cause some grief. So even with as many zombies as gone in there, that'd be pretty much a settled thing. But I have to be able to sneak in long enough to grab it. I know what shelf it's on. It's the shelf right next to the door. The problem is that shelf has some blind corners that I'm not really going to be able to check as we're running in, because we're going to definitely be aggroing stuff. I'm not going to pick up that crap. We need our endurance. Where are you in the map currently? I am just north of Irvington. Alright, so I think we'll have a better chance going to the left here more. Alright, so that one saw me back there. That's okay. This is the one I'm more worried about. I can get enough of a lead on that one. I can get in, grab my goods, and get out. That one over there.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Why will you not aggro? I'm yelling and yelling and yelling.
Hey! Hey!
All right. I'm just writing off the entire field of crops. At this point, they're entirely ruined. Come on. Let's go do laps here for a minute. You're drawing the zombies out of where I need to draw them out of.
Hey!
'Cause I just want that pickaxe. It's gonna watch because it's 3 encumbrance, so it does take a hot minute to loot. I do have way more than enough inventory space for it. No, it was a migration of some kind. They literally just walked across the lake, like the little path in there, and just ran in like 3-4 whole rally groups, and then it just escalated. After that, there was a meta event who made it worse. But it was some kind of migration where the zombies were just like, we live here now. We've already killed a whole bunch of them, but it just seems like more and more and more keep showing up. Trying to get that last one, because my plan is to circle around, run in through this side, grab and get out the other door. It'll probably trash the inside of my base even more than it already is trashed, but honestly I don't really care about that much. Are we in the clear? Be able to make this run? And we're good, we got it. Alright. Let's get out of here before it gets dark. And thank you, Butte, for the 15 stream streak. Catch the last 15 streams without missing a. So thank you so much for that. They really rolled in like they're paying rent. I wish. Alright. So now the plan is just get away from the zombies entirely. Because with that, what I can do is I can go out to the edges over here. We can get ourselves a bunch of flint, we can get a bunch of handles made, and then kill a zombie or two, tear up their clothes. That'll make us a ton of weapons. We roll in farther. Oh yeah, no, we're taking that back. With 16 times pop, that's usually the way you gotta roll, is you're gonna get bullied away from your base, you push back in, you get bullied away, you push back in, and you keep doing that back and forth until suddenly you've diminished the numbers in the area enough that they just stop showing up again. Oh, there we go. Look at all of that flint right there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 nodes over there. 9 nodes over there. 10, 11, 12, 13. We're... Alright. That is where we, How's the weight going? We're at 65 and gaining, but we're gonna end up going back into a deficit here again. Because there's zero chance of getting to fish in at least a couple of days. Okay. That's too slow. Come on. Cooperate with me. Hey, what's a little bit of pain in every single muscle in your body? Don't worry about it. It's fine. This also kind of works out because I need the cloth as well, and they're a source of cloth right here for me. Okay. So you learned no pain, no gain in the 80s? It must be super true in the 90s. Sleep it off in a nice cold rock tonight? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone knows a good rock makes an excellent pillow. You wouldn't want something nice and like all like loose. You can get a nice firm rock pillow. Okay. Yeah, those pillows rock. Given that conforms your back, you better feel great. If you managed to take your home back, we just got kicked out of our home. Like, we ran out of weapon. Yeah, it was a bush scratch. Have we gotten an actual zombie injury on this character? I don't remember. I feel like... I know we did in our last couple ones. I don't remember if this character has one zombie injury on them or not. No, I don't think we do. But the runs all do kind of blend together, so if someone was like, no, you absolutely did, you know, here's when and where, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's right. All right. Now, the important thing is through all this disaster, we just randomly found leather pants. How that's going to help us, I don't know, but we did find leather pants. Yeah, I had a hat save. We did have a hat save the other day, which was like really lucky RNG. But I don't think we've actually had an actual injury. From the zombie. We've scratched ourselves a couple of times doing stuff, but that's different. Showing some cake. We still have our bunny tail. I see you, zombie. I would rather you not come this way right now. Because I worry that if I kill you, I'm gonna have like 30 of your friends over, and I'd really like to just get myself ready for some weapons in the morning. Alright, so just give a little bit more distance. You can unpack the sleeping bag. The downsides are probably not going to kill many zombies tomorrow. I'm probably going to spend the bulk of the day making weapons so that I can kill zombies more effectively the next day. Oh, somebody could queue up both of them. Go ahead and just eat some raw thistle. Too bad you can't, like, take a string or something and use as a strap that goes under your chin for your hat. Oh. Yeah, like to make your thing to keep your hat on your head. I mean, it's honestly not that big a deal either way. Alright, so we're about out of water, but that's okay. Getting to the lake to get water in a pinch, that should be nice and easy. Just waiting till it's a little bit later in the night so I don't wake up and it be nighttime still. I don't have a hammer with me. It's fine. We can resolve that. Okay, so it does mean I'll have to make a hammer. That's as easy as I just need to find a stick. That shouldn't be too hard, because more than likely what I'll probably want to do is I'll probably want to make a stone axe so I could chop down a couple of trees and all that. Because that'll give me some long sticks and all that to make a whole bunch of handles real fast, as opposed to just waiting. Alright. So I don't have any type of sticks on me yet, so let's not worry about the grabbing of the flint yet. I need to get at least a couple of sticks, because I'm going to need a hammer to be able to do it. And all I need to do that is one rock, which is easy to find on the ground just about anywhere, and a stick. And there's the sticks right there. Alright. So, with that, we can go over here. I would like a regular stone, not a large stone, please. There we go. And go over here and... Oh, do I need a surface for this? That's fine. We can use one of these rocks down here and that'll be that'll be good enough. Okay, so I've got that. get out of the trees before we fight you. Try crafting the handles again. Because we'll just need to make some handles. And then with the handles, I can start making some knives. We'll have to clear some of the zombies around here. Come on. Okay, that should give me enough to make our first knife. Alright. Drop you off, drop you off. Put you on the side. Okay, so let's kill some of these zombies nearby. At least have a weapon. That way, while I go to dig up a bunch of this flint and make myself more weapons, I'm not under constant attack by the zombies. Okay. Cool. Put that away. Now, Down says I'm lugging the really big pickaxe with me while I'm doing all this. Alright, so we've got some breathing room here that I don't mind doing some limestone and all that. Okay. I'll do one more real quick. Because I want to get enough weapons so I can start pushing towards the water as fast as possible. I'm not a huge fan of this spot for doing this. But honestly, all these rocks kind of suck. It's giving me 2? Is that right? Oh, maybe it's a chance that I can get more than 1 out of it? That'd be kind of a cool way to make having a higher napping skill matter. I never thought of that. Because some of those gave me 2 and some of those gave me only 1. Okay, so we've got these ones done. Alright, because what we'll do is we'll make these knives real fast, and I'm going to try and start clearing towards the lake. And then the idea is each time we back off, I can go back here, make some more weapons, do that kind of stuff. Because stuff like carving more handles I could do on the go. Crafting the knives themselves I could do on the go. It's just making the blades and the flint that I have to be near a surface. Okay. Tree branch here. We'll cut that into more handles. Hey zombie, give me a minute, I'm doing a thing. Alright, next up. Make our actual knives. Of course not. So let's try that again. Make the knives. Okay. Yeah, so that should give us a pretty good start for our knife collection. Want to put the pickaxe away? Put a few survivors on your guest list. Big backpacks. This is basically real world Detroit. How so? This is the middle of nowhere field. Like, I'm originally from Detroit. I'm not sure how that thread tracks on anything. Alright, so let's grab our actual knives. Attach one to the right side. We got this. We'll eat that thistle to give ourselves a little bit of food. Okay. So now we're going to start slowly killing our way back out there. I've got 7 knives or 8 knives handy. I didn't keep track. I think it's 8. But we're just trying to get back to where we were. You heard stories, the running joke is that Detroit is more dangerous than it really is? Yeah. Well, I mean, Detroit has a reputation of being like a crime haven, and once upon a time that was very true. But it's not even... I don't even think it makes a top 10 anymore, despite its size and all that. Okay. So we're just working our way back down. But luck will also grab like a branch or two. Yeah, similar reputation. Yeah, no, exactly. It's one of the things you always have to watch in the reporting, is a lot of the times when you hear like stuff reported that they want to make a place look bad, they'll have like, oh, you know, here is Chicago, it has this many of a crime as a flat number, not the per capita. And then when you go to other areas, you see the per capita and it's much higher. And both those numbers do matter. But it's one of those things that, yeah, when you've got hundreds of thousands of people to millions of people in an area, and then the per capita of crime is very low, that's just, you know, you're going to have some number of people in any group who are going to be troublemakers and all that. Yeah, there's like 3 million people in Chicago. Well, so that's... Game, are you actively trolling me right now? Because now it's going to draw the zombies to where we just got ourselves set up where I can make weapons. Because that's an east to west meta event. So it's like the game is actively going, no, there'll be no breaks, there'll be no escape. Only suffering, only pain. Man, now I think about it, we've played what, like This is our second in-game day, and we've had, what, 4 meta events now? 5 meta events? Like, game is being just wild today. And that was after a migration. I'm not going to be able to keep him from... Alright, we're not... With how many of these are rolling through, I'm not going to be able to keep him from just going that way. So let's go get our sip of water. I need that to stay okay. And then what I'll just try and do is, while we're over here, whatever zombies are by me, we'll start killing them. If I'm not, like, completely inundated with a bunch. Which is looking like it might be a real possibility. Because I'm already pretty exerted. Alright, thirst is dealt with for the short term. Yeah, over here seems mostly clear. It probably isn't. Yep, just killing off a little bit more, aggroing more. So we got our water. We're gonna need to get more forageable food and all that. I'm just not sure what our situation is gonna be going back to where we're gonna craft with all that flint. I might have to go to a different spot because we just immediately got a meta event after we left there that drew a bunch of zombies to that area. Which has been kind of our thing, is we're just getting bullied in circles by these meta events. Just drawing more and more zombies into us. They're not really giving me a place to stabilize. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. It is the kind of, like, off-balance stuff. You're like, alright, this makes it interesting. Because when you get, like, just set up in a spot and you can just kind of wake up, do your thing, go to bed, wake up, do your thing, go to bed, wake up, do your thing, go to bed, the game can start to drag on. When it was, when was the last helicopter? The 20th? I think so. I know we looked it up a couple minutes ago, or probably like 20 minutes ago. Alright, so we seem to be okay here so far. Alright. Hey, Lennox, how's it going? It's going good. Project Zomboid is trying to be Randy Random right now and just triggering meta event after meta event after meta event and bullying me around. But otherwise it's going good. Man, we're already about to be sleepy, aren't we? That's annoying. Alright, 1 second, chat. Just trying to, time it so that when the next ad break happens... Like, basically, for those who haven't been to the channel, around 9 p.m. my time, I take a quick, like, 5-minute break, because that's when my wife gets home, that we throw something in the oven for dinner, yada yada. So it's a short little, like, 5-minute break. I'm just trying to make sure that when the next ad break runs, to try and overlap those so that, you know, you don't get stuck with a break after a break, because that does happen if I don't catch it. Just trying to stay on top of it. And we're just grabbing the ones that hear us, figuring out what we aggro each one we kill. Okay. Yeah, tree branch for making a couple more weapons here in a minute. Okay, that's actually going pretty smoothly because we keep getting those executions one after the other. So if RNG wants to keep playing nice, I'm down to play. Alright. And there wasn't an update since, at least, yeah, no, there wasn't an update since yesterday's stream and today's stream. So it's not like they did some update that changed the mechanics of the zombies last night and we're just dealing with some bug or whatever. It's like, no, it's just weirdly what's happening right now. Okay. Take a hunting knife. Hey JD, how's it going? Let's try and back off. We've been chipping away at them. I was expecting this to be worse when we had the meta event. I'm wondering if they traveled farther? I don't know. It's not clear. You go sit down. You carve these into handles. Cat Eye's prescription glasses. I'm not doing the cat or prescription glasses. I do have Cat Eye. Honestly, I keep Cat Eye regardless of what other stuff is going on. Just because, for streaming purposes, keeping, like, when it gets to be like pitch black outside, it's just not fun to watch. You just strain your eyes a whole lot. It's fine from a gameplay aspect. I think the really dark nights can be a fun kind of stressful. But a lot of times for watching, it just means I'm staying indoors when it's super dark outside and you can't see what's going on the screen half the time. Alright, so we've made ourselves a couple more weapons. Looked like cool loot if you needed them. Oh yeah, no, the being able to get like different styles of glasses. Yeah, that. Sorry, I catch what you mean. You were talking about they were the cat eye style glasses, not the cat eye perk. Okay, go ahead and grab the hunting knife since it's decent quality. Alright, let's just let them do their thing down there. Trying to find myself like a couple of berries or something to tide us over. Hey, leak, that'll work. I'm not gonna push my luck, I can't see as is. Alright. Go ahead and chop up the leek so you get more hunger out of it. Alright. Let's see, kills and stat check. So kills we're at about 4,057. Skills we're at about 3.5 axes, 1 long blunt, 3 short blunt, 3 long blade, 4 short blade, and about 5.5 maintenance. We're at carving 2, cooking 3, napping 4. We are right about to hit fitness 4. We're about strength 5 and 2/3. Sorry, 4 and 2/3. Nimble is at 3. Running is at 1. Fishing is at about 2 and 2/3, and our foraging is about 6 and 2/3, give or take a little bit. So we're doing some solid progress. We are a little off balance at the moment just because migration / meta events have been extra trolly today. Just doing a time check. I'll snooze it one more time. Okay. Just seeing if we can't find anything foraging real fast here. I'm getting a little worried about trying to walk around in the dark. Okay. There's one zombie way up there. Looks like we're pretty okay otherwise. Let's go ahead and get our backpack out, drop it down, because it'll be much easier to get a little bit of food in the morning when we actually have the full range. Because we're getting pretty lousy sleeps out of the sleeping bag right now. Alright. So we're just fast forwarding until we can go to sleep and, you know, wake up after dark. Okay. We can go ahead and pick this up. It's got pretty good sleep. We got 9 weapons handy. So let's get back to trying to push back to the house. Nothing motivates food foraging like deep red hunger. Yeah, for the record, like, I believe it's still a thing that as your character gets hungry, they get a little bit better at foraging for food, by the way. I don't know if it actually shows here in any way, but I know historically that it has been a mechanic. So it gives you those like little moments where you're like, oh man, things are really grim. And then you just get that, you know, last little nibble you need to get yourself out of the hole. But honestly, unless you're playing on ridiculously low abundance, most of the time, even with low foraging, you can usually find enough to keep yourself alive. Not enough to maintain your weight. That foraging usually is utterly useless for keeping your weight up. But for handling hunger itself, it's all you need. Alright. Let's get your glasses. Yeah. If you just forge, you'll eventually die from malnutrition. As opposed to straight up hunger. Alright. What are you? Oh, you're nothing is what you are. And over here we had a berry bush. Let's try and do that real fast. That's fine. That just means after the fight we get to reward ourselves by eating some berries. Alright. I don't know where all the zombies that were here went, but it seems like a lot of them are not here. And I'm not sure what to make of that. Because it didn't really drag much in the way out of here. Okay. Go sit down for a minute. Eat more berries. Playing World War II Rebuilder, pretty fun. Yeah, no, we played that on the stream. I can't remember if we played a demo version. I think we played a demo version. I remember having a lot of fun with that. Like, you just weirdly be doing our stuff and just find a bomb you have to defuse in the rail yard, and you're like, excuse me? It's an interesting game. For those who aren't familiar, if it's the game I'm thinking, World War II Rebuilder, the idea behind it was, like, it's after World War II. And so you're going to, like, the train stations and some of these buildings that all got, like, bombed out, and it's kind of like, you know, a house renovator, but, you know, it's stuff like that as opposed to, you know, just buying a house and, like, remodeling it kind of stuff. But yeah, then they did add, like, a couple, like, little mini games in there of, you know... I think with, like, the bomb, if I remember correctly, you could defuse it yourself, or I think you could, like, pay someone to do it for you. If you just don't want to do it. But you, like, rebuild, like, railways, that's kind of thing. It was pretty cool. Like I said, I think we only played the demo. I think we played, like, 2 levels, or 1 level, is all the more we had access to. Alright. The catch is, I can drink this water safely, and we can be around the body safely. The problem is, the water will make us a little bit sick. But that plus the lake can build up to be dangerous. Alright, let's finish off. Alright, 1 second. Okay. So, we're about to go into the ad break. Like I said, this is about the time that I have to step away for about 5 minutes. This is my, quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's just when my wife gets home, as well as I throw some food in the oven so that I don't starve for the night. So I'm going to do that real fast since the ad break's happening anyways. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit.
Gliding down.
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, and was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance that they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom, they died. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace, and you're still threatening, but not you. She's a jerk. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. No, 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 no. I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with our performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, nip after I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's fine. The squealing tires mean that that we're making good time. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain.
What is going on?
A raid.
We installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Europower.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor eventually. Kill us all.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for this.
That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in
Can
theirs,
I
like
get hit with some
headbanging.
of that sweet morphine?
Okay, and the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna declare a variable. And we're gonna declare that variable of a type integer. And we're gonna set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, "Please help me," and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, So I'm just gonna just talk it up a little. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Tuma's just like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj's like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he...
Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded.
Okay, so it looks like a... Oh, no, 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 wait. I managed to not hit it. I managed to not hit it. I'm about to go... Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Okay, sorry about that. That was much longer than I expected. Sorry. Much longer than I expected to be. Just, timing with the food got weird and is gonna go a minute or too long, and then Tomb got home and she's having a rough day. She's having a properly rough day, but we don't need to dig into that. It's related to where we had to travel, so you know, she's doing okay. It'll be rough one day at a time. Anyways, we were fighting zombies over here. I can see them faded out. I don't really remember the situation, so this is one reason I like minimal display bars, where I'm like, oh yeah, I was doing a thing, and then I forgot what I was doing. Oh, right, so we're in relatively good shape, so I can just pick up where we left off. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? I also did see the Raj is hot, because Raj is hot. It's just the way it is. Like, water's wet, sand is dry, Raj is hot. Sand actually isn't necessarily wet. You get where I'm going with this. Yeah, no, I stuck down there with a minute, made sure, like, you know, made sure she's doing alright. It's just tough. Like, without delving into it, we had someone pass away in the family recently that was very close to my wife, so it's been difficult. Okay. So we're gonna need to go and get a sip of the lake soon. The trees are evil? Yeah, that's, we're gonna have to get an axe and some of these trees are gonna have to clear them out. You always snuggles? Yeah. No, I stayed down there for an extra couple minutes because it's just like, no. And I make the comments like, you know, when it's going to be a little bit long, it's like, hey, you know, I probably need to go back upstairs, that kind of thing. And she's like, you know, she'll be like, oh, I'm sorry. It's like, no, don't apologize. Chad understands. And if Chad doesn't understand, that's a chat problem. As far as I'm concerned, you know, gotta be empathetic of others. Which you get it, like, what ends up happening is, you know, if people are like, yeah, I want to watch game, that kind of thing, then, like, that's the beauty of having lots of channels on the platform. These things happen. It's like when you tune into a channel and someone's having, like, technical difficulties and all that. You get it. Crap happens. You don't hold it against the person. But at the same time, there is kind of a point, like, if someone's having, like, really bad technical difficulties, you're like, you know, I don't got the spoons to deal with this today. You get it. You understand. And creators, I mean, if they don't, that's a problem in their own right. But creators understand as well. It's one of the reasons why they're so appalled. Like, if I have, like, bad audio problems, I feel really bad about it. You know, we all get that it happens. But it is one of those things that, like, negatively impacts the content. You fully understand and acknowledge that there are going to be people who are going to, you know, they're going to duck because they're not getting the content they're looking for. Did it make the tree thump sound like I attacked the tree when I shoved the zombie on top of the tree? I appreciate that. The tree deserves to be pushed around. Thanks, She-Wolf. And thank you for all the well wishes and all that. It was just her first day back to work, so it was a little rough. But we can move on to positive, more happy vibes. Like stabbing a whole lot of hecking zombies who decided they just wanted to move into my place. I stole this location completely, legitimately, by killing a whole lot of them. They should respect that, and they should acknowledge it. Okay. Yeah, no, that's Oh, it's a shame we didn't get any clips from it. I need to be better about, like, nudging people to clipping stuff. Like, just where we're, like, you know, walking up, everything's fine, and just the bandwagon of zombies just rolling in from across the lake. It's just like, oh, I guess we don't live here now. The neighborhood has arrived in completion to say, get out. Let's deal with these two, and then we need to have our character rest again. And I do apologize if I fall behind in chat. It is just one of those things with Project Zomboid that once the fighting starts, you get kind of to this thing where you either focus or you die. Because all it takes is that 1 second of that one zombie that just decides it doesn't want to make any noise as it walks up to you. And then that's just it, you got a dead character. Alright, so let's move back to the road so I'm not in these trees so I got better visibility. I'm also trying to get a little bit away so that we're not dealing with that much of the penalty here, because I am drinking from the lake, which will get us a little bit sick. Nah, it's too close, that one. We'll just deal with bad smell. Which will get us a little bit sick. And normally it's not a big problem, but because the corpse sickness and your food poisoning are the same mechanic under the hood, it is one of those things that, like, if I eat a poisonous mushroom, or not a mushroom, that'll probably kill you. If I eat, like, a poisonous berry and we get just, like, a little bit queasy, and then I'm around corpses on top of that, that will continue to escalate. So they're not two different independent things. Let's see, you played RimWorld, you didn't have no fancy schematic beam targeters. Get 2 sticks in a whole colony? Yeah. That's like, just for a reason that made me think of Prison Architect, which is an absolutely wonderful game. No longer getting updated in any capacity. But they were working on a sequel, and I don't know where they're at. I know it was kind of in limbo on what was happening with it. It got delayed, it may or may not be canceled. And that's just, like, internal things. There wasn't like, oh, there's this content is whatever. It was literally just the publisher behind it. So not the initial devs. They're no longer involved. They sold it and got out after being in there for that many years. Just shoot everything you manage. I do try and keep up with it, but yeah. But it was just one of those things that the publisher wasn't doing that great. Had a couple of games released that ended up being a bit of a miss. And so they delayed it to prioritize other things, and a lot of times that's usually the end of a game. When something gets, like, delayed for reallocation of resources in game dev, that's 9 out of 10 times that thing that got delayed is just gone. It'll just go a year or two, and then they'll be like, no, it's delayed indefinitely, or whatever terminology they choose to use. Yeah, RimWorld's a good time. RimWorld is... I would say RimWorld's the most consistently played game on the channel. And that said, like, I'll play it for a little while, and then I'll take a little time away from it, and they'll play it a little bit more, and they'll take time away from it. But, I think as far as raw hours, Project Zomboid's still higher. It's gotta be getting close. But that's just because of how much I played streaming this a little over a year ago. Alright. Have to catch up with chat in a minute. It's a little harder for me to read, like, larger comments as well. Because usually, since you have to, like, have your character rest a lot, it kind of gives me a natural, okay, let's back off and rest for a minute. Okay, so let's see here real fast. It's funny because you built your computer in 2020 with RimWorld in mind, lots of single-thread performance for big colonies, and then proceed to stop playing RimWorld when it released, after playing it all through the alpha and beta. Oh yeah, and so much has happened to that game. Let's see, what are we looking for in terms of cold weather? The Weather Channel and other weather outlets have different models. I honestly haven't kept up, so unfortunately I can't really answer that. I have noticed with, like, the whole cold weather front, whatever you want to call it, going through, that, you know, I haven't really seen where it's going. Let's deal with these ones over here, because I'm just going to aggro. I'm trying to back out otherwise. Thank you, wifey. I'll do my best. You enjoy. Love. Alright. There's a kitchen knife that's actually an okay weapon. As I'm going through these weapons fast. Nothing worthwhile in the satchel. We've aggroed a whole bunch. Can you up the rate of executions? Yeah, so I believe as your short blade skill goes up, you have a higher chance of executing when you are in a situation you're eligible. I could be wrong about that, but I believe that was the case. And I also remember, like, with the execution animations, there's the whole thing where you execute and your knife gets stuck in them, so you have to retrieve your knife from the body. The odds of that happening goes down as you know, level up the appropriate combat skill. Let's back off a little bit more, try and get away from the bodies a little bit. Okay. Alright. You sleep well, Bast. Thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, so we're losing weight again. Because, like, we got bullied away from our base by just everything showing up. So the goal here is just pretty much going to be get her home back. And once that settles, we'll go back to fishing, because we're not endangered until we get down to 35 kilograms. We're at 65. We were down to, I think it's 56 or 57 at our lowest. So I'm not super sweating it one way or the other. That field is almost fully wiped out. Literally almost fully wiped out. Next to nothing has survived. That's the thing I'm curious about with these crops that take like 200 something days. You're gonna have to wall it in. It's kind of a bummer because I actually enjoyed the farming in the game, And I'm kind of worried these changes that I'll just never end up doing it because of just how much time it takes. Not even from like the will I survive that long? I certainly survived that long in my characters, but survive that long staying in one place and, you know, putting in the effort. I just don't see how it would be worth it. Because even if it gave you an obnoxious amount of food, the problem is, even in a freezer, they don't last forever. I think that's one of those things that the desire for realism is wholly detached from, you know, what's fun and interesting and all that. We'll see. I want to actually get through a couple cycles of doing it to feel it out. Jarring helps a lot. It does. But the thing we gotta take in consideration is you could do all of that work, or as an alternative, I could just forage. Or I can just overeat and then burn lots of calories fishing, or I can just take care of the animals, and again, I can overeat and just burn calories. Because I remember the jarring, I don't know about the build 42, I remember the jarring in build 41 was genuinely kind of a meme. Because it just took so much effort to set up and do, and it just really wasn't worth the time or effort. Okay. You can see the experience is jarring. Yeah, no, I think I jarred in build 41 like one time. That like we made it a goal to go out of our way. I did manage to find like a box of jars at one of the places. Because I want to say, if I remember correctly, you ruined the jars in the process. Like you couldn't keep reusing the same jar again and again. Didn't? Oh, the one that had the thing in their back is still over there. Yeah, no, I also agree that for realistic farming, Project Zomboid, you just don't live long enough. Not normally. Like, if you do, you're getting to that point that you are an extreme outlier in the community. You're a very, very small percentage of the user base. Not that we shouldn't have content that is in mind of individuals who represent a very small part of the user base. But in a lot of ways, it's taking that functionality away from those who exist outside that group. And I say this as with the people who does survive that long. I've got a lot of characters who've lived over a year. Okay. Alright, I think that one there may have had a machete in them. I'll have to check once I'm clear of that. It's the one wearing all black. Okay. is this one right here? Oh no, it's just a broken large handle. See, that does work, because I still need some short handles, and I can make that into a short handle. Alright, so let's get back away from the bodies again. Go ahead and cut that tree branch into handles as well. So while we're resting, we're making more weapons. Is how Rual gets home every day? Pretty much. So even if you had, 1 second. Set to craft. So you had a home by chores to justify spending a long time. You do low risk. You probably lose interest in the game long before you meaningful benefit from the farming. Yeah. Hey, Sim, it's good to see you. Can I get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform and friend of the channel and all that good stuff. Plays a lot of simulation, strategy, that kind of stuff. You know, did a bunch of World of Warcraft hardcore. I haven't, since I've got back from vacation, caught what you've been up to the last couple... No, actually, that's not true. I saw you playing GeoGuessr, I believe, last night. Definitely good times over there. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Let me go and get that shout out. So shout out Sim Copter 1. Yeah, has done like a lot of stuff like GeoGuessr, a whole lot of fun stuff. Definitely a channel worth checking out. Alright. So we got ourselves one more knife on us. We're trying to reclaim our home. Yeah, I hope you've been having a good time, Sim. We have been getting bullied. Oh no, you're all good looks, Ray. The good news, I do have an ice pick, or the ice axe, or whatever it's called. And we have figured out that's a relatively decent weapon. It's pretty rough on the muscle strain side of things, unfortunately. But if I do run out of weapons, it's an okay weapon to have on hand. Just the fact that we lost this home by, like, this giant wave of zombies rolling through is the whole thing. It's also fun because, like, me and a couple creators discussed the idea of having more types of meta events in the game. So not like the 7 Days to Die where just arbitrarily, you know, your base gets attacked on the 7th day or whatever garbage. Like that's a fine mechanic. I'm not trying to be negative about the mechanic, but you know, nothing quite that scripted or whatever. But having a mechanic where something could happen that you had not quite like the helicopter flying around kind of event, but like you could have events that would draw zombies to an area. It's okay. You'll be negative about the mechanics, not from you. Well, yeah, but that's the beauty of having multiple games out there in the world. If you don't like the mechanic in one game, you just play a different one. Yep. But yeah, it's just the idea. Yeah, I know Twist as well have people involved in the conversation, but just the idea of, like, you know, like we've got the smell here thing that would have some type of signifier that maybe when you're new to the game you might not realize what it signifies, which is, you know, fine, you'd learn. but there would be something that you would have as a thing that's like letting you know, hey, the area you are in is about to get real busy. And that it would draw zombies to that area. Like, it could be a signal, like some type of moodle that there's this, you know, ominous smell or ominous feeling or whatever. It doesn't matter. Enough that you can kind of do like the helicopter where you're like, oh, stuff's about to go down. Like, maybe you only notice it if you're outdoors, so if you're spending all of your time indoors, you could go blissfully unaware. And so it's just kind of a thing to give you some give and take on your gameplay of being kind of situationally aware. It would also make it so if you're like sitting at your base all the time that every once in a while the game kind of throws you a curveball and it's like, hey, that is. Now, the thing that we also discussed is we didn't want it to be something that, you know, suddenly 2,000-3,000 zombies would roll in and your whole base would just be gone. Like, it depended on your pop settings and all that, certainly. But, like, you might have 100, 200 zombies roll in. So, like, something a bit worse than your typical meta event, but nowhere near as bad as, say, the helicopter. But so you're trying a game right now at 60 times pop, and the helicopters make you move a lot. I would really love to sneak into that house and sleep in there, and I don't think that's a good idea. Where? Oh, there you are. I was like, where are you? I'm hearing you so loudly. Hey, another point in fitness, I believe. I can't remember if that's fitness 3 or 4. Well, considering those last 2 zombies came out from inside the house, I'm gonna go ahead and take my note that maybe we don't mess with it. Alright, so we are a little bit queasy. So generally speaking, you usually don't want to consume stuff that's not safe while you're already not feeling well. But I'm not going to be able to get the better water. So we're going to go ahead and take some health damage by properly poisoning ourselves a little bit. It's fine. Or it's not. I don't really know or care. But the point is, the reason we're not getting better is the overwhelming stench of all the rotting bodies is keeping us properly sick. I was really hoping to make it into the house today. It's fine. We'll just go back out here to where we had those flint nodules. I could bang in some more rocks, get some more flint. And that should let me get the weapons back up, so we got enough to push in there. Okay. I wasn't sure if he was aggroing or what he was doing. He's kind of like swinging on his heels over there to the right for some reason, and it's not an animation I'm particularly used to seeing them do. There's actually a lot out here. Okay. Minor change in plan. We're not going to go that far out. We don't have many zombies in this area. Let's drop by close to the road, but not close enough that we're dealing with the stench. Because we kill a lot of zombies in there. So you see me, so I gotta deal with you. Oh, I didn't even see you there. I forgot we had the meta event that drugged the zombies west of us, which made the areas dropping back to not very clear. Alright, so we got another zombie up here. So my hope is that we're making enough noise and get ourselves a pocket of no zombies enough to sleep. Let's see. It said, instead of rare loot, a sleeping bag would be lovely. Just foraging stuff with your satchel. 17 days and 2 helicopters. Lost your home 2 times. Dip it on mushrooms. Yep. Yep, we were doing all that same stuff. Got lucky with the survivor zombie giving us a backpack. Come on, why aren't we... Okay, so we're away from stench. This is not going to be the safest sleep we've ever done. Considering I'm being attacked. As I'm trying to set up the sleeping bag. Alright. Okay. But needless to say, not a great place to be. I couldn't tell what direction it was coming from. About ran into her. Well, risky sleep is risky. And I'm holding run to the right. So that way if I get attacked, I just shove out of the way. Yep, we're fine. Wasn't even worried. Pack up her sleeping bag and put it away. Alright, but before we go messing with down there, I need to make myself more weapons. We're down to my last stone knife, and then some weapons that properly annihilate your endurance. There we go. Let's unequip our flashlight and put it back away. Yeah, so just up here is where I've got the all that flint. And I should have plenty of torn rags already on me. I might need a little bit of wood. Oh, don't do that. Come on, buddy. Exactly what I figured was going to happen. Oh yeah, we have the kitchen knives. Those will work. Okay. Yeah, this whole area's gotten swarmed with zombies. We're just struggling to keep ourselves in the game. Alright, so we've got the 5 there. Oh, I also have the hand axe. That's right. Put the handle away. Get away from the bodies just a minute. I did see... Oh, it's like literally... There's 2 branches right next to me. We use that to make even more handles. Because then I just gotta go north. I know there's a lot of flint up there. I just gotta go and have that. Yeah, so sleeping bags I do believe will work with the new pillow mechanic. We were carrying a pillow for a little while, but it does take 1 encumbrance for the pillow alone. And so it's just one of those things that's a pretty decent amount of weight carrying to give up when you're on limited supply to drag around with you. Okay. Yeah, it should be right over here that we had a bunch of flint we had in mind. Yeah, like a good 8, 9, 10 nodes. So more than I could. Yeah, there's like a bunch over there. There's a bunch of zombies in here, but that's just what it is. We'll deal. I want to have them out of the area for when I go to start chipping away at the stuff anyways. Yeah, so there's like one there, 2 here, one there. Let's go kill all these zombies nearby real quick. Give me some breathing room. And device, turn this off, put it away, unequip it, put it away. Okay, that zombie down there is too close. Oh, I didn't see there's a rock here. Yeah, that rock doesn't have any big trees at, so I shouldn't lose line of sight on anything, because I've been using these other rocks that they have at least like one side that I can't see through because there's just a tree obscuring. Alright, so we should be good shape now. Grab our pickaxe. Let's get ourselves some weapons. Alright, we'll start with that since we're overburdened. For crafting, we will want to nap the flint nodules. And then from there we'll make them into the blades, and from there we can make them into the weapons themselves. The only thing I have to do at the rock is the actual napping part. The rest I can just do out wherever I need it. And it does seem like once I started giving my napping skill a bit higher, that I've been able to get more than one sharp flint flake out of a nodule sometimes. So it does seem like low-key, even though I think it's like 5 or 6 that there's no more recipes, there is a benefit going higher that you might get more goodies per your resources compared to what you'd otherwise get. Alright, so put those away. Yeah, we're gonna have enough flint blades to, stone blades, sorry, to make 17 knives. We're gonna lose a chunk of today. I'm gonna have to run out there and grab more water again. We'll need to forage for a little bit of food on the way back. That's all fine. Man, it's almost gonna be October in game. Time's passing fast. And Tomb is a good human. I did see the comment earlier, point. I forgot to respond to it. My bad. So let's take these ones, put them in the bags so we're not too overburned, just in case someone rolls past us. Alright. How is our napping skill coming along, by the way? Each one of those is about 7 XP. So it's not gaining a lot of skill fast, but considering we're going to be doing this for a long time, just as we do our playthrough, we're going to be making more and more weapons. The ones I'm excited for is we can already make like mauls and all that so far as the heads for it. I just can't make the handles. I need carving 3. That's what that carving 3 is about on the list of objectives. Because then I can sit there and make a long handle, and I can make a maul or a large stone axe and all that. We'll get to see how good that is. Okay, so I'm going to be able to make 17 knives. Alright, one second, we got a zombie chilling right there. Let's put these away. Put the pickaxe away for right now, because it's big and heavy. Alright, that should be at least enough that we can fight this. We'll try and use that hatchet first just to get it out of here. Alright, because we need to find food because we're getting a very badly penalized carry weight between the thirst and the hunger. But if we get my hunger sorted, I can at least get one of those things off that concern. Alright, another meta event where the zombies moving. And they're moving west, right at us. So let's cut over to this field. I might be able to find some food to at least alleviate some of our problems for a minute. It's fine, I'm gonna drop it on the ground. And come back for it later. The good news is we did kill a lot. The thing is I don't know what that's going to do for our house that we've been trying to clear. I'm trying to avoid getting into more fights if I don't need to for right now. Oh. I'll take those and I'll drop them on a body real quick. I forgot I dropped those on the ground because it's overburned in the middle of a fight and I was like, this isn't safe, let's ditch these. There used to be a bunch of bodies over here where... There's all that. Yeah, no, it's been a weirdly active stream for that. Yeah, I did see we have the aggro on that one. I'm running down here real fast just to drop these handles on this body real fast, then we're gonna fight. Yeah, no, the egg is gone and they put the bone back. I know a lot of people didn't like the egg. I do think, though, going back to the bone was a mistake. And the only reason for that is fracturing a bone is a mechanic in this game. From when you, like, get in a car wreck or you fall off a roof. And that, to me, always communicated fracture, even though I know it doesn't mean that. And so I do feel like it's not a particularly clear Moodle. And for those who don't know what the actual fractured one is, it's like this, except it's off to the side and then that way, so that the bone actually has, like, a separation in it. So I would go by the stance that that Moodle is actually confusing. Whereas the people are like, no, the egg doesn't communicate. I'm like, okay. It's fine. I don't think it really mattered one way or the other that much. But I will say the bone here, even before all this debacle with the Moodles and all that, was one of the regular complaints that people would think that they broke their leg because they would see that symbol. And, you know, once you learn the game better, like, that stopped being an issue entirely. But at the beginning, time and time again, I've heard people talk about, like, oh, you know, how did I break my leg? It's like, no, you're fine. You're just carrying too much. You're okay. Gonna make 2 more knives to consolidate the weight. Yeah, no, I don't think it's a huge issue either way. But it was just surprising me that they went back on it. Did I see something around here? That's fine. And I get it was just a lot of people complained about it. But I mean, I feel like a lot of the complaints about the Moodles was just change bad. Because there was certainly some arguing about the aesthetics, which, sure. But like, these Moodles have been very much way better about communicating, like, what's actually going on. They're much easier to see at a glance at the corner of your eye, like, what your situation is, versus a lot of the other Moodles, you kind of had to almost, like, pause and look over. Just because the colors were so similar and all that, and they were kind of just too small to make out of the corner of your eye. So, for the accessibility side, I very much prefer these. And sure, the pixel art was cool on the other ones. I'm not going to say aesthetically the old ones weren't awesome. But me being able to get proper information in the game while in the heat of a fight is more important than do I like the pixel art. But that's the beauty. We have mods. You can put them back.
Subscribing for 18 months.
Hey, Andrew. Hey, Andrew, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you chose to use it here. And you've been subbed to the channel for 18 months. 18 months. It's a long heckin' time. So thanks so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Alright, so let's get our knife ready. And I need to back off for a minute and sit down. And go here and queue up another knife or two being made. But see, one thing they really need to do is tweak the border size. You like that you can clearly see the level of thirst you're on, but not in pain. Yeah. I wish they would adapt. There's a number of mods that do this. They would adapt, at least as an option, the quadrants thing that a lot of the Moodle mods do, where they'll have, like, around it there'll be 8 separate segments that will fill up as it gets worse. So you can very clearly communicate, like, yeah, the color gets more severe and that communicates it, but, like, those quadrants to me always felt like is a really, really good way of being like, ah, I'm on the 2nd severity of exertion. Or, oh, I'm on the, you know, 3rd severity of fatigue or whatever. I always thought that was a pretty slick thing that I'm surprised they didn't adapt it. Oh, that was right. One thing I've been meaning to do, because I said I was going to do it last time, is the colorblind patterns. I'll probably have to, like, reload the game to do that, which isn't urgent right now. We'll wait till, like, things are safe. But I wanted to see what they did for that. Because colorblind patterns is just, instead of communicating this, like, red, green, whatever, and they do have a thing where you can change the color, so if red and green are hard for you, you can make it, like, orange and yellow, or, you know, purple and blue, which wouldn't make sense to do those two, but you get the point. You can change the colors to whatever work for you. But the textures, instead of being purely communicated by color, they would have a texture on the background. What I don't know is how that texture is going to change. Like, is it going to get denser? Like, what's going to happen with that texture? So I'd like to see that. But basically the point means color is completely unnecessary. And it's not means you don't get to have color. Which is one of the things I always had to fight with people when I was like, hey, you should, you know, Alright. You know, consider having stuff communicate for people who are colorblind. They'd be like, oh, no, but I like having color. Why can't I have color? And you're like, no one said you can't have color. You just need to communicate by more than exclusively color. Like, put numbers on there, put textures, whatever you do as the alternative. It's just when it's exclusively red, bad, green, good, and no other means that the color becomes a problem. Why do I keep hearing it like I'm ripping stuff out of the ground? Alright, so we wanted to check. There was a bug the other day. Okay, so for those who asked if the bug where your propane and all that would refill randomly was still a thing, no. Propane, we emptied that tank and it's still empty. There are way too many trees here now. I'm gonna have to go through and chop down trees. And cut that into more handles. Oh, let's back up and fight these not in the trees. Yeah. Do zombies kill crops? Yes. So the zombies can trample crops. There has been a rumor that's gone around for years that the zombie blood kills your crops. That's not a thing. It's strictly the zombie walking onto the pile of crops has a chance to kill the crop when they step onto it. But you can leave the body on it. It won't kill. Like, if the crop survives being trampled, it won't just, like, die a day or two later because there's a corpse laying on it. It's just one of the many, many things that have been a rumor in the game since the game has existed that has no basis in reality. There's lots of those in Product Zomboid. It's pretty notorious for, like, all the incorrect information in the game. Not in the game, that shouldn't be unfair. It's not the devs giving the bad information. It's people going, oh, well, this seems logical to me, so that's the way the game works. And then just treating it like it is. Like, there's also, and I bring this up every time it comes up, there's the rumor that you can survive a bite on normal settings without mods or whatever, and that's not true as well. But people have rumored that forever and ever, that there's like a 0.01 or whatever number they decide to make up each time. And people will swear up and down that they have survived a bite. And usually what's happened is they have a mod that they don't realize, or they changed a setting or something that did make it so their character did survive. It's just not like the way the game actually mechanically works normally. They've done something unknowingly that's modified the behavior of the game. Or that they just plain old forgot. Like, there's no malice to those people. Because, you know, a lot of people, it's the downside of the fact that the game doesn't communicate a lot of stuff with you and lets you figure it out. It lets the rumor mill go pretty hard. Yeah, and exactly what Hypno is also saying. A lot of people, they see the animation and think they've gotten bitten when they just got scratched or lacerated, and you can absolutely survive a scratch and laceration in Product Zomboid. But the animation is always the zombie, like, grabbing you and getting a big old chomp on you. But that doesn't mean you actually got bitten. That's just an attack animation that decides, okay, but did you get scratched, lacerated, or bitten when it happened? Hey, Ember Plays, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. You gave me just a moment to get away from... Where's that zombie? There you are. Let me just get a moment to get out of the fight here. We'll get you a shout out real quick. And thank you so much for that raid. But how was your stream? What were you playing? I'm assuming Project Zomboid. Yep. But I do really appreciate that raid. How was your stream? What were you doing and all that good stuff so far as in Project Zomboid? That said, if you got a raid and run, don't let me keep you. But regardless, you're obviously welcome to stay. But I do understand, you know, getting to the end of stream and being like, no, I have to eat. You've been playing CDDA. Gotcha. The really CDDA challenge is a classic. Good times. I hear it's actually pretty rough in build 42. I haven't played since build 41. I still technically have my character alive from the time I did that. But I have heard that the muscle strain really makes it sweaty at the beginning. Because for those who don't know the really CDDA challenge, it's one of those pretty good challenges for you starting to get properly comfortable with the game. You know, maybe you're not like in the sweatiest, try-hardest thing, but you're definitely familiar with the game. You know what you're doing. It can still be, for the record, I'm not trying to downplay it. It can still be a brutal challenge as an experienced player. But you get the idea that you probably don't want to do baby's first step of really CDDA. Alright. So this play's been super compromised. But anyways, again, if you're looking for more Project Zomboid, you got that going on there with Ember Plays. So definitely check that out. Oh, right. I already drank all the water out of here. But yeah. It's very much... The really CDDA challenge is a fully front-loaded challenge. In that you go from... There's not like that buildup of, oh, the zombies are starting to become a problem or whatever. It's you start the run, and everything is at its absolute worst. To give you an idea of what that challenge is when you start the game, your character is naked, they're soaking wet, they have a cold, they're drunk, they have a piece of glass lodged in their groin, their house is on fire and it's the middle of the winter. The population settings, I want to say, is 6 times pop, if I remember correctly. I think it's 6 times pop with respawns turned on and all that. I want to say the loot is on... It's whatever the base loot is and 1 harder to it. So like if it's rare, it's very rare, whatever. But yeah, no, it's brutal. It's one of those runs that you start, and if you manage to survive like your first day and a half, that's like the first major hurdle, that once you get over that hurdle, you're like halfway to actually making it. The next major milestone, which sometimes happens first, is getting rid of your cold. Once you get rid of your cold, it gets way easier. But yeah, you'll do a lot of death getting to that point. That's it with the cold at the start, the default, including the number of pinpoint hearing zombies. Yikes. Yeah, and that's the thing. With the new settings, some of the zombies, I believe, have the pinpoint hearing and all that with the cold and all that. It's like, you can still use the old strategy, which I won't spoil because it does ruin it once you know the tricks. But outside of doing the little trick strategies and all that, it is still rough, and it does still make those trick strategies much harder than they used to be. It's a good challenge. It's very much like, if you're looking at like the level of challenges in the game, you've got like the base game, like Apocalypse. You can move up to like the CDDA challenge would probably be the next one. There's a challenge thing called One Painful Year. I actually am not a fan of that one, the One Painful Year, but that would probably be your next one. And then you start getting up to stuff like 0 to Hero, 16 times pop, and Sprinters, and all that stuff happens over here. Sprinters is its own massive challenge. And that's kind of the roof that once you're up there, whatever. And then I'd consider something like Cryogenic Winter. So here's CDDA going on the easier end. Cryogenic Winter would be on the easier end of CDDA. Because that one, it's cold. Once you put on enough clothes, you've won the challenge. Toxic Fog, that mod's pretty rough. But that's another one that once you find a gas mask, you've just solved it. And for those not familiar with that mod, the way that one works is occasionally a green fog will show up, and you have to stay in a poorly circulated room, so like lock yourself in the bathroom or whatever and wait the fog out. It's an interesting challenge from the difficulty setting, but it's also a tedious challenge in that when the fog shows up, you just fast forward in a bedroom because you can't go out. You always wondered, what is CDDA named for? Not the game, you presume? Yeah, no, CDDA is actually named after Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. It's a nod or an honoring of that game, which was one of the, I believe, one of the inspirations for Project Zomboid. So it is one of those things that it is a challenge map that is a nod towards the Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, which is a different game. It's Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is a very interesting game in depth. It's definitely got a bit of a rough UI to it, though. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And we're just kind of chilling in here till it's getting late. We got bullied out of this house for a while, and I'm just trying to get our character a full night's sleep. We are going to have to forage for food tomorrow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Unless I can get, unless they get the area properly cleared up and I can actually, fish tomorrow, there's a chance I'll wake up having a nightmare because of a zombie getting into the building, because there's no doors or windows. Alright, but we didn't, so that's good. How is my weapon situation looking? Let's go ahead and quickly make a couple of knives before we get out of here. Because we're about to have where the alarm goes off. I can probably knock out 2 knives real quick. Yeah, that'll do. And equip our radio. Because I am playing on maximum zombie population settings. So you've decided how many zombies do we want? Yes, all of them. We also have what's the helicopter setting to sometimes. And what sometimes mean for your helicopter settings is the helicopter will come back forever and ever, again and again. But the most frequent to come back is every 10 days. And it's not guaranteed every 10 days. It might be like 10 days this time, might be 15 days the next time. You get the idea. You know how numbers work. So let's drop this off, put you in the other cabinet. Drop you off, drop you off. Drop you off. And I'm going to put this away despite my better judgment. I'm just trying to get rid of a bunch of weight. Alright, so we do have zombies in the area. Let's try and clear out the area, see if I can get enough of an area around the lake that I can fish. So I can get our weight going back the correct direction. Alright, so nothing interesting weather-wise. I'm looking at my poor crops, and every single one of them just about is dead. Because just sheer volumes of zombies crossing over. Oh wait, here, if you look chat right here, I have 1 corn crop that has survived the trampling. I got 1 corn crop, I've got 1 of whatever that is, and I got 1 crop down there. Every single crop other than those 3 got destroyed because of the zombies trampling. For those who missed what happened, is they have a new migration mechanic in Build 42 that the zombies will try and balance out between multiple cells better. It's terrifying when they do it. Because you'll be chilling there going like, everything seems fine. And then just like biblical levels of zombies just wandering from one cell to the other. Now granted, that's because I'm on super high pops. But the point is, you'll have a measurable chunk of the population of one cell just really decides it wants to live in a different one. So, for those who don't know the cells, that's just like the map is broken up into grids that are called cells. But it'd be basically like one block of Riverside really feeling like it wants to be in a different block of Riverside. And if you happen to be in that block, you know, that's where they're going. Yeah, so we kill this group down here. We check the other side of the house. But my hope is we'll have knocked the zombie population back enough. I'll be able to forage for some quick food. What weapon am I using? I'm using stone knives. So you'll have to have, was it napping 1? Napping 1 and carving 1 to make them for the handles and all that. I found them so far to be probably my favorite of the craftable weapons I've been able to get at early game. Their durability is relatively decent. Not great, but relatively decent. But the big thing is, like, the muscle fatigue is minor, the endurance use is pretty low. So I've been pretty happy with it. And as a reminder, everyone popping in, this is the internal test build. This is not the unstable branch. I am one of the people in the internal test build, you know, testing, finding bugs, that kind of stuff. So there are going to be differences between you see what me doing and what you have available. I don't know when the internal test build will become the unstable build. Hopefully in not super long. Because as of like their last update, it's feeling pretty good. The update before that, it was definitely not ready. But this one's feeling pretty good. Alright, that endurance exertion becoming a thing. Like, you'll probably notice I have way more range than I probably should have. That's just a bug in the build right now. It's not that bad, not like it was the last update. The last update is kind of cartoonish that I could hit stuff with a knife a good, like, 5-6 feet away. Versus now, it's just, like, maybe 1.5 times the range I'm used to, as opposed to, like, 2 or so. Okay, so we got a breather here. Let's go sit back over by the water. Oh. Oh, because I dropped all the stuff I needed to craft the knives in... It's fine. I put all the stuff I needed to craft the knives in the cabinet I've been keeping that in normally. I was gonna go sit here and, like, craft up a knife or two while we waited, but... I don't have it on me, so that's fine. Let's try and give that an extra minute. Then I'm going to check the east side of the house, and my hope is... that that'll be mostly clear. Because I'm hoping to sneak in and be able to get a little bit of fishing in today, both for the hunger's purposes, but also we are underweight. I know, you might be surprised, like everyone dealing with that in build 42 right now. I do not need a stone. Okay. Would you take the glasses? Thank you. So got a group down there. We'll probably want to kill them. And then we got, this all looks clear over here. Same mushroom or poison one? Okay, cool. Oh, right, I have the 2 handles we need to get rid of. Alright, so that should help with our hunger for a bit. Let's see, did you count how many Z's you killed to get back to the house? No, I didn't keep a count. It was a decent number. I think they may have migrated onto another place between all the meta events. Like, literally this stream, we've only been going for about 3 hours. I've had something like 8 or 9 meta events. And, like, at least one migration. So I don't know what's going on, but it seems like... And there has been another update today or anything yet. But it seems like for whatever reason, Project Zomboid has just said today is the day that everything gets to be everywhere and awful. They're just quickly eating a bunch of these mushrooms to get our hunger up. Like, it became kind of a joke. I would start walking past the house. I'm like, okay, cool, we're finally going good. And within a couple seconds of saying that, you just hear like the gunshot, and then the zombies just kind of as a wave going straight towards me. It's like, really? What are you? Oh, cockroach. That's fine. I'll take that. I also like the knives because they are really light, so I can carry a lot of them with me. Because this character was also a 0 to hero build, and for me what that means is I start with literally no stats. No strength, no fitness, no combat skills, no nothing. So every that didn't last long. So every point in every skill you see, I have earned like individually one by one through the efforts in the room. Do I recommend this build? Absolutely not. It's a terrible build. But that's part of the thing. Because for me, Product Zomboid has always been a game that the early to mid game is really where the magic happens, where it's like at its absolute best. And so the longer I can make that... Wow, we were having bad luck with these knives all of a sudden. The earlier I can make the longer I can make the early to mid game, the better my playthrough is so far as the fun factor. Why are you all strolling in here again? Okay, it's just a couple. I was worried it was like going to be another wave of zombies cutting across like the earlier migration. Next couple who hurt us. Combat's real loud these days. What is going on? My knives are just breaking back to back. We've had really good luck with our knives. Went through 3 there. Alright, deal with you, get out in the open, rest up. Hey Bianca, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. Really do appreciate that. Okay, so let's get over here. Sit down for a minute. Yeah, so I got some big groups out in the periphery. Not much, though. Not like we had. I can just keep this in my main pouch right now. Alright. Because I really do want to get the fishing going, because right now we're taking a damage penalty from being so far underweight. And the only way I can fix that is I need to eat. And not just like random bugs and mushrooms and garbage like that. I need to eat some with some real calories. The problem is fishing takes time and these zombies keep rolling in. I need long enough where they're not pestering me to make something happen. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Do I think I can get away with fishing? I am down to find out. Any food in the house? No, not really. I mean, as far as avoiding starvation, I'm not at all worried about that. That bar there will take us like 3 days to fully work through, and then with foraging, especially as high as we've gotten it, like, starvation is just a non-concern. Now, malnutrition, even that's going to take a long time to go through. I just want to keep it moving in the correct direction, just because what'll end up happening is after a while, we will start to, take penalties and all that kind of stuff. Eventually it gets dangerous, but it takes a long time to get there. So put the fishing pole on her back. So the goal here is I just want to catch one really big fish. It doesn't need to be really big, just a relatively big fish. Okay, we got bubbles like right in the middle of the lake, so let's grab our fishing pole, add some bait. Try that again, I guess. Cool. Oh yeah, no, the garden's just straight up dead. I don't think I'm gonna bother trying to do anything with it at all until I've got this area walled off. Stay away, zombie. I'm fishing. I think this is garbage. I mean, seaweed, I guess. I'll go and eat it. Alright. Thank you for the good day wishes and all that. Yeah, it's not putting up a fight. It's probably not a fish. Or if it is, it's something really small. Love you some Project Zomboid? It's a good game. Yep, fishing net. And we're at fishing level 2 right now. Oh, and the injury we had was not a zombie injury. That was, a bush. I think it's a small fish. It's putting up just a teeny tiny bit of fight. Yep, small yellow perch. Get ourselves some more bait. Let's see. Could play it up as pity points, the biggest zombie ever, instead of it was a birch. But yeah, I mean, who's gonna challenge my assessment? We just pulled out like the largest fish that's ever existed. We just got ourselves like an orca in this little lake. Don't worry about it. Who are you gonna tell me that I'm lying? You weren't there. We just need to get like... Oh, you're fighting a little bit. It went hard to the right at the beginning. Not really fighting anymore, though. Oh, there we go. Trying so hard to snap my line. Whatever this is actually fighting. Jeez, whatever this is putting up fight. This is the hardest fight we've had on a fish so far. Zombie, don't you dare. I want to know what it is. Ah. It gets right up to the shore, and it's like, wait a second, I don't want it. Alright, finally. Jeez. Yeah, no, I saw that zombie over here. So it's a medium, it's a 66 centimeter fish. That fish is 12,000 calories. That's gonna be a real hard fish to do anything with. It is 32 encumbrance. Literally, I can't fit the entire fish in my backpack, a giant hiking backpack. So we're done fishing. We're probably also done having functional kneecaps because, goodness sake, our poor character. Hey, look, we're getting back pain for some reason. Yep, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You didn't need your back, right? No, I wasn't using it. So let's go down here. We're gonna have to slice those fillets down a bit. So it's half of those fillets. I need to half them again. Alright, we're gonna half those fillets again. It looks like it, because when it's done, the stack is the same weight, while the individual ones are getting smaller. Like, it does a thing where it's like loading, unloading, that kind of thing. And some of those are in the backpack, which is part of it. Okay, well, let's go ahead and drop off as much as we can. And grab all this. I'm gonna need to cook it in batches. It's too much for the oven. So those three can go to the ground, that can go to the ground. Oh, I think I actually have a bit of fabric in here we can burn. Now, downside is we don't have electricity, so I can't realistically, I don't really have the means of preserving these. So this is, like, we're not going to eat all of it before it rots. Okay. Right, most of it, right? Yeah, I'll be able to eat a lot of it. Can't smoke fish? No. At least not unless there's something new added to the game. So put out the fire. So we cooked all that. We're going to eat the tiny little fish and just get rid of it. No, I don't need to make it into salads. I'm actually probably going to have to slam some of these. Because with our current weights, we're just going to casually eat 20 or 6,500 calories right now. Don't worry about it. Okay. This character just became relatable. That wasn't part of the plan. We're gonna take the ice axe and put that away. In favor of having the extra knife in here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Too full to eat for a while. Okay. Can make 2 knives real fast. Tuck those into our bag. I guess just gonna eat another giant hunk of fish because I can't really move right now. I have too much fish on my person. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, another is, it's really hard to get the 2 chevrons unless you're eating sugar and carbohydrates. Just eating straight up meat, it's like, it's not doable, but it's really difficult. And that's been true even in the, even in build 41. You gotta go pretty over the top with the meat before you start getting to that point. Okay. Yeah, and I've got 5 more giant fillets in there. So we're just eating the ones that I couldn't fit in my actual backpack. Okay. I'm just working on making knives and all that while we're super overburdened. That's all fine. Okay. So let's go top off our water again. I always think I can go through there, and I keep forgetting that there's a door for this spot. Cool. Yeah, we're still way more overburdened than I want to necessarily fight. That's okay. Alright. Yeah, it's just... I have 18 encumbrance worth of fish in our bag. Cool, that'll help. So the good news is we're not going to be losing weight for a while. We're at a solid 4,300 kills as well. It just looks like you drank from the toilet? Yeah, we did. There's water there, it's clean. And that was with us cutting the fish up into 8 separate pieces, or sorry, 6. No, it was 8 separate pieces. That's right. During the mods list, I have literally just minimal display bars. Oh, and I have advanced audio editor, which just lets me change some sounds that are a bit on the loud side, make them quieter. So it's the mod list is almost nothing. There's no mods that change anything functionally in the game. Oh yeah, no, the font I'm using, that's not a mod. If you go under accessibility, you have enabled dyslexic font. So that way it's just easier to read for people. You have a few zombies on our lawn? Yeah, they keep rolling into the neighborhood. It's funny, I feel like we haven't gotten much progress away from our house after being pretty much, like, right up next to the gas station. It's just the meta events keep bringing Irvington out to us versus us going into Irvington. What is with these? Like, weirdly, I'm having problems where almost all of these knives are just breaking real fast all of a sudden. It's just been like a bad run of luck. I mean, they're easy to replace, I'm not upset about it. But yeah, it's like I'm breaking a knife like every other one. Because there wasn't an update between yesterday and today. So it's not like they quietly nerfed them or something. I was trying to think if maybe I used a different material to make the handles before. It's like maybe instead of like, you know, maybe instead of using sticks, I was using something else and I just didn't think about it. So like maybe I'm making poorer quality handles. You're extremely hungry when you made them? I don't think that matters. It'd be interesting if that did take a consideration, like how the character was doing in that moment could negatively impact the quality of their crafting. I wouldn't be wholly against that. It would be, like, those are the kind of things I wish the game would communicate if it was. I don't think it's a thing. I mean, the condition on those is about 2/3, or consistently at that. Don't know. Let's kill all these zombies nearby entirely. As much as they've moved in on us now, I'm just gonna accept if I can see the zombie in this area at all, it's gotta go. I've had more than once I've stepped outside and then just zombies roll into the house. Okay, let's enjoy our salad again. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think next time we get a fish that big, I'm cutting that joker up into 12 pieces. It'll just make taking the things in and out of her inventory go way faster. Alright. So I'll sit just for a minute while we wait on the radio. Let us know, like, what the weather situation is and all that. That's gonna be all healed by now. How many hours do you have in Zomboid? Almost 4,000. I used to hold a world record in the game for the highest kill count run ever streamed way back. My current personal best character is somewhere in the area of 180,000 and is still alive in build 41. Okay, bread knife, kill our radio. Okay, so I can actually get these in here. That's fine. If we drop that, I'm 0.01 weight away from not being overburdened. Okay. And then with this, no longer overburdened. Yeah, doing a pretty good job of just clearing all the zombies out of the surrounding area around the house. So that hopefully it stays secure. Because then I want to go and get back on the road back towards Irvington. Because that was our current thing that we had voted on last stream that I work on. Was just push that way. Please tell me there's not like a bunch of big groups there. No, I'm going to leave that group alone. We're going to grab the 1 or 2 stragglers up here. Okay. You don't know what, but you could watch this for hours like a Zen Sand Garden or something? Oh yeah, no, there's definitely like a, almost like an, you know, just a catharsis, relaxing thing to fighting. Well, you know, sure, thematically the game is violent and all that. Just like the walking down the street just hearing like, thunk, thunk, chink, thunk, 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 chink, thunk, thunk, thunk. It kind of has that weird similar effect as like, you know, oh, we apparently made a bunch of noise, so I guess we are killing them. But that's a weird kind of thing, like where you listen to rain or whatever. Yeah, it's like weirdly meditative destruction. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You know, I never did do like the intro. For those who don't know, I'm Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for my exploits in this game here, Project Zomboid, where, like I said, I used to hold a world record in the game for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, the formative word there is used to. Just it got beaten. But that said, I am a variety streamer. I do play a variety of games like this, RimWorld. I've played stuff like City Skylines, Planet Coaster 2, simulation games like Farming Simulator 2025 and 2022 and all that. We've done Hard Space Shipbreaker, Subnautica, Planet Crafter, a whole range of stuff. I do play a pretty wide range of games. You don't usually just find like just one genre here. A lot of it does loosely fall around like the simulation area, all depending on how strictly you want to define simulation. But we also do some survival crafters. That said, I don't tend to do much in the way of like the super realistic ones like Green Hell and all that, versus, you know, games that have survival mechanics. I just definitely find there's a point where games go for the realism thing to the point it's not fun for me anymore. Like, realism is fine. It's just really easy to cross into the this isn't fun, this is tedium area. When you gotta worry about, like, just every little teeny tiny thing. The, did I get enough vitamin C, vitamin A, protein, carbohydrates, dietary fiber? You're like, come on, man, it's a video game. Please. I don't need to be tracking my dietary fiber in a video game. Back off from there. Do you actually get enough vitamin C? I get no shortage of vitamin C. I do plenty well with my vitamin C and all that. I just don't need the carving fork anymore. I can just keep making my own weapons now. And I'd argue the stone knives are better than the carving fork. The carving fork's decent. And then, well, why don't I grab it for later? Carry weight. Oh, they made it so, like, the actual tiles disappear if you don't do anything with them. That's good to know. Let's grab... Where did that ice axe go? Did I put in the other one on accident? Yeah, there you are. So for the crude knives, I'm missing blades. Did I really already use all the blades? Huh. Okay, I mean, if I did, I did. I could have sworn there was more knives I just didn't have the carry weight for. Nope. What did you say the weather is there? It's like humid, wet humid or something? Oh, in Kentucky or in Florida? In Florida, it's super hot and humid. It's just like being outside. The way I would describe Florida is imagine you've just taken a shower, a really hot shower. It was nice, it was lovely. You don't dry off, you put your clothes on, and that damp, warm, not comfortable feeling is just your day. But with sunlight somehow. That's what Florida is. Just that feeling, but it never stops. Where you sweat a whole lot and it just doesn't do anything because the air has already got too much water in it for your sweat to go into the air. Oh. Doesn't do you much good to have a knife if you don't put it in your hand. Yeah, I have strong opinions about Florida. Most of them are not positive. I am not a fan of the weather here. No time you've been to Florida, you've gotten heat sick? Oh yeah, no, people get heat stroke here a lot. People get a lot of dehydration here. It's very easy to get yourself into the point of heat stroke and dehydration. Even if you're used to, like, hot weather, it's just the fact that sweating doesn't really relieve your overheating here. Because the way sweat, you know, relieves you from overheating is, you know, that moisture with that heat leaves your body and then evaporates off of you, and evaporation has a cooling effect. When the air is already at extremely high saturations of moisture, it's a lot harder for things to evaporate. So it's just, you sit there and you sweat and you sweat and you sweat and you sweat and just, your body's like, I don't understand, it's supposed to be getting cold now. Well, shouldn't say cold. I'm supposed to be cooling off now. I'm kind of curious when we get down towards our car if it's going to be completely overrun. Like, how much it's going to take to do that. Better than Phoenix, Arizona? You don't sweat because it instantly evaporates at 100 plus heat. Oh no, I've been to dry heat as well. I've been to desert heat. Like, don't get me wrong, 100 degrees is 100 degrees no matter where you go. It's awful. Like, this isn't... You know, I just put on layers, but you can only take off so much. Yeah, that's the hot versus cold. But, nah, it's, humidity makes any temperature worse. Hot, cold, otherwise. But yeah, no, once you get to, like, super hot temperature, it doesn't matter. It's miserable. Like, the classic, there's no point in comparing our fires if we're both on fire. You know, my fire is bigger. It doesn't matter if we're both on fire. That's both a problem that needs to be addressed. But yeah, no, it's... Don't get me wrong. Like, I've done Arizona and Texas, and it's not fun being out in 100 degrees plus. You miss the humidity? Man, I don't... Like, the only thing I miss with the humidity is right when you do the switch from a humid climate to a dry climate, there's a lot of times you'll get stuff like nosebleed just because it dries everything out. But I do find you do adapt to that after a while. But yeah. It's fine if you enjoy the, like, if you miss the humidity. Like, don't let me yuck your yum or anything. Both places, dehydration is a serious concern. It's just really easy to dehydrate yourself and not realize you're even doing it. Like, it'd be like, I drink water, why am I getting dehydrated? You just don't realize you're not drinking enough water. You're just kind of in a gradual burn down to just being a little bit more dehydrated each day. There's no one aggroed nearby somewhere. There you are. You never had allergies? Well, allergies is a totally different animal. Yeah, allergies is like... you can go to a different place and everyone's gonna have a different experience, but you just happen to hit the things that don't work with you. Because, like, I know here the big ones are stuff like pine pollen and all that, and grass pollen are pretty bad. But if those happen to not be your issue, then that's fine. Or I don't know what Arizona has, but it wouldn't surprise me to find that there's stuff that triggers hay fever over there and all that. Because I definitely have known people have, like, not dealt with allergies and go to an area that's not particularly known for allergy problems, but they still have a problem because it just happens to be the things they've got. Again, we're not trying to do like the measuring stick who's got it worse. Like if you liked Florida, don't let me ruin it for you. I just know that I can't stand it here. I'd much rather do the dry heat. And people might go, it's like, well then why do you live here? It boils down to business opportunity. For my wife. Family. My wife would have to take a severe career setback if we left. Alright. Sometimes why are not enough, you need electrolytes? Oh, the no state income tax doesn't mean anything to one thing. One thing you gotta understand with Florida is, yes, there's no state income tax, but they get you everywhere else. Our property taxes are very high here. Every little thing you got, like a little knock up on it. Even like little things like registering your plates and all that. They're not the most expensive in the country, but they're up there. And so it's kind of one of those things that, yeah, they're not taking out your income, but you're paying those taxes. I've actually sat down and done the calculation of the cost of living with a whole bunch of people at different times, and it's not that it was particularly worse than that. It was just not particularly saving that much money. Like, even when you compare Florida to California, California only comes a smidge worse. Now, granted, when you look at housing prices and be like, no, it's definitely worse. I'm like, right, but we're talking the holistic across the spectrum, the cost of food, gas, water, electricity, house, like house costs, the cost of your basic, car repairs, all these kind of things. It's just one of those things. It's not really that much cheaper. It's actually a very expensive state to live in. If you want actual cheap, you gotta go, like, smack dab in the middle of the country where there's nothing of interest. Not trying to insult anyone in the middle of the country, just, a whole lot of farmland is not particularly interesting to me. But yeah, on individual points, certainly there's places that Florida comes out. Yeah, if income tax is your only concern, sure. But trust me, roads are still getting built. They're still paying education. That money's come from somewhere. Hi.
I have an edumacation.
It happens.
I'm smarticle.
The conversation you have a lot of... Oh man, the home insurance situation here is a disaster. It was actually a topic that came up on stream a couple months ago because my homeowner's insurance just straight up said, yeah, we don't operate in your state anymore. As of the end of this month, you're no longer insured. And it's just like, well, I guess I gotta deal with that problem real fast. And then now we're going where they don't want to replace your roof with like your actual roof on your house. They want to put metal roofs on it instead because they're way cheaper. Even though metal roofs, when they fail, it's catastrophic in a hurricane. You lose the whole roof. Versus shingles, you usually get damage that maybe not a room gets damaged. A lot of them are no longer willing to cover any type of flood, even if it's related to the hurricane or anything at all. Like, it's not even an upcharge. The answer is no. So it's like, to a degree that Toom and I have actually been talking, it's like, when that happens, insurance doesn't make sense anymore. Because that's the primary damager of houses here. Like, why am I paying, like, literally the cost for me to replace my roof would every, like, 15 years or whatever would be cheaper than paying the insurance. Because it's like all it's gonna cover. Which, I mean, more power to it. I'm down for insurance companies not making sense and that business model to change. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's see. They're trying to fix that. Too many people suing insurance companies, but weren't the ones own policies. What? People in suing insurance companies? What? I'm not sure what that has to do with insurance companies refusing to cover things they're obligated to cover and trying to cheap out on it, while also jacking up the rates. Like, you could try to sue an insurance company that's not... Because it's one thing if the insurance company is supposed to cover something and you sue them when they don't. That's like they were obligated to cover in the first place. But like someone who's not insured suing? Possible it's a misrepresentation claim? Well, yeah, but if you don't have a policy, like, I don't know what grounds you'd be able to sue someone on. Like, you wouldn't have standings. Like, you could still try, you're just gonna get thrown out. Let's see, well, if many people sued companies, people would have signed the benefits, but not actual possibilities. Yeah, but, like, but people don't do that. People don't just arbitrarily sue an insurance company saying, you didn't cover my house that I didn't pay for coverage on. You would end up paying the insurance company the court fees and accomplishing nothing, and that's assuming the judge didn't just throw it out on the surface as being frivolous. Let's see. Yes, they do. They give their benefits to other companies to collect instead. Okay, just to clarify, because I'm really confused, JD. Are you saying, like, say I am not insured with insurance company A, that my house takes damage, or supposedly takes damage, and then I sue insurance company A to try and get a claim? Because I'm so confused as to what you're trying to say is happening. No, you have the policy? Well, yeah, no, if I have the policy and I'm not getting my coverage paid and they don't, like, something happens, like, if you're talking insurance fraud is, like, way, way, way less frequent than people being denied actual insurance that they're obligated for. Like, insurance fraud happens. I'm not going to claim it doesn't. Like, and don't get me wrong, there's definitely times where does something need to be replaced? But, you know, you're gonna push to have it. Like those things on the fence. Let's see, you get the roof fixed, but you have, let's see, you get the roof fixed, but then have your claim given to another company. That company doesn't feel the amount the insurance is paying was enough, so they sue the insurance company. Oh yeah, no, I mean, like, there's a back and forth with that kind of thing. But that's kind of always been the rub. Like, for example, what you have going on with hospitals with medical stuff, that it became common practice that no matter what the hospital came out saying this is the cost, the insurance company would go to war with them to drive it down to a certain percent. That basically the individuals working at the insurance company, like, that was a goal that if you failed to get that price driven down, it could potentially be negative marks for you as an individual. And so what the hospitals started doing was artificially inflating the prices. That way, after the insurance company got their deal talked down, you know, they were still making out okay. And, like, that's kind of the whole thing, is just all these, like, ridiculous number nonsense. So yeah, the fact that prices are inflated is often because of, like, the initial thing with the insurance company. I'm not saying that people don't inflate their numbers and it isn't a problem and all that. But it is just one of those things that I've not seen that being a widespread problem here compared to a lot of other things. But yeah, no, it's hard. Let's see, third-party lawsuits have been the main cause of crazy insurance? I would not necessarily believe that. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't honestly know. But I've come to accept, when it comes to a lot of business stuff right now, that the price we pay is completely and utterly detached by anything related to the cost it is to operate anymore. You know, case in points, places like McDonald's here in Florida cost, you know, $18, $20 for a meal or whatever. It makes just no sense whatsoever. And that's a meal for one person, unless you're eating like exclusively value stuff. And you'll hear claims like, oh, well, it's the cost of labor, you know, minimum wage went up, but it hasn't here. And so it's kind of one of those things that they just use whatever's going on as an excuses to jack up the price as much as possible. It's kind of like a whole bunch of these stores for a while were increasing the price to offset the amount of loss they were having due to shoplifting. And then under scrutiny, they came back and said, oh, actually, we haven't seen that much of an increase in shoplifting as we originally reported. But did the prices go down? No. And so it's just kind of one of those things I've come to accept. The cost of what you pay for any service no longer has anything to do with what it costs to do that service anymore. And that's perhaps me being pretty jaded. But that's just the way I've witnessed things happening. And I'm no expert on any of it. You know, do your own research, that kind of thing. Yeah, no, I've become pretty jaded with a lot of it, unfortunately. Okay. Like, I try to be optimistic and all that. It's just really hard when you just see more and more stuff that's, like, very blatant. Or, like, complaints that, like, oh, we have to increase the price because supply lines, and then the supply line issue gets fixed for those companies, and then the price goes up more, and you're like, hang the heck on. You're paying basically the max amount you're willing to pay. Yep, it's pretty much. And the thing where it becomes a real problem is those things where you can't really shop around to like competition for like practical reasons. Especially in cases where something is like either near a monopoly or an actual monopoly. Oh yeah, no, there's a bunch of errors happening behind the scenes. It's stuff like it's failing to like load a model, that kind of thing. Because, like, I know, for example, I've had a lot of stuff denied by insurance companies that were necessary things that, you know, you're turned around and the absolute moment you talk to any type of legal representation, suddenly it's A-okay and they'll take care of it. And it's super upsetting that it has to go that way. And it's not stuff that's like, oh, maybe, maybe not should be covered. It's something that was absolutely obligated to be covered. And it's just, I have a great deal of difficulty having any sympathy. Alright. Your glasses initially without insurance were nearly a fraction of the cost. You got to see the after the second visit. Let's see. Your glasses initially without insurance are nearly a fraction of the cost. You got to see after the second visit. You got to see after the second visit. It's absurd. Yeah. Well, and especially when you get into the, you had insurance. So your glasses without insurance were nearly a fraction of cost. Oh, you're talking about the insured versus the uninsured cost? Yeah, no, they do inflate it. But a lot of times when you look at a lot of that stuff, like I said, it's just policy, especially with medical insurance, that they have to, the person who's negotiating it has to talk it down. It's so ridiculous. But it's been like countering a policy that the insurance companies took, that it's like, no, you have to talk them down like 30% or whatever the amount. I don't know the percents. There's a whole thing on that. The thing I was looking at was mostly around medical, though. But it's part of what's led to just putting obnoxiously high numbers, is so that when they talk down to that lower percent, it's still... Basically, it's kind of thing where you inflate the price to know that you're going to negotiate down to the price you wanted to start with. Because people put arbitrary lines that says, no, you have to do this. It's a whole bunch of people doing creative financial stuff. Yeah, no, absolutely insurance prices get inflated. But that's... What they ask and what they pay are two different numbers. But yeah, no, that's, I would love for insurance to be out of the middle of everything. Just hands down. Let me go to the eye doctor and just have a reasonable base price to start with. Let me go to the dentist and have a reasonable base price to start with. You like how medical insurance is broken down into vision and all that? Oh yeah, no, that's teeth are luxury bones, haven't you heard? They're not part of your medically. Those are luxury bones. Yeah. I don't know. We can probably move on from the topic just because, like, it's a whole thing. And we can fill up a water bottle. Let's see, a lot of businesses charge more and have people reach out for promotion discounts so they feel like they won something. Unfortunately, the psychology is that people tend to be happier than with the lower price. Yeah, that's one thing that's unrelated to the things I previously mentioned. One thing that is a real big pet peeve to me that I wish the ladder doesn't go anywhere. The ladder's not real. It's there, it just doesn't do anything. Ladders in Product Zomboid are non-functional. One thing I would love to see a business practice that would just go die in a fire is the whole thing that, you know, you have, like, your internet service provider, TV, all that kind of garbage, where they will have, like, a really awful rate as their regular rate, but then they'll have a really cheap promotional rate. And so you get into that stupid thing where you, like, you sign up with them, but then you have to threaten to cancel your account, like, every other year, to switch over to someone else, just to get the rate they intend you to pay in the first place. And so they're really just kind of waiting to see if you will just kind of break and just accept the really crap rate. And you're just kind of like, look, man, you have to hire a whole lot of people to handle the phone, to have me do this crap all the time. Oh, we're out of Flint. Just give me the rate. Don't, like, no coupons, no sale, no promotion. Just give me the rate. And I know they are counting on people getting bored and not doing that. Let's see, you work for an ISP. We don't ask people to threaten to disconnect, but if you reach out and ask for promotion, you'll always offer the best we have. Yeah, like, I'm not, for the record, I'm not blaming the person on the other side of the phone. They're middle people. But it is the fact that like I have to go in and be like, hey, give me the promotion. Hey, give me the promotion. Hey, give me the promotion. Like, dude, if you know it, like, just let me have the price. Don't make me do this whole song and dance with you every time. Oh, right. I have to craft it into a wooden rod and then turn that into handles. It's fine. We'll just toss that in there. So you get 1 year discount. Oh yeah, no, the good news is a lot of the US, we've been getting a lot of rules around those contracts that, you know, if I cancel it, they have to prorate cancel it. They can't do the whole thing where they give you a discount and lock you in temporarily on the discount, but then, you know, you're locked in, you can't escape it. Thankfully, a lot of that stuff, because that was, like, it's not even been that long since that changed. A lot of that, they've got a lot of restrictions on what you can have do and everything. Oh, I didn't. Okay. I just dropped that for a moment. Let's stop. Okay, let's get rid of that mode. I just need to find. Oh, here. Did we grab the pickaxe? Yeah. So let's grab the pickaxe, put it in our back. Then go back down here to where those... Yeah, it's up here. Where those branches were. Put those in our bag. Forgot branches are actually 2. But do you love the quality rules you've been hearing you guys getting at? The more things built to last sounds too good to be true, yeah. Represent is the fault of old people? They don't care about to check if they're lower price. Oh, I wouldn't say it's an old people thing. It's definitely, there's like, I wish we could approach it from the accessibility thing, that there's a lot of people who, these kind of, oh, I don't have a knife on it, that's why, so I can't carve it. Ah, I see, I didn't realize, I bet you our knife just got dull. Okay, I was like, why can't I make these into handles? I understand now. But yeah, no, it's just, there's people we don't like. I don't like getting on the phone and having to harass some person. When I have to call, I'm already pretty annoyed by the situation. I just want to get the rate. If I could go on the website and just hit a thing that said, like, give me the latest promo, that's fine. I mean, I'd rather just have a base price that's fine. But it's the getting on the phone. And I kind of wish that it would go and start becoming considered a violation of the Americans with Disability Act, because for some people getting on the phone is very prohibitive. And so it can be a whole thing that like that should be respected, that said, hey, you know what? Maybe I can't get on the phone. Maybe I don't want to get on the phone. Just give me the freaking decent, like, whatever is the fair rate or whatever, just give that to me. Don't make me do the whole song and dance. As you start proactively reaching out to customers, allowing them to re-up the promo through the website, so far has been overwhelming. Oh my god, please. Where I'm at, we haven't had that, but oh my god, please. I mean, I'd rather just got rid of the promo thing entirely, but in lieu of that, not being able to convince the higher-ups to change that, being able to just go to the website and click on it. Oh, we're at error activity detected. New plan, drop these. Actually, give those back. We're gonna drop these off real fast, and it's a helicopter day, and I have no idea where I'm taking this helicopter. We're gonna have to make decisions, chat. So let's drop all this off. I'm gonna keep the pickaxe on me for the moment, because I don't have weapons, and there's a really good chance they're gonna be put off balance again. So having that pickaxe on my person gives me an option to get weapons. Go ahead and put that in the bag so it weighs less. Does your helicopter have a name? Jerkface. No, actually, I don't have a name. But, I mean, Jerkface. I don't know. Alright, so decision time, chat. I need to figure out where I'm taking this helicopter. We have learned this is not where we're taking the helicopter. Because, as you can tell by the fact I put a bajillion skulls around this... Oh! I see what the... So that is the colorblind textures here. That is not what I was expecting. I actually don't like that. It's fine. I was expecting it to be other places, not on the map icons. That's still good. Oh, I can remove that message. That's fine. So, here's the rub of what I've got to figure out. So I'm up here. This is home. I don't want to draw the zombies north. Down here is Irvington, aka an S ton of zombies. And to emphasize that, I'm gonna go here and zombie. You get the idea. This here is a bad time. And so what we were trying to do is we have been using the helicopter to draw the zombies out that way, with the hopes of getting the zombies away from our target down here, which is the gas station. Yeah, no, the dear goodness no, there's a fence around here, it's a salvage yard, and I went up here to the point my game started hitching, there was so many zombies in this corner. I don't know what happened to them, where they went, we came back later and they were just gone. So yeah, we've been drawing the zombies out west over here, and as you can see from this here, it's been getting real bad over there. I've started putting the skulls here because I took too many helicopters in the same area, and it's been a problem. The issue is, if I try to take the zombies down here, it puts them in the way of the gas station. And honestly, if I take it over here to the right, I'm going to draw the zombies across. It's also a problem. I don't think I can realistically get down here or over here in time. I think my goal is going to be to get right over there. That's going to be my goal, is to get to that area. So we're going to have to go really hard west and then south. Northwest. My only fear of going north is drawing the zombies out over top of where I'm trying to clear. If I have to, I have to. But that's the whole thing. So we're not going to be worried about fighting. We're not going to be worried about foraging. I've got more than enough food on me. I've got enough fish to bury myself alive. Yeah, that's to the west is where we did the last helicopter. My hope is... Oh, we're still overburdened? I can't have that. Oh, we're only 0.05 overburdened. The first time I take a sip of water, it should be fine. Here, I'll eat a berry. Oh, right. Because of weight reduction. I'll have to eat a second berry. There, now we're not overburdened. Yeah, no, we dropped stuff over there. Yeah, that's the other thing, is I can also draw zombies from other areas and bring them over. Yeah, even this forest to the west here is getting hairy. Alright, chat, I need you to actualize for me a mid-afternoon helicopter. I don't want it in the morning. I don't want it in the evening. I want it mid-afternoon. A nice solid 2-3 p.m. would be just perfect. Just A plus there. So I need you to actualize a nice afternoon helicopter. Actually, it's like right now. Oh man, right now would be genuinely frustrating. Why that time? The reason I want that time is it'll give me enough time to get over to where I want to drop the zombies off and not be still over there when it's pitch black at night. Because it is going to take me probably a good 2 in-game hours, maybe a little bit over to get over there. Sorry, all I got is an 11 a.m. I mean, it was a good hustle. Hey, an 11 a.m. beats a 9 a.m. That's all I'm saying. Most of the time, I actually do prefer to have earlier day helicopters like 10 and 11. You know, not 9, because there's not enough time to react, really. But in this particular case, I just want to make sure I have enough time. Man, this whole place is busy. Like, it's... Meta event, why not? I mean, in this particular case, the meta event's gonna kind of get canceled. Okay, I'm not going west more here. Screw that noise. You know what? We're just gonna walk down the road. We're just gonna reach the road, and we're gonna go west. We're just gonna walk off into the sunset, and that's just what we're gonna do. Why is there so many up here? I'm thinking it's the new mechanic around where they migrate between cells without necessarily concerning like what the default population the cell was supposed to be. I don't know the exact rules around it. I need to look into that. But it is a way that like zombies will gradually move out of the cities and spread out more and that kind of stuff. And I believe we're seeing what that looks like with 3 helicopters and a major city. I don't know if we... okay. I don't know if we can get west. I immediately regret this decision, and I don't really know where I'm going to be able to... Oh, this field is overrun by trees. Okay. We can remedy this. I could double back here with that meta event, clearing them that way. Let's actually not worry about the whistle right now. I need to get... Right now we're pinched between this garbage and the actual town. So I do need to get west. I need to not have myself in the middle of this. Let's go north towards the salvage yard. Because the salvage yard should mean I won't need to worry about zombies to one side. These bushes are going to be the death of me. Okay. As overgrown as these fields are getting, they're getting to be more dangerous than beneficial now. Okay. So, this is a little bit stressful, chat. Yeah. I was expecting down farther southwest to be awful. I was a bit taken aback when we got a little bit farther north. And just like, this garbage out here, this whole place is awful. This whole area of the map is kind of just... Oh, there's so many bushes. And the reason I don't like the bushes, you get snagged on them, and it's a little bit hard to tell... Lag. A little bit hard to tell when that's gonna happen. So it's really easy to think that you're gonna be able to just like run past a zombie, and then your character suddenly just slows down because they're snagged up in a bush. Okay. Alright. So my hope is... this won't be as bad over this way. We're just going west. Don't look at chat right now? It's fine, don't worry about it. I'm glad that 11 o'clock helicopter wasn't true. That would have been really suboptimal right now. And a helicopter can show up as late as 7 p.m. I don't really want it that late, but honestly, I would rather it be later than earlier. Oh yeah, I think this would be fun to check this out. This whole area. Oh, and by the way, we have a generator here that we spotted earlier. I'm getting some pokey frame rate. I don't know what that's about, but I'm sure it's a bad time. Oh, I found the zombies. I found the zombies that we lost earlier. I was like, my frame rate's getting really bad. I wonder what's happening. Oh, this frame rate's terrible. I apologize for anyone who gets motion sickness. I'll try and get the frame rate better. Hey, there's the generator, chat. That's a generator we saw. We can come back for that later, right? Right? It's fine. Okay, let's get the whistle primed. You know, there was something I was meaning to test. If I put the whistle in my secondary, does it still work? It does. That's good to know. That means I can have a weapon and a whistle. Casual Venus experience? Oh yeah. I don't want to return to the days with Venus where we're sitting there. Is this Burning Man Festival? I mean, something burnt. Probably the cars. What is interesting is if you cleared this area out, it actually wouldn't be a terrible place to do a helicopter. I don't mean of the vehicles, I mean of the zombies. Because that is walled off along all the sides but the top, and there's not much north of this place, I could very well see that being a good place to just do a helicopter. Because then try and draw the zombies in, they'd bump into the fence and just not be able to proceed farther. And as long as you didn't get too close to the gate, they won't attack or open the gate. They have to be active for them to attack things. Alright. So we should be in the clear of where I've drugged the zombies in the past. I want to get out of this area with all the bushes, because I'm not exactly sure what to expect with all this. Like, I don't know what we're going to be running into with this particular helicopter. This one is really uncertain. I don't know what's over here. I don't know if there's any high population areas over on this side. You can see these fields are no longer getting very safe for me to do my kiting around, and the reason for it, if you want to know why, you'll notice there's the two beamed shadows there. It means I can't tell any zombies here or here. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse as time goes on. And so there are some fields that you won't have many bushes or trees grow in, and then you have ones like this one where like there's little patches of forest appearing in them. So let's take a peek down here, because this is where we ditched the other zombies the last time. And I'm curious if they started moving over, because there was another field over here, and it wasn't that overgrown the last I looked at it. So it might make a relatively good place for us to deal with the zombies. It also helps if I actually climb over the fence. It doesn't work well otherwise. Yeah, so you'll have fields like this that have next to no bushes in them, versus ones like that. So we stay away from ones like that. These you die in. These ones you can do stuff in. So like that field over there, that's a you die in it field. This field, relaxing, stroll, good times, nothing to worry about. Set up a proper little picnic. You get the idea. Okay, Chad, I'm ready for the helicopter now. Oh, wait, what's over here? Let's, like, while we wait for it, let's just peek at what's around this place. Ooh. Okay, so in a pinch we got another lake over here. Is it any... Oh, that is a micro pond. Is there anything by said pond? Or is it just a pond? I think it's just a pond. Oh, cow. Random cow by itself. Okay, well... Random alone cow? I can't do anything with that right now. Meat? Oh no, I'd rather take the cow. Oh, okay. Oh, right. This is a whole field. Gotcha. Okay. I doubt those animals are going to survive fine here, but... Cows. I don't really need them right now with the fishing, but we could also alternatively get butter there. So right now I'm just kind of wandering around here seeing what we see, but the plan is to deal with the helicopter in this field. But you never know when we'll find like a cool little building or something like that. Let's see, have any of you seen the field of plays with the sprinters and FFS all the time? FFS? I don't know what you mean. Oh, like what do you mean by friend, you know, FFS? My brain is just like friendly fire. Fast forwards? Yeah, no, you can do that. There's lots of people who do sprinter playthrough, like Djax does sprinter playthrough. I think Bonds might also do sprinter playthrough. I haven't caught Bonds in a while. Other Project Zomboid creators who are solid. Yeah, I know Djax is doing, like, a while back was doing nearly exclusively sprinter stuff, but that's been a long time since that was the case. I don't know what he's doing right now. Well, in the meantime, let's go loot a barn. Oh. Well. Oh, okay. I'm sort of staring going, what? Door? Well, I was hoping for something interesting in here. Alright, let's turn back to the south. Yeah, I have a pretty strong feeling those cows are gonna die of dehydration and everything long before I'm able to do anything with them. This area down here also looks like a perfectly good place for me to deal with the zombies. Just big open areas, there's not much in the way of trees and all that to deal with. Like, a couple trees is no problem, it's just when you have like a bunch of little bushes and shrubs and all that. Alright. Sir? There's like 10 miles of nothing. Why you gotta be this way? Move the trough and hope it rains? Nah, it's not worth it. It's just way too far away from me right now. Plus, the cows are all scattered. They're not in their correct zone. The zombies scared them off from all the helicopters, and I'm only going to make it worse on them. Alright, hey, you know what? Thanks, chat. Alright, so it's October 1st. Thanks, chat. I asked for a 3 o'clock, and you gave me a 3 o'clock. And that's pretty much right where I was wanting to be. That's where I said I wanted to be. That's where we are. I'm pretty content with that. So this would be the 7th. Helicopter on 10/01/93. You didn't do it, don't thank you? Alright, well, I'm thanking everyone but Luxray then. It's like, cool, I appreciate it. I actually don't think we're close enough from the, I don't think we're gonna get the salvage yard once. Maybe if I get a four passer, we might. Do you have any weapons at all? Not that I'm willing to use. A shame there's not a rock here for me to bang on getting that flint in the meantime. Yep, so we're gonna chill right here. How many passes? Honestly, I'd want a 4-passer. Because the 4-passer just means I'm drawing more zombies from the entire area farther away. So, it doesn't make a huge difference to me. Like, if it's a 1-passer, that's fine. If it's a 4-passer, that's better. But, like, I don't think this is one I really care too much one way or the other. Okay. Yep, so we got some zombies. I mean, if the zombies were to come from the salvage yard, that'd actually be fine, because that's northeast of us. It wouldn't mean I'd get anything on this side. That would be my biggest concern, is if somewhere to the west of us is a major point of interest, and that suddenly I've got a big wave of zombies to the west as well. That'd be the most dangerous situation we could run into right now, I believe. And since I don't know the map, that very well could be the case. I don't think it is. We're pretty far west in the map. I'm willing to bet we're getting pretty close to the edge of the map. Probably a couple blocks worth of just forest and a couple of farmhouses, and then edge of map. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I also don't know if the roads go up to the edge of the map anymore. I mean, they've got to. And for those who wonders, like, what happens when you reach the edge of the map, it's just, like, literally the ground is just, you know, it's just blacked out, the tiles just end, and you just walk up to it and you just bump into it. There's no, like, leaving the area. Our fish is starting to go stale. So we're just gonna slam that whole fillet right in our mouth right now. One big old bitey bite. I haven't been paying attention. I'm assuming based on time, this is the 3rd pass, because it started at 3. We probably would have had another pass around 4. Nah, maybe 2nd pass. I'm trying to figure out what that person has. What do you have on you? What is that? There's not a way I'm realistically retrieving that right now with no weapon. Look like a sword? It does. Sadly, I'm not in a good situation where I can manage to pick it off. If I had a good weapon, I could go over and circle around to get them to one side and give them a clunk, maybe. But unfortunately, they're like in the middle of this, so getting them to cooperate is going to be a pretty hard sell. Alright, so this is past either 3 or 4. We are getting some zombies coming from the south, but that just may have been ones that got drawn earlier. Oh, for the record, this is with the mod to change volumes. I did lower the whistle's volume compared to all other sound effects by 80%, so it's only 20% its normal volume. Because, seriously. And then the zombies are probably about half. Am I on the workshop? Yeah, it's like advanced, I don't remember. If I hit escape after we get away from the zombies, it's like advanced volume editor re-upload or something like that. I haven't updated the command, I only added it last stream. Like in the middle of last stream because, not in the middle, it's like pretty early on, but during the game because the zombies just kept being louder and louder. I'm like, okay, hang on. The zombies are just too loud. By comparison to everything else, not just the game sound is too loud, they individually compared to the rest of the game sounds are too loud. So, not that bad of a turnout in zombies in this one. It's a decent amount, not a lot. Probably like a good 5, 6, 7, 8 rally groups worth. You know, this being 4 or 5. And then a bunch of them spread out. It's gonna eat another one of those fillets. Because they're already stale, so they're not gonna last much longer. I'd rather push my luck and maybe get a double echelon up. Oh, nope, that was past 3 and we're on past 4. Sorry, I was getting ready to walk away a little bit earlier. Oh yeah, no, that was... We pulled the advanced volume mod up, and it just gives you, like, lets you see how many ridiculous number of sounds the game has. Which, for the record, it's not that, like, Product Zomboid's some outlier with way too many sounds or something. It's just a game like this has a lot of sounds. Because the zombies only ever had one sound, it'd get really annoying really quickly.
What's the worst that could happen?
Okay, and I'm just checking. So yeah, this side of it's just forest. There's no more fields that way. I'm trying to prevent them from going back into the other area. I want to keep drawing the zombies out. Now, unfortunately, this is going to be a little rough because I'm not going to get back home before it's dark. That is right out. So I will need to get to someplace away from the zombies to sleep. You need another fillet? Yeah, I'm not trying to eat them as fast as possible. But, yeah, so still... no, we can go ahead and eat another one. We'll probably just sit there and work at the last 2. Using the cooking. And there's a really good chance of those last 2, we will have a little bit of the last one rot before I get a chance to actually eat it. Because once they go stale, they don't last very long in the fish fillets, unrefrigerated. Still only 1 up arrow, but that's okay. Hopefully the fields to the north clear out? Yeah. Now you want a fish fillet? I mean, fair. You're welcome. It's a good thing to want. Just a late midnight stroll tonight? Yeah, now my worry is getting up by, like, that salvage area with how many we saw there. My fear is being in the dark and not being able to see the zombies. Alright. We should be done with the helicopter now. So we're just gonna walk away from our problems. Do you have flashlight? Yeah, but that doesn't really help you when you're trying to do that because you're worried about like the full around area, and the flashlight is just a cone like this big or whatever. So you have no situational awareness of if there's like a horde over here or over there or anything like that. So it's better than not having one. You think we play it safe after these guys and go far from the salvage of wood and all that? Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, is that we go up past this field, and instead of circling back to the salvage yard, I'm just going to go up into those woods if it looks clear, and try doing that. If I'm lucky, I do have the pickaxe with me, that what I could probably do is if I can get away from the zombies, we could take the time to make more weapons, so that way for our return trip, I'm well armed, so that way, because right now I don't have a spare weapon, really. But I've got a lot of, oh, I need the ripped cloth, and I can't get that out of here without killing a bunch of zombies. It's fine. If I can get myself a little pile of flint, even if we go a little over encumbered, I can pick off one zombie, make, 2-3 knives from one zombie, and just kind of juggle it that way. We'll see. I didn't think about the lack of cloth. But how many kills is a knife going to get us now? It varies wildly. I haven't been keeping any kind of track. Because you'll have some that you just like back to back to back roll fails on the maintenance check and just break your weapon immediately. But it is enough that stone knife is our favorite weapon now. Guys might survive too? Maybe. Oh, actually, hey, zombie. Since you're all alone, you are a good source of fabric. So if you could just fall over for me. You had just a shirt. Alright, well I can make one knife, singular individual. That's a group, let's avoid them if we can. That's fine. I aggroed him, it's fine. Oh, do I have my hammer with me? I do, okay, cool. You ever did take? You had to take a muscle relaxer? You really have to take him? You really don't like them? Yeah. That's a log. That won't help me. Alright, so we're starting to get sleepy. I don't know... Oh, you know what? We're probably sad because we spent the whole day panicked. It's fine. Oh no, we're sad because we've been eating a bunch of stale fish. That's right. Does it make you groggy? Yeah. It's a weird patch of trees there. Yeah, so as you can see, we're going north well to the west of the salvage yard. Both legit reasons to be sad. Yep. I think it's fair to be sad if you've spent the entire day like having a borderline panic attack as things are chasing you down to eat you. And then followed by eating a bunch of like stale fish that you've had in your backpack for like 2-3 days. Alright, I don't think we go into those trees since I can't see what's going on. I am hoping to find a flint node here somewhere. Softly seasoned with sand and lint? Yeah. It's got that backpack grit. Hey, Randall Thor, how's it going? Actually, that's not as bad as I thought it was. I'm not seeing any stones to speak of. That's fine. This seems like a good place for us to sleep, though. Yeah, so it's not going to do me any good so far. That's not what I meant to do, but that's fine. We're just practicing. Like, it's not going to give me the weapons I want, but it will, on the other hand, give me a good place to, you know, throw down the sleeping bag to get ourselves situated for dealing with stuff the next in-game day. Alright, so let's fast forward. I mean, Lutefisk should warm the Scandinavian spirit. Ugh. Anything where they're like, make sure you open it underwater because of the smell, you're like, excuse me? I think there's lutefish. Like, I would try it, for the record. I would absolutely try it. I've heard it's actually, you know, pretty decent. It's just the smell is a pretty big barrier for people. Okay, so I'm gonna need some handles. Oh, those are logs, never mind. Need branches, not logs. That's a branch down there. Okay. I think you're thinking of Sir Strauman? Ah! You might be right. I might have been mixing up the foods. Okay, so generally, I didn't see anything eventful. I wasn't really watching too carefully, though. What we're looking for right now is we're looking for either a big rock and or... They told me Sir Strauman is losing popularity and may not be produced in the future? Gotcha. I mean, I haven't heard much in the way of people speaking highly of it, for what it's worth. I think I can craft off that rock. I do have enough to make a stone knife. We got ourselves a singular knife. But it is a weapon. You don't want to eat either? But I guess lutefish might be less horribly smelling. Yeah, no, I think I was genuinely mixing up the two. It would be one of those things I would definitely try them. I don't have high expectations for my own personal palate. Like it just I feel like it is not well aligned, but I would definitely give it a try. Like I won't crap in someone else's cuisine without at least giving it a go. And I've certainly been surprised plenty of times in the past where I looked at something and was like, oh man, I don't know. And then you try and you're like, alright, I get this. He'll say heck no for you. Alright. What I might even do is we'll see how the salvage yard is. If the salvage yard isn't busy, I might sneak into a couple of those trunks and all that. See if we can't just score ourselves a decent weapon. Like because we had a tire iron early, and that tire iron did some mileage. Because I'm seeing no flint nodes out here at all. Yeah, we gotta see what the situation is with the zombies, though. Alright, so there's gonna be zombies coming up from that side. Let's go check. There was a ambulance or something over here. All these trees are obscuring the vision. Alright, so there's a lot of zombies moving around in there, so we're gonna pop into the trunk. I'm not gonna go and try and check the doors and all that with these trees. Alright, so that one's a bust. I'll rip those later. Okay, so we're bullied out. But I did grab 2 pieces of clothing to try and rip to see if we can't get more cloth for more stuff. And I did snag a ratchet. No idea how good that is one way or the other. Oh, that's because we have those. Still no sign whatsoever of any flint whatsoever. Now let's kill these 3. Just trying to get a little bit of cloth. Yeah, so they are working their way out. We're not going to be able to stay here and just do a bunch of this. Give me this. Give me this. Alright, we're walking away. Yeah, I think because the helicopter bunched them all up in there, they are just kind of bubbling out because there's too many shoved in too small of a space. And I don't want to sit here and fight this. We got to fight our way home. Well, that knife didn't last as long as I'd liked. There's a kitchen knife. Okay, let's rip these real fast. shame these things take so incredibly long to rip. Let's see, how safe is a sleeping bag? What happens if a zombie finds a way to you while you sleep? Is there a chance to evade certain death? Yes. Actually, evading zombies attacking you while you're sleeping is very easy. The thing to know is that the zombies don't actually get to attack until you're able to move at the same time. It won't quite be faded in, so if you're sleeping out in the open kind of thing, and you hold shift and a direction, you actually have a very good chance of getting away from a zombie catching you while you sleep. As long as you don't sit down. Don't sit down while you sleep. It doesn't do anything, it doesn't help. But yeah, no, that's, I've slept in tents a lot in the past playthroughs. Tents are, like, my favorite thing to always keep on me for the same reason. Because that was before we had sleeping bags. But same idea. Alright, so we've got fabric sorted for at least a good number of knives. We still just need the flint, and we could also use more handles. We do have some handles, that's fine. Okay, so dirty rags. We have how many clean rags now? 10? Okay. So I got enough rags for 10. We only have enough handles for 3. Yeah, and that whole area is super saturated with zombies, so we're not gonna get anything else out of there. We snuck off with a little bit of goodies. That's not nothing. Pungent things going on. Alright, we finished our water for right now. I got a rock we can craft on down there, but can I find... Sorry, can I find flint? That's the catch. We've been crafting that rock, but I'm still not seeing flint anywhere. There we go. Lots of flint down there. Alright. We're in business of the weapon making situation. Now, I'm not going to be able to go too overboard with this. Just because I don't have the carry weight. But we can secure ourselves some weapons. Yep, and that'll be 8 knives worth, so that should do. Oh, hey, okay, alright, I see. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to trespass. Hey, Molly! Welcome in. Give me a second, I'll get you a shout out real quick. For those who don't know, Molly Berry, another fantastic content creator who's been playing Project Zomboid lately. Doing some fun stuff over there. One of the channels I've been hanging out before streaming all that. So definitely heck around. Oh yeah, no, that's all good. I'm still gonna shout you out. I know it's not needed, but it's gonna happen. Unless you explicitly tell me not to do it because it makes you uncomfortable or something, it's gonna happen. I don't want there to be zombies out this far. I want to find a rock, and I want to go make my flint into a bunch of stabby stabbers. Because I'm a long way from home, because the mean old helicopter told me I don't live here anymore. That is a very not dense forest right here. I can live with this. Unless we have zombies in packs like that everywhere, then I can not live with that. Oh, I spoke too soon. Is that everywhere or just... Nope, that is okay, the forest is a bad time. We leave the forest alone. Let's shuffle some stuff around to deal with our overburden. Because I'd rather take my time. You think this whole area is a bad time? It's getting to feel that way. That we're like carving out our little home in the middle of it. Do you have an ETA of the patch going live? No. That information doesn't get shared with us. I will say it's feeling like it's in a state that's pretty close to ready, if not ready for the update from what I'm seeing, but that doesn't mean they're not familiar. Like, they might have bugs they're aware of that I'm not, that are enough to be like, we have to deal with that first. But from what I'm seeing, this update of it now feels pretty good, whereas like the last update had some pretty rough bugs, like not rough as in like how to get by, but just like, oh, that needs to be fixed before it can really go out to everyone. Alright. So the good news is, weirdly, it seemed like the zombies were more in the forest and just not caring about whatever this big open area is. Yeah, now if I knew I was allowed to share, I would. For the record, I have not been told I'm not allowed to share, they usually don't let us know. Like, to give you an idea, when it came to Build 42 dropping, I only knew about 15 minutes before it dropped when it was going to drop. It was basically like, by the way, it's dropping in 15 minutes. And it's like, oh, okay. I guess I will get ready for that. Like, and that's not me complaining either. I'm sure they had a meeting, made the decision, and then when that decision was made, it went from there. Don't notice me. I'm just doing my thing down here. Yeah. Like, especially, not that Indie Stone, to my knowledge, has had any problems with it happening. Especially with how many times that people have, like, because it's a thing as a content creator that if I break a story first, I genuinely can benefit from it very heavily. So there is a pressure there. Now, granted, if you follow, like, if you do it, you're not gonna get that access ever again. But that temptation is there for people who are trying to break in and get known. If you're the one who breaks the news of like this coming out, that can be a growth moment for you. Hey, Pank, how's it going? Don't do it, by the way. It's one of those things people do it, they burn their bridges, and maybe they see that short-term growth, and it's usually really hard to make progress after they get known for being the kind of person who will take whatever, you know, gets shared with them, and even if it's in confidence, share it out to the next one. You tried to run Build 42 on a Mac, you just got errors and crashes? Yeah, Josh, this version, the internal test build, has fixed a lot of that, but it's not available quite yet. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that more often than not, breaking your NDAs and that is going to be more bad for you than good. And plus, depending on circumstances, there can be legal concerns from it as well. Depending on... I shouldn't say legal, but like financial concerns. It depends, though. But still, it's just don't do it. Yeah, so not worth it if you plan on doing this for a living? For real? Yeah. Yeah, and you hear about people doing it, and again, they get their moment of fame. The one who's like, oh, hey, by the way, got this information about the new Nintendo console. You know, it's not supposed to be announced for months. And another thing is you usually hurt the usually actually hurt the very people who, you know, you're excited about their product or whatever, because by announcing that early without all the information and all that kind of stuff, it really kind of screws their ability to market it. And so it's one of those things that's kind of a selfish thing that you genuinely, like, you benefit, but at the expense of the thing that you're supposedly passionate about. And usually there is a passion there, but you usually do actually cause harm. That they don't get the opportunity to, like, really get that messaging set and all that. Anything still saying broken this patch? I mean, there's still bugs. I wouldn't say there's been much in the way, like, I haven't run into bugs like going, oh man, they can't push, like, they shouldn't push that. I haven't seen any bugs, like, to that degree. Most of the bugs I've seen have been far more minor. The thing I am dealing with is whatever's going on with the migration of zombies that has just been absolutely causing us grief. I don't think that's necessarily this patch, though. I think it's the new zombie cell migration thing, where the zombies will kind of spread out over time. It's scary. It's scary on 16 times pop. That's all I gotta say. When town rolls out and it's only like 5-10% or whatever the number is, and you know there's just 1,000 something zombies rolling onto your front lawn, you're just like, oh, I don't live here anymore. I understand. They've come to serve their eviction notice. I get it. Yeah, no, the weapon range still feels long, but it's one of those things I wouldn't say that is a significant enough issue to prevent it going out. Like, I would say the things it fixes are more important than the ranged issue. Like, when it first dropped and we had the ranged issue with the whole thing where you'd hit the zombie behind the zombie you're targeting, yeah, the combination of those two together was like, no, that like, actually would be, in my opinion, a negative step. But that's already resolved, so it's a non-issue. But that's why this is the internal test build and not the unstable build. That way those bad bugs get squashed before it goes out to everyone else. Forced eviction of the zombie rave zone. Heck yeah, those zombies were partying hard in my house. Okay, so I have what? 4 knives? 3 knives. Alright, so I've got a kitchen knife, I've got a ratchet, and I've got 3 stone knives. If I want more knives, I need to make more handles. Are they planning on doing more stuff with the liquid transfer? I would assume so. Like, the version of Build 42... I forgot I dropped those there. The version of Build 42 we have right now is missing a lot of stuff. Because their choices were, they could wait till everything was in, and it'd be a long time. And, you know, people were pretty upset already at how long it was taking. And we just wouldn't get it for a while. Or they could release it with a lot of stuff still missing and still needing to be tweaked and adjusted. And they opted to roll it out early. Now granted, that's why it's the unstable branch you have to opt into versus like just the base branch. Alright, so 7 more knives. Because we're probably going to want to sleep before we go there. How do you get anything done in 16 times pop? Slowly. Yeah. Oh, I missed. I was gonna ask because I remember you mentioned it. Was it the issue that I remember people were trying to boil water in the sauce pot was not working? Like it wasn't disinfecting it versus other stuff was? Like just one reason that like specific one wasn't working? That's what I'd heard. I hadn't personally experienced it. Yeah, like that to me is just like one of those like really odd bugs where like, okay, I can see how this got past testing. Hey Cardinals, how's it going? The large pot was completely emptied, then filled. The large pot has to be completely emptied, then filled. Ah, I see. Right, so you're saying you can't like do the adjustment in between. It's either Boolean one or the other to like get it set up. Let's see, do we still have to pick up items to get the Forging Eternal build? Nope, you can discard them and you will get XP. There was a couple items that doesn't seem to work, but those are the items that would give you like 0.3 XP anyways, so I think it might just be as you level up, it becomes less relevant. Yeah, it glitches out at, oh, you have any liquids in a large pot. Gotcha. Okay, I wasn't aware of that one. We can try it if I can get back to my car. I've got a bunch of the cooking pots. I haven't been able to get to my car for a while, so yeah. If there's a bug with water being mixed where half tainted and half purified, and it will miss one, and it takes away when it's purifying. Otherwise, you cannot make stew, etc. You have to fill it. Yeah. That's what I get what you're saying, is that you basically have to dump it out and get it fresh. Or, like, top it off. You don't actually have to make it safe water, I don't believe. I could be wrong in that one. I'm pretty sure you can use tainted water, and then when you cook it, it becomes safe cooking. I haven't done it in a long time that I've made a stew where that was a concern, so I could be wrong. Okay, so yeah, so I'm holding shift and down. That way if we get attacked by a zombie during the sleep, I should be able to just run away. Now, even safe water is completely dumped out. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. What I was saying is that I believe you can use tainted water for cooking. It's just, like you're saying, is it has to be... My understanding is it has to be one or the other, like, you have to completely empty it, then fill it up of whatever you're going to fill it up with. Did I actually finish all my fish, or did it rot? Oh, I guess I finished all my fish. Okay. It's bugged and unstable. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I can't tell on the unstable branch right now. Like I'm not on that. Okay, so we need the water. The good news is we're strolling right up here. I'm not seeing much in zombies. Like, yeah, we got a straggler over here, but that's about what you expect any time, is a couple of stragglers here and there till like you've really been killing there. All right, well, we got a rally group down there. You know, honestly, let's unequip the ratchet and put that away. And just get our knives right at the get-go. Because I don't know how good the ratchet is as a weapon. It's also a tool I could use, so let's not use it anymore for that. Versus I know we're good with these. So I'll spare the ratchet for working on cars later. Since I've got weapons now, I don't need to be desperate at what we do. Okay. I've just realized, this whole stream we've been in this limbo of dealing with stuff around the house, being evicted, dealing with helicopters and meta events and all that. We haven't actually made any progress on going up the road towards the gas station at all. We've killed a ton of zombies, so it's still productive. We're definitely in that flow of things. And for those who haven't seen 16 Times Pop, that's usually how it feels breaking into a town. Is you'll kind of find this like invisible line in the sand that you just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until you do finally like wear down the numbers enough that there's just not enough to like backfill it. So you kind of hit this point where you just suddenly just shove right through the whole place and just knock the door down, go right in. And that'll go until you hit like that next line in the sand, which is usually around where the map is split up in a grid called cells. And it's usually when you hit that line that is the next cell. Alright, there's skies and all that. Oh, we got zombies who hurt us on the right. Okay. Hey, Sui, how's it going? Here, Crazy, are you able to zoom out farther than default? Yeah, so if you go to your, was it user interface? Yeah, if you go to user interface, you can enable the zoom, and you can turn that thing to go way out farther. That's not a thing with this, that's been the product Zomboid for a while, but you have to enable it. You can also skip some of those middle ones, and instead of having like a smoother zoom in and out, it'll kind of have like different distances it kind of locks into. I haven't personally done that one much. Be warned if your computer isn't fairly good, it causes frame issues. Yeah, no, if you zoom way out and you got a lot of zombies on the screen, it can be pretty rough. Alright, let's get these two over here. Still, it's looking pretty quiet on the home front so far. Just stragglers that probably moved around as we left. Get away from the trees a little. Okay. You have any money for new parts to hum in it? Yeah. I know how that goes. My poor farm. I remember when you weren't all dead. Which isn't the bug where crops are dying and unstable. That's supposedly fixed. Our crops are all dead because I've had so many zombies that they've trampled all my crops and killed them. And I haven't had any breathing room to try and replant them. Okay. Got you up here to deal with. You down there. Oh, got a couple more over here on the other side of the road. It'd be really, really nice if I get back to my station wagon. Let's kill this. We got a bunch of zombies moving over there. Let's figure out what they're doing. 4 or 5 it looks like. That's fine. I just saw a bunch of movement. I'm like, Okay. They definitely want to get the water situation sorted. Alright, I got a zombie coming up from behind down there. Let's go say hi to them. Okay, so let's go get back down to the house. My hope is I'll be able to get in the house relatively easily. And then the upstairs bathroom I know has water, and I think the downstairs bathroom in the back over there also has water. I hear you. And I really don't like that I hear you and I don't see you. There we go. That'll probably be enough that whatever zombies inside or nearby the house. Garage? Nah, it's closer than that. It's probably in this hallway here, just around the corner where I can't see it. Like, tucked right up against the... Not like at the door, but next to the door kind of thing. Okay, so you heard us down there. Because we're not in danger of, like, dying of dehydration yet, but we certainly could use a drink. Alright, we pushed users aggro on at least one other zombie here. Which I do not for the life of me see. Yeah, we're still pushing. So somewhere a zombie has aggro on me. There you are. That's probably the one that was inside the house. How do you get an internal test build, by the way? So I got reached out to by IndieStone. About if I was interested in going there, and that may have been someone else had recommended me. I don't know. And it's not, and before people are like, "Oh, creators getting it so easy." It's not only content creators who got into it. A lot of content creators, I shouldn't say a lot. There are some content creators in there, but there's also people who are not content creators in there too. I think they're just looking for people who, you know, are active participants in the Project Zomboid community and like well respected and yada yada. Not to say, like, other people here are not those things. But, like, you know, it's people that they recognize the names of. Did I cancel dropping it? Is it in here? Where is it? Oh, I did cancel it. There we go. You wish you were respected? I'm sure you are somewhere. Make one more knife real quick while we're standing here. But yeah, no, it's like people who've been like active in the Project Zomboid subreddit. Like I don't know what they considered was relevant for it, whether it's like, you know, content being there, being on subreddit, like when people bring up discussion, like, you know, not just being crappy about the game and like dumpstering people's opinions. Maybe the fact that I got software development experience in the background may have helped. I don't honestly know. Like what factors they considered. All right, I don't have any more fish. That's right. Okay, so let's go around, make sure we're clear around the house. We got back here early enough. If I'm lucky, we can grab our fishing stuff, run over, and do some fishing. It could be just like me. I mean, maybe. Is it time to set aside 3 stones for a campfire? I don't think we need to do that. I've got a perfectly working stove inside the building. And I mean, if I need to do a fire out and about, that's not a problem either. Got to stage these. You think they'd be valid? Think you're all cool? Well, thank you, I appreciate that. I don't remember where I got it from. My brain went to a line where it's like, "You're pretty swell," and I don't know what that came from. Yeah, no, generally you're a lot of fun too, Sue. You know what? I mean, the hot potato wouldn't be a thing without you. All the charitable stuff that you supported, you know, and then you're just also, you know, just a fun person in your own right. Yeah, not just had an old antique stove in the building already. Granted, where it is in the hallway is kind of sketch. It's like a long hallway, and it's just along one of the sides of it, so it's got a lot of not great corners. Let's see, it's a lot more useful to give the content creators. You guys play the game 40 hours a week, and a normal person might play a few hours. Bonus also because you document everything as video stream live game. Well, that was, so with Build 42, like, there's an NDA and everything when we got there. Like, and I'm good to reveal that, I'm pretty sure. But, that was one of the things, is like, we weren't streaming it, and just one of the people said, hey, is it okay if I create content around this? I'm like, yeah, as long as you make sure it's very clear that it's the internal test build. And I hadn't even thought to ask, because my assumption the answer was going to be no, because that's usually the way that goes. Not with Zomboid, just in general. And to their credit, they're like, no, that's fine, as long as you make it very clear that this is the internal test build and not the unstable build. And it's like, cool. 2 ponds and a wood stove. Makes me residing on a 4-cell nexus. Oh, is it like right on the corner of 4 different cells? So we do have a bunch of stuff down there. We're looking for the bubbles as far from the shore as possible. It's not looking like any of the spots are a particularly great spot. I'm going to take that one up there, because we're all pretty close to the shore. It's not going to make a huge difference one or the other. Add bait. Yeah, the corner is right on the land bridge between... That would explain part of why we're having such grief. Because that means I have 4 different cells that are redistributing their population. And all 4 of them would keep them relatively in the area of my house, so fighting would draw them in. That's still fine, it just means I'm using pro strats to clear multiple cells faster by doing them all at the same time. Alright, so we got a walleye. So anyone who's playing Stardew Valley right now and you're trying to get your walleye, I got it. If you need it, just let me know. Good move on their part. We see things happening, bugs getting fixed. Yeah, I think it was a good idea on their part. It's just most devs, that is not something they're willing to do. Or if they do, it'll be like you can play it for one stream for a sponsored segment or something. For them to just basically be like, nope, you're good. Like, that was unexpected. Yep, efficiency. Let's see, once you pass the tipping point of the area, we'll feel super clear. Yep. Let's see, a poster, there's like posts complaining about the streamers being allowed access to test it. This is something, oh yeah, I mean, that's always going to be a thing. And you get it, there's like the fear of missing out and all that. But like, for example, we had the bug, for those who aren't familiar, right now in the unstable branch, there is a bug where you can hit the zombie behind the zombie you're targeting. And it's a little annoying in general, it'll get you killed sometimes. When they first released the test build, we had like double the range we were supposed to be, and those two things together was real dangerous. I genuinely think people would have thrown an absolute fit if it had released that way. You know, into the unstable. Yeah, no, I'm not running the game music anymore, because like when I pause the game, the music stops. When I pull up the map, the music stops. When I go to option, the music stops. And then sometimes the music just stops to stop. And it's fine, it's designed to like build the ambience with the music like taking breaks and all that. But it was just a matter of the classic like RimWorld, you're like, look man, I just want the music. The music is wonderful in the game and all that, but it needs to actually be there to be listened to. Yeah, no, people are always gonna be sad about that. We're getting some okay fish. Nothing big though. We're looking for biggie ones. You wish the food chopping noise would stop? Yeah, so here's something you can do. If we go to our mods here, there is the mod Advanced Volume Enabler. If you don't like a sound and you get that mod, again, that's Advanced Volume Enabler, you can go in here to Audio, Advanced, and every single sound in the game is here. I'm not going to look for it. Let's pretend eating dead animal is the one. You can go, this sound, I hate it. And it's gone. Or if you're like weirdly into it, you know. Let's see, did you hear about the Build 41 One Life multiplayer event that happened Friday, Saturday? I remember hearing someone mention it. I didn't get any details on it though. Don't King Shame is like, hey, do what you want. You want to do some serious Project Zomboid mukbanging? Go for it. Oh, we got a fighter. Not a big fighter, just a little fighter. Probably a smaller or medium fish. I mean, it is a small fish that's 4,000 calories. You know, just a casual. All right, and that's more than I can carry. So we're gonna go ahead and let our shins hate existence for a little bit here. I mean, it is a 10 encumbrance fish. So it is not a little baby fish. This is really cool. Burke Black hosted a giant One Life multiplayer server. Heavy RP focus. Gotcha. Yeah, no, Burke Black's done some pretty good events. That's the one I remember doing was the Sprinter server with Lamprey, where everyone got 1 life. But that was, I mean, you could RP there. That wasn't the focus of it though. There's been a couple of servers who've done those like 1 life things. It's a lot of fun. What's the weight up to now? I'd guess 67. 67. Okay. Cool, so I have no more fish we need to do that with. I do want to... have some of these fillets. That way they're a little bit easier to manage. Okay. So with that, what we're going to go ahead and do now... let's grab the fishing pole and all the bait and put that away. And too small for slicing. Good to know. And we can go right over here. Chuck all our fish in there. Which will barely fit, but it will. If they're intact, our window, could you just go ahead and break them? Let's see. Lamprey did another one 16 times pop uniform respawn on. It went for a month, was a blast. He said never again due to how annoying people were about cheating and bugging him for second chances. Yeah. Yeah. That was, when the first server was concluding, I had people ask me if I was going to do something like that, and I was like, no. No. I was like, I really think it's amazing and it's, you know, really awesome for the community that he does that. The amount of effort he had to put into those is like, nah, I'm like being real. I am not interested in putting the effort in that requires that to run. It is just not something I would be able to do, and Like the first one he ran, like he had to like skip so many streams just to facilitate it. And that's such a hard sell as a content creator to do that. Because you only get paid when you're live. Hey, secured the gas station? I'm trying to just desperately hold on to my home. The zombies have been very aggressive today. Literally, we got less than half an hour into stream. His first day, I walked out of the house, came over here, and like 4 or 5 rally groups of zombies just spilled out of here and just evicted me immediately at the start of the stream. And that's pretty much set the tone for the stream. We've killed a heck of a lot of zombies along the way, though. Just gonna go ahead and eat that bass immediately. Yeah, they've destroyed my entire farm down to I have that plant is alive, that plant is alive, and I think there was one more over here alive. Every like the entire rest of the field died because the zombies trampled it. There were so many. When Weekwood stream, that's what hot. I'm not really into it. Like, I've been watching it. That's not the kind of thing that I enjoy, though. It's a cool mod. I think it's wonderful. But generally speaking, you're going to find I mod very lightly. So a massive overhaul mod that has the NPCs that do all their weird stuff and, you know, after 1 week the world gets nuked and all that. It's really cool, but it just doesn't really interest me. I don't tend to do just whatever's hot, by the way. You know, actually, quite often what I'll do is, like, whatever the hot thing is, I will go to the thing that people who were switched to the hot thing are doing. I'll often jump on that. It depends. If it's something like Project Zomboid or RimWorld or something, and it's something that I'm like, no, my audience is expecting it because I'm known for that game, that's very different. Like, when a new DLC drops for RimWorld, I'm going to be there because, you know, I've done a lot of RimWorld on my channel, people expect it, and I enjoy it. So, like, there's that. Which it's funny because a lot of people bounced off Anomaly pretty hard, pretty early. Which I get. It's a very different DLC. But for me, I end up, like, I still, every single run I do, I run Anomaly. Anomaly is my favorite DLC. It's not got the most replay value. Like, I definitely say Ideology and Biotech has way more to offer. I just really enjoy that, like, Anomaly is the first DLC I felt really kind of changed the entire way you approach the game. Whereas, like, Biotech and that, you know, yeah, there's some threats that changed a little bit, and you can certainly change the way the game flows by changing how your ideology is, or what xenotype you are and all that. But, like, as far as, you know, you have, like, different flavors of encounters. Anomaly is the first one that gave us some, like, really wild flavors. Game is released and unstable, let's mod it. Hey, I mean, absolutely. That stops nothing. Of the cube. Let's see. Anomaly plays into the it's a story generator hard. People who like you who play the colony sim might not enjoy it as much. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I totally get why a lot of people don't enjoy it as much, and I'm not poo-pooing anyone not liking it. I actually really I really think it's good to have all those things. I think it is excellent, a lot of the stuff they got going on. And there's also like the modding scene. Alright, well, we got aggro on something else, probably behind us. Yep. Yeah, no, let me kill this one so we're not aggroed. But with the comment that we're on a corner of 4 cells, being that we're on 4 cells, my assumption, if they said like this is the corner, I'm willing to bet the cell's like that. Yeah, it's probably this. Like, it might have the size a little bit off. Let's see. You wanted Horror and RimWorld as much as you wanted Warhammer 40k. 0%. Hey, and that's totally fair. Like, when RimWorld first came out... Actually, we're about to hit an ad break, and I need to use the restroom really bad, so I'm going to do that, and then I'll follow up that thought. Alright, we'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. This is going to be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. Okay, the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna declare a variable. We're gonna declare that variable of a type integer. We're going to set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. I was gonna say, it sounded like there was one right next to me and I couldn't see it. What hit? Bitten? Okay, well. That's it. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. All right. Of course. Of course. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Alright. But returning to the thought I was just saying, was when it comes to like RimWorld with the Warhammer 40k thing, when RimWorld first came out, my mindset was more, it was like a sci-fi western colony builder. Like, you had people running around and they had laser guns and revolvers and, you know, all sorts of stuff. And, you know, it's the story generator and it's got all like the cursed things you can do that is RimWorld. But like that's just the way like my brain wrapped around it. So when they added the royalty mod, I had to think about the name. My brain kept being like kingdoms. I'm like, that's not right. When they added the royalty DLC, like, I didn't mind like the mono sword and the Zeus hammer. I actually really like those weapons. But even to this day, the psychic powers, while they are extremely good and all that, and I don't think they don't fit or anything, my brain still is like, nah, that's not what I wanted. So I almost never use them. They're really good and really powerful and all. And I'll have runs that we do lean into it like as the thing we do in the run. But generally speaking, if it's not part of the run, a lot of times I'll just leave them alone. And the horror thing, like, I never went it. Like, I actually... So, for someone who plays zombie games and has a reputation for one like those, I like, for me, zombies are a completely neutral enemy in my book. They're not something I'm not sort of like, yay, zombies! They're enemy number 10. If this was like orcs or goblins or skeletons, I mean, it wouldn't thematically work, but I'd be pretty indifferent. Royalty DLC didn't give you dividends? Nope. So, like, the whole SCP lock the scary things in the basement, that's actually a theme I really don't care about. Like, I don't, it's just not my vibe. Like, I don't have, like, a problem with it or something. It's just like, whatever. But, so, like, the horror part of it, the anomaly, like, is neither here nor there. But the fact that all the horror elements mean, oh, I have an enemy that, like, their whole thing isn't that the enemy runs up and just causes you utter mayhem. It's like something that, like the Revenant, where it does the whole thing, it goes in, and it basically disables one pawn. It doesn't kill them, it just disables them. And then it runs off real fast. And so you have this, like, cat and mouse game. I like that, because it's suddenly like, okay, now I have to think about trying to keep something in my base, as opposed to out, like, figuring out not just I need to find my defensive line and hold the line against this thing attacking me, but rather turning it on its head and being like, okay, I want to draw this thing into the back of my base and then loop in behind it just so I can get as much time on target to just wail on this thing to try and take it down. And I definitely like that aspect of it. I like the whole, you know, what is it, the metal horror where it's like the whole Among Us, you know, someone in here is not who they seem to be. I gotta figure this out and still keep the colony functional while this is all going down. And so I like that as a different stressor versus, okay, we just dropped a bunch of people with guns. But you're like, they're slightly different people with guns. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think the raids are fine. But it was nice having something for a little variety, a little spice. Yeah, the Noctil event is also a cool event where you're just like, okay, lights actually matter now. Because before, lights were just about giving you a slight movement speed bonus. And that was kind of, I mean, it's technically darkness was a movement speed penalty, but you get the idea. That they give you like this nice little bonus. So it's generally something you could mostly ignore if you didn't feel like it. If you're being min-maxy, you know, there were worth building. But otherwise it's kind of eh. You know, and suddenly it's like, no, we need these lights just in case the scary things that go bump in the night show up. And plus, the flares is probably the single most useful item in RimWorld, in my opinion. Because, like, they're good for so many different things, how much they stun and everything. And that they're, like, rechargeable and all that. They're one of my favorite items ever added to the game. Because it's a way you can actually kind of control a fight a little bit without having to rely on, you know, just bottleneck. Because, like, you get bad position, you can drop a flare and it gives you a second or two to try and reposition thing. Let's see, what would really make your day is a good AI instead of the overwhelm them with numbers. If you can't use kill boxes, return the enemy. Yeah, I get that, because the normal AI basically has, like, 2 or 3 variations. There's variation 1, which is they basically attack you. They just straight up march on from the edge of the map and try and cause you grief. You do have the Breacher raid, which is a little bit of a different AI, where it's just, instead of their pathing being like, go straight at you kind of thing, that they're like, I don't care about wall, I'm gonna go through there. That's the second steel rod we found. I've been told that the steel stuff is pretty rare, which is why I've not been using it for anything you know, regards to like just smacking him with a piece of steel. I believe you can make really good weapons later on with the steel stuff. So I'm saving it. Let's see. I'll actually read that once we're inside, because I'll have to sit for a moment anyways. Go over here. Okay. Running a little bit earlier than we've been doing. Yeah, you guys, you agree it's terrible that it's gated behind DLC? I don't think I mind it being gated behind DLC. It is just one of those things that's like the only place you get spice. That's kind of one of the reasons I'm hoping that whatever DLC is next for RimWorld, I kind of want them to go with the themed thing, like they did with Anomaly, so that we get another DLC, like something completely different. Like maybe like aquatic creatures that come out of the ocean or whatever. Like, don't actually do that. Something that requires reworking caravanning is all I care. But I could definitely go for that as a way of going, let's get some different variety of units and all that. Because as far as like adding layers of systems on there, RimWorld's already getting pretty heavy, that I worry if like way too many layers, like there's going to be no balancing it, no figuring that out, lots of issues. Whereas we do like more lore-oriented things where you have like the Anomaly run or the, I don't know, mystical creatures run. I don't know. But you get the idea. I could see them doing stuff around that that'd be interesting. Let's see, royalty raises your eyebrows because you can never square it with the original lore blurb in the present for the alpha beta, where the reason your situation was so dire is there wasn't anyone that could really come for you. FTL didn't exist. The Space Empire didn't really exist outside multi-planet systems. Gotcha. I will admit that I never really got into the RimWorld lore, so there's that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You don't want to buy the DLC for 2 items? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Yeah, no, I gotcha. But the royalty for you fits in when you read the local to this planet. They're not interstellar, they're just a powerful people on this world with ships in orbit. That would make sense. Yeah, RimWorld Terror of the Deep. Like, the problem with that one is the whole water. Well, I mean, I could see them leaning into, I could see them leaning into something with the insectoids or something. They already have introduced the idea of having a map under your map. I could see them doing stuff with that. Where, you know, like the Anomaly, you'd have the thing you interact with to kick it off or whatever. But, you know, you could go down into the underground and do stuff. I could see that being an interesting one. And then, you know, have it be a high risk, high reward. You can get like all sorts of interesting artifacts or whatever. But, you know, you're going into the underground area where the insects come from. So you find all sorts of even more terrifying, bigger insects and all that. A mobile colony? I could see that kind of thing. I don't think they'd do that one, but that would be an interesting one. I'd be down. I could also see them doing, like, the Save Our Ship mod kind of thing. Where the game doesn't just abruptly end when you get off the planet, that you could continue to play it on if you wanted. And nothing else to do here. We need more flint. Okay. Yeah, no, Save Your Ship mod does that, but it's... I would want to see their direct take on it. Kind of like Factorio had a mod that did like the whole Space Age kind of thing, but then Factorio came out with Space Age itself.
Thank you DigiGuy801 for subscribing for 5 months. Lurking but here.
Thank you, DigiGuy, for the tier 1 sub. Been subbed to the channel for 5 months. I really do appreciate that. And you resubscribed for 5 months. I really do appreciate you subbing in advance and doing all that stuff. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Been subbed to the channel for 5 months, and I really do appreciate the continued support. Thanks so much for that. And if I misread what that was actually doing, I've got myself where I just can't get that right. Man, all those trees growing in is terrifying. And I need to deal with it, and I'm deliberately trying to put it off because I want them to grow to full size so I get the logs from them. Because then I can start building the wall around the perimeter. Versus otherwise I gotta lug the logs a long way. Alright, this big rally group down here, this is going. I've learned my lesson that we're gonna cull the zombies that do show up anywhere nearby.
Thank you Cinderlash for subscribing for 2 months.
Hype trains go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Cinderlash, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate it. Alright, we got Thunderstorm in 5 days. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you enjoy your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. And thank you again for the 2 months you've subbed the channel. It means a whole heck of a lot. Couldn't do this without the support that everyone has been so kind to show. I'm also not going out of my way to build the wall while we're being actively sieged, because all I'll do is I'll build a wall section, and they'll tear it down, and I'll build a wall section, and they'll tear it down, and I'll just get frustrated with building the wall section again and again. So I do want to get it so we see like the numbers starting to come down, and then that's when I'm going to go and put the time into actually enclosing it. That way I'm only dealing with trying to kill off stragglers and keep them from wandering in on me. Because a group of zombies will just tear down your walls way too fast.
Choo choo.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 200 biddies. I do appreciate that as well, so thank you so much for that support. It means a heck of a lot. Give me just a moment. I'll catch up with chat real quick. Just juggling with Zomboid things. Alright. Let's see. There's something you can do to prevent the trees, like putting gravel maybe. Wood floors. Yeah, wood floors are prevented. I don't remember if gravel does or not, but yeah. Let's see. Oh, oops. You now think you were wrong about your original assessment. The interactive map slides all over the place. So the static source shows both ponds and the house in one cell. Ah, gotcha. That made more sense to me, because usually when you look at a lot of the pieces, the merchant trade caravans, yeah, I could see a caravanning mod for RimWorld. Yeah, so usually when you're looking, let's see if we got a good example. Yeah, so right here, you can almost see it, like right there. So that's probably a cell right there. And then this would be a cell here, and then this would be a cell here. Usually you can actually very much follow that they will put stuff locked in cells. It's not that they don't have any like weird stuff around there, so I'd expect something like that might be a cell. But you get the idea. It's like that's probably a cell, that's probably a cell. This down here is probably a cell. Like they're squares, so I'm not sure the exact size, but you get the idea. It'd be something like that might be a cell. You can figure out where they are roughly by like where stuff starts getting divided. But it can be a little tricky without being able to actually see what's there. So like when you look at towns like Riverside or whatever, you'll notice parts of it are very clearly like square in shape. Like the way the blocks are. And that's usually a very strong indicator that's where the cell lines are.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Anachronism the Brown.
And thank you, Randathor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Anachronism the Brown. Anachronism the Brown, you have yourself a nice set of advertisement-free viewing and access to the emotes whether you want them or not. Well, thank you again, Randathor, for that support. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. I do, like, very genuinely, it means a lot. I know I have what's kind of become to a certain level of a program spiel and all that, but, you know, that doesn't mean I don't mean it. You just get in the habit because you want to make sure you recognize it. And that's just kind of what happens. Okay. I don't see any zombies to the south. Let's cut over here and look to the east. Alright, Sarisa Mage. You have yourself a good one. You sleep well. Thanks for hanging out and all that. I wonder how big the trees have to be before they will be a reliable source of logs. Okay. Because once I know, like, the size, I'm like, if I chop this down, I will most of the time get a log. I'll start trimming them when they get to that size, just so we can start building the perimeter. Alright, but finally, I don't have any zombies on my front yard. I can go down the road and actually fight some freaking zombies. Is the minimap part of vanilla? Yes. You have to go into the sandbox settings, so you can't do it in Apocalypse. You got to go sandbox. And then there is the map section, and you have 1 to have the map work at all, 2 to have the minimap, and 3 if you want to have like the map pre-populated. So I do have the minimap on, but I do not have the map pre-populated. Okay. Okay, bread knife. Just trying to get up to the road where I can see a little bit better. I also want to clear the area a lot before I start chopping any trees, because it's always a risky thing when you're chopping trees. Okay. Jam into the stab and beat? Yep. That's what happens. Okay. But you see it's not in the list of objectives. So your character get big stone axes? I put carving 3 there. That's the thing I'm missing for it. So it's still technically there, I just put the prerequisite there. Alright, we have reached the road. Yeah, so it looks like the whole area is pretty busy these days. I think what's happened with the cell migration thing is that the zombies... Where are you going? It looks like they might be going west. I saw a couple over there move. Thanks so much for the hype train. We hit ourselves level 2 hype train at 6% with 3 subs and 200 biddies, so I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for all that support. It means a lot, and thank you so much for the support. Yeah, so if they're going west, I'm not seeing any movement. So that might have been a little bit of a snoozer meta event, which I am okay with. I am down for a meta event that does a whole lot of nothing. Because we have been trolled all stream by the meta events. Don't sell the pickaxe on me, because there's some flint down there. And yesterday was the same? Yeah, no, it's, like I said, I think what's happened is with the new migration stuff, is I do think because I'm close enough to a major city, we are kind of getting spillover from the major city. But that'll just continue until we wind down the numbers that the spillover's not as much. I'm curious how that plays in the long run. Because it used to be, you'd get up to the edge of the city, you'd meet Grinder at the edge of the city, go back and forth like a tug-of-war kind of thing until you finally killed enough, and then you just stroll into the city. One of the things that the zombies are spreading out this much, though, is it should be easier for me to get into the city once we get to that point, just by the nature that there's a lower density of zombies. They're more widespread. So same number, just over in a larger area. But we'll see. Like, this is new to me as much as everyone else, so we're gonna figure it out. I also have no concept of what the population of this area is I'm going into. I don't know if Irvington is like West Point population, I don't know if it's like Riverside population. I haven't looked up any of that, so... figure it all out. Yeah, hopefully the zombies don't pull the... You're trying, that's always the surprise. Movement speed differences can make problems. Movement speed differences can make problems. Yes, I'm not sure the context on that. Do you mean like where you're fighting and you get your movement speed penalties? Because I agree. But yeah, no, that is the concern for what Allison is saying. Is so here's where the zombies are coming from. So the zombies are moving out equally in all directions, kind of thing. We don't know if that's true or not. And I'm up here. There's always the risk of the zombies moving out this way, and then spreading out this way and coming in from behind. Which may actually be why we're getting hit from the side with the zombies, is that kind of phenomena. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, without going into debug mode and all that, I don't really have a way to check into it. Oh, slow shamblers? Yeah, no, we got rid of the random speed on the zombies because I found the slow shamblers were very easy and just frustrating to deal with. Because my counterplay was usually aggro, stand back, stare at them longingly as I wait for them very, very slowly to approach me. And after dealing with that for a while, I was like, you know what? Just make them fast. Like, the helicopter events were really easy, even on 16 times pop, to maneuver around the zombies compared to what I'm used to. Because normally, like, finding the gaps is a little bit of work with fast zombies. With the slow ones, you can just kind of go at the slow ones as long as you didn't slam right into them. You had, like, all the room to work with because you just step out of their way. Okay. Looks like I got one more aggroed. Yeah, these trees are growing in a whole lot. That's going to be more and more of a concern as my ability to see off the sides of the road gets more and more compromised. Because then, like, you know, if that gets too solid, you could have a whole rally group sitting right there and you pick a fight. Bigger Christmas tree and start trimming? Nah, the, keeping the trees cut back, you're more likely to get yourself killed trying to do that anyways, just because the zombies will come through the trees at you. It's one thing to do it by your base where you're like, no, I want to keep this area clear, this is important. And it's another thing to be like, I'm just doing this out in the world. Well... Alright, so I got a second one. Just staging my knives. This gives you an idea of how long it's been since I've been able to fight down here. We don't have much zombie bodies down here, and they last for 9 days. We have been bullied away from our push for so long that the bodies have been disappearing. Let's see, if you play for multiple years, will there be dense forest everywhere? No, so there's kind of a limit on how many trees can show up in certain areas. And the trees don't show up on like literally every tile in every place. So you will still find years and years and years later there will be fields that just won't have trees. On the other hand, you'll find certain fields that'll be pretty heavily overrun. So there is some variance to it. There's definitely some places that get real sketchy as the game goes on, though. Like the road to the secret military base. That road is still to this day what I consider the most dangerous place on the map. Like, if you go there early, it's not that bad. But, once it's been like 6 months and the road is overrun by trees, you're sitting here going into an extremely high pop area of zombies, covered with trees everywhere, and you have to stop and like chop the trees down just so you can get vehicles through there since it's a really long drive otherwise. And it just ends up being this whole big campaign to go down there. And they're cleared on 16 times pop, 2 or 3 times, I can't remember. Surprisingly, for as dangerous as it is, I've never died on that road. Or while dealing with military base at all. Okay. Yeah, it's like now we're back in the road. We're actually making a good amount of distance pretty fast. If I could just stop breaking all of my weapons. Okay, the one in the backpack actually has an annotated map, so let's grab that. Left your old tools there. That's March Ridge. I don't even need to look at. That's March Ridge. It'll be right down over there. Yeah, that's March Ridge right there. That's gonna be a big old no in my book. You can keep your tools. Oh, right, the knife. Actually, I'll just equip it immediately. Probably crappy tools anyways. Well, it's like, okay, unless you're talking like a sledgehammer or something, even a sledgehammer is not worth me doing that fight into March Ridge. Like, if our character survives long enough, maybe we'll do it at some point just because that'll be the next relevant thing. But the March Ridge is a deceptively dangerous place. It's a very small town, but the thing is it has a similar population to a lot of the much larger towns, which means it's very dense. It is just a couple of blocks of a really bad time. Alright. So let's go here. And grab the empty bottles that we have in there. I'll grab the claw hammer head. Grab the nails. Okay. Where are my cooking pots? There we go. And bringing those home. Oh yeah, no, it's if you're not familiar with War Machine, the population distribution in build not distribution, but the population total in build 42 is only 0.6 times pop. You know, I kept saying I need to stop and grab the cooking pots so we could boil water, and we finally got the chance. And part of the reason I'm also backing out is we're getting ready to run out of... I'm out of knives. So I want to back off with time to be able to go and get ourselves some more weapons made. Little by little, we're going to try and get ourselves set up better. That's the other thing, is I want to set up the whole blacksmithy, that kind of stuff. And my big hesitation right now is with how many zombies are rolling through. I'm worried I'm going to put all the time and investment to get one of the things made with all the materials and just have it get destroyed right away. Yeah, no, they've done stuff to balance out the distribution around buildings. And it just considers like what kind of building is there. So it does have like the weird thing of the farmhouse in the middle of nowhere is just overrun. But yeah. All right. Okay. But yeah, they tweaked the heat map with all that with this build. Oh yeah, no, well I mean, build 42 has changed the heat map entirely. I can't say a thing about the internal test. I don't know. All right. So for right now, just doing a little bit of cleanup here. Okay. Use broken glass as a weapon? I don't believe so. But that way, if we ever get in trouble, all the windows are safe for me to just jump through the window if I have to without getting cut to ribbons by broken glass. There you are. Yep, no, you can actually use broken glass as a way of making noise to realize stuff's there. Okay, so let's go here. Put our stuff related to the animals and all that when we get them later. So scythe can go in this box. I'll put the nails in here. The clay can go up here. Claw hammer there, nails in there. We've got more plastic bottles. Let's go grab all the plastic bottles. So fill liquids, transfer liquids. I want this to be easier to deal with. I just want to pour it into... Like, I just want the option to just pour it into... Let's see. Transfer liquids. This is so much more complicated than it needs to be. Okay. You played the dev's other game, Neo Scavenger? I'm
Take
not
a
familiar with
sip.
that.
What's the worst that could happen?
Switch this. There's got to be a better way to do this. This is obnoxious. Yeah, and that's why I was like, I just want to fill. I want this. I just want to be able to right click and choose fill bottle. This to me is a step in the wrong direction. As you can you pour the pot in your sink, then right click the sink and fill a bottle? I don't believe so. Yeah, no, it's probably something like that. If we use a water dispenser, it would be less of a hassle. But I don't have that. And so this is the life we live right now. Okay, that's fine for the moment. Yeah, that's definitely not my favorite. Okay. Yeah, and I definitely would just like to right-click fill bottle. The only trick you know is that you don't have to reach over to grab the slider, drag it over. You can click at the place. Gotcha. So you can just click on where you want it versus having to actually drag it. I mean, that makes sense. Alright. Considering it's 8 PM, our character is really doing fine on energy. Let's see. All right. Oh, right. Because that's right. We came back early with the hopes of being able to get a little bit of flint. So let's grab the pickaxe real fast. Put that in our back, actually. And I note over here there's one or two of the flint nodes still around. Somewhere. Or I'm just not remembering correctly, which is looking like that might be the case. Oh, there's one right there. Okay. Trying to see if we got any spots over here. Probably best to turn back while it's still got some light. We got enough for a handful of knives. Let's see, the one thing that's brought up into Better Stream is the idea of doing like 20 minutes of burpees right before bed every night. Show dividends in character performance. What do you think about that? I mean, your character does gain strength and fitness as you work out. Let's see. Neo Scavenger is the game that enabled Zomboid's development. Gotcha. So it's a game they came out with to try and get like a little bit of financial coverage, like financial stability before gauging a bigger game / having a game that they worked on first to have some experience is what I'm assuming you mean. Because this would be news to me, because my understanding was this was the first game they've made. Like, wouldn't that be the optimal, or in the world would be detrimental in this case? I have no idea. Doing one exercise and nothing else again and again and again would more than likely have, like, you'd want to make sure you balance it out, not just do burpees in the real world, but I don't think it'd be bad to do burpees. All right. Speaking of which, I probably do need to get in the habit of having our character do the exercises. Beforehand, we weren't getting back here much. You just realized you're immune to a midlife crisis because your whole life is a crisis already? I don't think that's how it works, but I hope that works out for you. You learned about Zomboid from the Neo Scavenger splash screen? Oh, with that kind of thing, keep in mind a lot of games do nod to each other in the indie sphere. For example, very famously, you know, Minecraft is known for being like, hey, Project Zomboid's pretty good, hey, Terraria's pretty good, hey, that kind of thing. That's a thing that Terraria has done for a long time, or sorry, that Minecraft's done, but there's been a number of them who've done that kind of thing. So just because one game mentions the other doesn't mean one thing one way or the other. I definitely want to look into that. I haven't heard of Neo Scavenger before. It very well might be something that the dev team's behind it, but I don't really know. Yeah, to my knowledge, there's no cross-pollination. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. I was pretty sure from what I've been told that this was their very first game, Indie Stone. So it'd be a surprise to me if they had like a whole other title they had worked on before this. But at the same time, that doesn't mean it's necessarily not true. So you're just trying to figure out the optimal thing to have an easier time with aspects. You hate stamina mechanics in some games, so you got your way to overcome it. Oh, I mean, it's Project Zomboid. About the only way you're not going to deal with the stamina mechanics is just go into your game settings and kill it. I'm very much of the mindset, like, if you're going to have to sit there and just grind fitness constant, or like grind your exercise constantly before you start really enjoying the game, just cheat and set yourself the stat. Because as far as like what, like, literally like that progression is the main core of the game, is like doing all those things. It's like playing an action RPG, but not liking the part of getting equipment and just wanting to have the end game stuff. And it's fine for that playstyle, or if that's what you want. But that you're gonna burn out the game real fast because you skip the game. It'd be like playing Warframe and just like RMTing all the different equipment. You'd have no chase anymore. I had a buddy who did that all the time. Oh, right, we were gonna make weapons. That's what we were working on. Right. Let's see, the perks of scavenging will all seem very familiar. in a hex-based simple style, combat best avoided. I mean, but that's a lot of games. Man, I'm curious. Well, I hate it to the point where you'll do what you can to try to work towards a better character. You don't hate it to the point of turning it off. You want to know the mechanics? Yeah, no, and I get you. And yeah, don't get me wrong, working out and doing fitness stuff every day will help with that. Like, it will. Like, I'm not going to say it's not. But I think you'll find that type of a just grinding the stats will be rough. Usually, let's see, the Neo Scavengers started a new game in the same universe, and they aren't related to Project Zomboid devs. Both have very similar survival styles. That's what I thought so. It runs on Flash for one. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That doesn't sound like they're related to me. Like, if he's something as another company, but it's just Indie Stone is like very like Project Zomboid. That was one of the things that was viewed as something that kind of slowed the dev team on early on, is that they didn't have a lot of game dev experience doing much of any of this stuff. And so it's kind of impressive that their first title, they delivered on it, and it was something so ambitious. But to my understanding, they hadn't worked on any previous titles, which is one of the surprises of the game, was that they basically came up from nothing. You probably missed the whole broadcast. Oh, we didn't... Alright, one second. We're definitely missing the broadcast. I didn't realize the fanny packs got taken off. I forgot that was the thing. That's one of the other reasons I haven't been bothering with the exercises, is you end up with all that stuff popping off. Severe thunderstorm in 4 days. That's right, we already know that. So that doesn't change any of our information. Let's see. You love astronauts, and you feel like the devs have a weird set of priorities for their development? I mean, that happens. Started from the bomb, now they're here. Well, yeah, no, they basically... I mean, yeah, they started from basically nothing, was my understanding. Was that they had a passion project of a game they wanted to make, and they pursued it. Thank you to follow. Oh, I need to be doing these first. Because these I have to do at a flat surface versus the other part I can do anywhere. But you do wish Indie Stone would take another look at how exercise works. It's profoundly unrewarding at the moment. So I don't necessarily agree that I find it unrewarding. I don't think, like, Project Zomboid, generally speaking, I've found to be a game that just choosing a skill and being like, I'm grinding that now, has always been a very not good feel. But I think that's just, honestly, not necessarily a bad thing. You're not meant to go, let me do this skill, and then just slam it out over the course of, like, multiple play sessions. It gets super tedious when you do it that way. And so I don't think the intention with exercise is that you do something that you slam out your exercise and you get to level 8 fitness real fast. And I know that's not what you're saying. So I do think exercise is good in the sense that you can go at the end of the day and just kind of give yourself like a little nudge forward in fitness or strength depending on your exercise when you don't have something better to do. That said, is it strong? No, I would agree it's not very strong. But my fear is if you were to boost it, it would just become the meta that you start the game, you get enough food for a month, you lock yourself in your bedroom, and just slam out fitness 10 or whatever. Because we already used to have people do that with the tailoring back when people actually didn't realize the negatives of overheating were nearly as bad. Is people would sit there and just get the cloth, lock themselves in a room, and put on the patches, take off the patches, put on the patches, take off the patches, put on the patches, take off the patches. Because, you know, it was viewed as just very strong, that was worth doing. And oh my god, that was some of the most monotonous gameplay to do it. I did that like 1 or 2 times. I'm like, nah, I don't care if it straight up saves my character from death every time. I can't do it. Give people the chance and they'll optimize the fun of the game. Yep. I do think Because when you look at it, here's one of the things with the passive skills, your fitness and your strength. So literally every single time I bonk a zombie with a weapon, I get a tiny little bit of fitness. Every time I bonk an enemy with a weapon, I get a tiny little bit of strength. If I walk around and I believe it's at like 60% or higher carry weight, I get a little bit of XP every couple steps. So you get like that really, really silly like trickle thing all the time. Now, if you slam out the exercises, it's a couple of XP like every rep. It's just you can't sustain it because they're exercises. So it's actually a lot of XP really fast. It's just relative to the amount you need, it's not that much. But yeah, you can slam out level 1 fitness or strength real quickly exercising. Kind of wild slow the progression is when you're slamming exercise out, let alone you're trying to space it out over routine. And for the record, I don't think I want to try loading up the save because it's not. No, actually, it's backed up. I have a character who naturally has reached, I think it was 10 strength, 9 fitness. But yeah, it's totally doable. Speedrun Neo Scavenger? I don't speedrun anything. That's just not something that interests me. I need to at least look into the game before I did anything. Let's see. That's where you criticize the skill system because you don't have any reason to sew 30 dresses instead of sewing patches. Oh yeah, no, that's already a thing. Yeah. No, you're saying like where some of the skills, like electrical has always been one of the ones that's been like a weaker offering. That you're like, what do I do to level this up? I take apart things. What else do I do? Look, man, what do you want from me? But that's literally one of the things that Build 42 is trying to address, is that they want to make the skills feel more meaningful, like you're leveling it doing things. It's one of the reasons they got rid of like carpentry, disassembling everything as a quick way to level it. They want you to actually build stuff to level it. And people got real upset about the disassembling stuff not getting XP anymore. I think it's a good change. If for no other reason, then I really hated when you go around your world and you go to the church and you tore apart all of the pews because you needed your carpentry. And then you go to the hotel and you tore apart all the beds because you need your carpentry. All the picnic benches are gone. And you just kind of crap up the whole world, where now everything looks like terrible because you disassembled it all just to get what you needed. Which, don't get me wrong, it's fine. It was just always annoying. And then when you got into multiplayer servers, like you had to have all these rules about like, don't take everything apart. Because you'd go through an entire cities would be like purged of furniture. No, I get taking things apart with electrical being a way to learn about electronics and all that, and same with carpentry. At the same time, I do think beyond like the very basics, you're not going to learn very much about electrical by just disassembling stuff. Like early on, like learning your very basic stuff, like taking apart your radio or whatever, putting it back together. But also, when it comes to realism consideration, I don't care. It's a meme on the channel. I don't care about realism in video games. It doesn't matter if it's 100% realistic. It's like, yeah, but is it fun and engaging gameplay? That's the part I care. I'm not gonna lie, the Night Dance eat mode like every time. That's a problem. You need to build like 3 whole houses to complete. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong, it's not tuned. Hey, as a reminder, we're on the unstable branch. It's gonna have bugs and it's not balanced. If that bothers you, it's the unstable branch. Like, and it's very incomplete. Like they even mentioned when it dropped, like a lot of stuff is missing. A lot of things are going on. So it's just keep in mind, if that's gonna get to you, you're in for a bad time. All right, Randall Thor, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see, what you'd personally like to see is other ways to obstruct and or take out zombies. Why can't you make stakes and put them on the ground? Oh, that was a design decision for the game that they didn't want it to be like 7 Days to Die where you set up a whole bunch of traps and all that. They want you to actually fight the zombies. They don't want you to set up like your kill path or whatever and just walk the zombies through it. They've gone back and forth a lot on. There's been discussion with like they've gone like the subreddit and all that a number of times talking about what they wanted to do about preventing burns. That there has been debate like whether they should kind of hard nerf it so it just can't be done anymore or add extra risk. I think that's actually one of the big motivations for the randomization of zombies is by having the zombies' movement speeds and hearing and all that randomized, it does make burns harder to do for people. Because the deaf zombies just don't bother showing up. And then the different movement speeds mean you can't corral them as easy. Because that's something that they've gone back and forth. To be fair, they've also gone back and forth on the wanting to prevent the Congo line fighting style. But, I don't know, like without giving our character a lot more mobility to make the fighting more directly engaged. Like, I like the very fairness and, you know, that you can master the combat in the game. To me, that's a good thing. But I also understand that it can be one of those things that people don't like, is seeing a person line up a group of zombies and just whittle them down one by one by one. But that's what mods are for. I mean, the zombies burning live longer. They already live like the better part of a full day while on fire. It takes zombies forever to die for fire. That's one of the reasons I don't bother. You light them on fire and you go and like, go cook yourself a meal. Grow the potatoes yourself. Let them get to harvest. The zombie will be dead around the time you get your mashed potatoes from seed all the way up to properly full-grown potato and mashed. Yeah, I'm exaggerating. They just burn really slowly. It takes a long time for the zombies to die to fire. I feel like the engineer occupation is a weird place, largely because of how much fire is a big no-no. Yeah. Well, that was the thing, like, the electrician and the engineer and all that. I think electrician was a separate one. Like, the electrician has the generator, which is good, so it's still got that. But you look at, like, the noise trap, that thing's useless. It's a cool idea on paper, except you have to go in advance and put the thing someplace, which means it has to already be where you want to draw the zombies to. And most of the time, like, the sound range isn't long enough to justify it. And so it's kind of one of those things you sit there and go, but like, what is even the point of this? Let's see, fire seems like a worse way to deal with Living Dead. Yeah. Well, my big thing with the fire is just, it destroys the environment. Like, it burns up the fields and buildings and all that. And I really cannot stand when you go, like, I like the burned house. I was like, it's a burned house. That's interesting. But when you go through and like half the street is gone because a fire got out of control because some zombies wandered off that people were doing a burn on, you're like, well, that'll never be a decent area again. And sure, you could do like the whole role play of getting the sledgehammer and knocking down the walls and rebuilding and yada yada. Fire spread seems better. Yeah, no, I understand they narrowed it, but I would honestly, if I'm being direct, I wish they would make it way worse. That you'd start a fire and half the map would be done. Just because I don't like burns. Don't want them to actually do that, by the way. But because I used to constantly get asked why I wouldn't do burns, and I want to be like, oh yeah, literally here's this reason. It's like straight up delete the map, not fun. Those migrations are a killer? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get... I mean, I can't say never. I don't think they want to give us, like, proper traps. Because, like I said, there was a thing way back that they made it very clear. They wanted you as the player to fight the zombies. Like, they didn't want it to be you set up your big traps and you just walked the zombies into them kind of thing. And if you want that, there's mods. They do a good job of it. Yeah, you could do, like, I could see them doing more with traps. What's your weight now? 68, probably. Yeah, 69. Nice. We are almost back to a healthy weight. Is there not a bear trap now? Not that I'm aware of. Like, that was one thing that, a couple people I talked about, like, you know, instead of having it where the traps were to kill the zombies, have them be more like slowing traps, that kind of thing. So, like, you'd have a snare which would cause the trap, like, sorry, not a snare, like a tripwire that would cause the zombies to trip, but it wouldn't really damage them. So it's a thing, in a pinch, you could have, like, that corridor you run through that you hop over the tripwire and the zombies all trip, so it gives you a little bit more space. But so your hope is that the NG moves away from just having half a dozen fire starters that you don't use and focus more on the MacGyver improvising junk? I could see that. I mean, honestly, as they're expanding all of our recipes with the metalworking and all that, I could certainly see places that they could add things you could make that the engineer would just, you know, already know the recipe. So kind of like the blacksmith knows their stuff and the electrician has their stuff, and you get the idea, like the person, like was the outdoorsman knows the outdoorsy things, that the engineer would have its own stuff that require like a little bit of electrical, a little bit of metalworking or whatever, or be its own sub-skill. Yeah, the zombies got heavily drawn back to where we are, but it looks like the zombies up here, the numbers are way lower than they were before. They're a little farther out, but like, I'm not sitting here stabbing a zombie and then having like 50 zombies roll on us that we gotta deal with. I'm getting them in like 4s and 5s and all that. So that's a very encouraging thing that we're making good progress. Yeah, like they're here, but they're way more spread out than they were before. Okay. Yeah, engineers being able to duplicate stuff would be good for multiplayer. Not really useful outside of that. Yeah, no, the only give or take with balance you have to consider is one thing you can run into is if a game has it where something is just better than the alternatives, it ends up becoming a thing that it doesn't feel good to use the other things a lot of times just because that one thing is better, so you kind of undermine your fun being like, oh, if I did the other thing, like this would be sorted now, and it kind of can become a frustration point. But that's usually only when something is like really kind of getting wildly out of where it should be balance-wise. But then also multiplayer game things. Granted, I know you can PvP in Project Zomboid on multiplayer. I also think it's a total meme. You can do fun stuff with like RP kind of thing, but any type of like actual serious PvP, Project Zomboid is not well designed for. You might not have both balanced and fun interesting, right? Like consuming relevant skill book matter schematics? Yeah, well, I mean, by all means, you always want stuff to be fun. There's just always a place that, like, there can be a cost. But that said, I also am someone who does agree, you know what? Sometimes, let the player be overpowered. I think a lot of games do worry too much about, like, well, what if we let the player get too strong? The game will get too easy. I'm like, hey, if they had to go through a lot to get there, you know what? Let them. Let the player get comically strong. Like, there was a whole thing in Path of Exile that the devs were, like, getting upset where people were just marching through the entire area, deleting everything. And from a balance perspective, where, like, one skill was just massively overperforming, so everyone was running it, that's bad for the game. But as far as, you know what, hey, if you had to grind for a long time to get all of, like, near meta gear, there's not actually meta Path of Exile because of the randomization. But, you know, get, like, super duper strong gear. I'm like, you know what? Let them steamroll. And I know the counter is like, but the economy, I don't care. I don't care. It'll show my thought about trade in those games. I don't care. I don't think it's bad or anything. People should be allowed to trade. I just really don't care. But the chaos, it could get too cheap. Prices could get overinflated. Man, I don't care. I trade like twice in a whole league, and that's usually for like whatever a league item is that I just have to pray on RNG to be able to do the endgame content. Yeah, I'll trade for that thing. I don't be RNG gated on progression. But equipment I'll make myself. Let's see, does anyone know if the next Project Zomboid patch is likely to mess with your running games, or is it fine to run right now? So the one thing to keep in mind is the Unstable branch does warn you that there is a chance that your save will at some point get bricked by the updates. That said, they try not to, and historically they've done really well with that. But it is a thing that you should be fine, but you might not be. But generally speaking, most of the time, as long as it's not a map change, you're good. When they start changing the map, that's the whole thing. Yeah, and I'd risk it, as long as you're okay with the Unstable branch. Okay. So you know when something you get the recipe? Let's see. You care much less about the balance in pursuit of limiting the player and more about ensuring their choices don't feel solved? Yeah. Right, like it's not just, oh, I'm doing this one thing, okay, well I do that thing. And that's the answer. Like, that's what happens when your balance gets way off, is it's like, oh, you need to accomplish that thing? Well, there's the 10 ways in theory you could do it, but you're gonna do it this way because it's just objectively better in every way than the others. That's actually one of the things I really appreciate about Project Zomboid's weapons. Like, right now, Build 42 is not quite in the sweet spot it was in Build 41, but generally speaking, their weapon balance has always been really good in the game. And a bunch of stuff here I probably want to bring back. Yep, no, I already brought all the other ones. There's just one left. So I had 4 I had collected. What are those random markings on the map? The ones down there are a bunch of skull and crossbones. Because they're an awful place. That we went down, and it was an awful place. Full on superhero. Yeah, well that's kind of the thing. I'm honestly okay that, you know, once your character gets a point of like, hitting, you know, 8, 9, 10 in a melee skill and 8, 9, 10 fitness and strength and nimble, like these higher stats, then yeah, you should be able to just blast through the zombies relatively quick. Not necessarily Path of Exile fast, where you just delete a screen and keep rolling. Maybe not that fast, but that, you know, you are what would be, you know, superhuman in all comparison. Because, is this insane pop? This is 16 times pop, which is considerably higher than insane. I don't know what insane is off the top of my head. I think it's 4 times pop? Is either 4 or 6 times pop, or whatever. And we're at 16. So that, just barely shy of times 3. And then respawn is off. Anytime you have someone who's playing on a higher population setting, they're going to have respawn off. If you're at a lower population, respawn on is probably recommended, but at the higher populations, you get to the point you can't even theoretically outrun the rate the zombies respawn. Wait, no, 1.6 was very high? Okay, so it's like 3 is insane? Whatever it is. The point is, we're at a ridiculous population. You thought the problem with blades was they're limited by condition? So actually the stone knives don't have a sharpness. So they're not affected by it at all. I found most of the stone weapons don't have a sharpness stat. There's actually quite a few weapons I would expect to have sharpness that don't. But it would also be weird that you could sharpen a stone, like a piece of flint that you've chipped. Because the way you'd sharpen it is by chipping it more, and it'd be very unlikely to be able to sustain that for any meaningful amount of time. Wifey. Okay, I love you. You sleep well, okay? No.
You just keep getting handsomer.
That's a lie and you know it.
And I just keep getting older.
Oh no, I'm always gonna be older than you.
It's not fair.
Love. Let's see. The way you get 16 times pop right away is by clicking... Oh, yeah. So to get 16 times pop, you go into the sandbox setting, and you have to choose custom population, and you have to click the little advanced tick box at the very bottom, and then you'll get the option to set it. And you set the starting, the base, and the late, or the peak pop to 4, because it's 4 times 4, so 16. And you might be like, but wait, but there's 3 4s. It's not how that math works. Peak and starting pop don't stack. That's the most beautiful harassment you've ever seen. She's tired. Let's see. Oh, you know, the statement was followed earlier. You reckon sharpness still being cumbersome as a mechanic is why everyone's drawn to weapons that don't have it? Yeah. No, that's, I still think in the long run, the short, blunt weapons might end up being the preference for, build 42, which granted, there's a lot that can easily change between now and when it's like, actually out versus being the unstable branch. But yeah, like right now, I feel like the sharpness mechanic, it's a neat idea, but unless they decide to make like the bladed weapons way stronger, I do think the sharpness is going to work against people wanting to use those weapons. Or it's going to need to be something that the sharpness needs to be far more able to stay. But at that point, you won't sharpen it because it'll just outlast the condition. An unsharp weapon is, if not short, blunt weapon. Yeah, no, and it doesn't surprise me that, like, it's not where it should be yet. Yep, no, by all means. Provide feedback. My only commentary on providing feedback is don't just pop on Reddit and being, you know, what the hell is wrong with you? Why would you do this stupid mechanic? You awful people. This is the dumbest thing. Like, don't do that. Don't be that person. One, the devs are probably going to honestly not do it out of spite of you. Because that's what I would probably do in their shoes. Like, be like, hey, you know, this mechanic, like, not really my favorite and all that. You know, here's the problems with it, like, here's where it impacts the way I play, like that kind of thing. It's basically be constructive about it. When people engage and they're just immediately, like, dumpstering on the whole thing, it's like, yeah, of course you're not going to get what you want, because the person doesn't like you because you're being awful. Let's see, if you want high axe skill, you have to fight zombies with them. Yeah. But yeah, I do think... Let's see, you like Rhett's observation that sharpness should be completely independent from condition? Let me put an edge on a sword until it bends over itself? Yeah. I mean, I like the idea as well. I also feel like the way they could do it mechanically for the game is make it so not everything hurts the condition, not everything hurts the sharpness. So, like, if I take a knife and I start stabbing a tree, the sharpness should absolutely go to heck. Like, well before the condition goes, the sharpness should just be gone. If I'm hitting, you know, a zombie with it, the sharpness should hold up relatively fine. So have it so, like, or like using the sharpness, using the knife to like carve things should wear out the sharpness relatively quickly, while not really having that big of an impact on the condition. Could have sworn that was what they said on his server, but he dies the first one to think of it. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think I'm on Red server now I think about it. Another fantastic content creator and all that. Let's see, just make it better than blunt, and you have bladed weapon have good sharpness. Yeah, no, I do think if you're going to have this whole extra sharpness mechanic, then when a weapon is sharp, it should outperform its equivalent that is a blunt weapon. Because if you don't do that, then why on earth would I ever bother using the sharp weapon that has that extra step? You know, it's granted, then it just means... hey, if you want to take the time to, like, min-max your damage, you sharpen your weapon. If you're like, hey, I don't have the spoons to deal with this, just give me a good weapon, then, you know, you just use the blunt weapon. And to be clear with me, I'd probably just use the blunt weapon and not even worry about it. Because I don't need to min-max my damage. That I don't care about that at all. Ooh, hey. Got a couple people over by my garage. It's one of the things I worry get added because, you know, quote-unquote realism. And then when you stop at the end and they go, hey, but is it fun to have to sit here and sharpen this knife again and again? Not really. But in real life, you do. Right, but is it fun? Well, no, but in real life, but is it fun, man? That's all I care. Every blade is coated by, you know, indestructibilium for the sharpness, but the rest of the handle is not, so the condition still runs out. But the blade is always true. Alternative universe. All metals keep sharp. It's just the rules of their physics. Don't question it. Yeah, blades for quick kills. Blunts for sparing loot. I mean, yeah, there is that mechanic where, for those who don't know, using a bladed weapon on the zombie will damage their clothes and all that. But that's one of those things, like, there's just not a reason to care about clothes that much. Outside of, like, when you're, like, finding the one outfit that you're like, oh, that one I'm gonna wear. But then you just push the zombie and step on them for it. Oh yeah, no, absolutely Fashion Zoid. There's a reason we're cosplaying as a wizard. Like, if you didn't catch, we got our wizard hat, and it's a bathrobe, but it's the best we can do. And we also have a little bunny tail. Why? I don't know, because we felt like it. There was a zombie and it had a bunny tail, so I took it. There's really not more to add to that. Really not much more needed. You're great in your thoughts of sharpness, and if they go down that path, then using a sharp blade against a zombie with a welding mask should blunt the blade. Yeah, no, exactly. Like hitting the zombie wearing the bulletproof vest should dull the blade very quickly, whereas the normal zombie shouldn't do that much. The idea being, if you're using the weapon properly, you almost don't need to sharpen it. But if you are using it on stuff it's not well suited for, it should dull rather quickly. Because that would also give you in practice a reason to have multiple weapons you deal with. So you see the one show up with the bulletproof vest, so you start whacking it with a hammer instead. And I don't need it to be like one of these things that it's, you know, the rock, paper, scissors that you gotta carry your 3 weapon types, one piercing, one blunt, whatever, to deal with your different zombie. Please no. Strongly, please no. More like a necromancer than a wizard with all the blood? I mean, fair. Yeah, that's fair. I don't actually have a counter to that at all. Robe of Viscera, +3 against zombies. Bulletproof vests don't do much for that. Yeah, but you also have to consider just like how much we want to go into the complexity of the game. Do we really want it where, like, again, you gotta rock, paper, scissors all the zombies? And be like, oh, I used the wrong damage type on this zombie's armor, therefore I gotta deal with this other thing now? That's my only worry. So honestly, I don't really care about a lot of it. But I do think that it makes sense to not have to worry too much. What am I doing? This isn't how you start a fire. Oh, and they did make it so that these go faster. The boiling of water is way faster now. Like, just let me put it in the thing. Don't make me. I dislike the liquid thing. This is something I will get a mod and get rid of. It's cool that we can balance our liquids. This is a pain. So switch those. Bring it over. Transfer. Unpause. Because I'm going to have to do that every time I go to fill up that water bottle. Why don't you move the antique stove into the kitchen proper? I just don't care. I probably should, to be honest. I really should. That's not a very safe place for it to be. Yeah. Yeah, it's surprising how many things they got rid of where I could right-click on something and say transfer. I know a big part of why they did that was they added more and more recipes that the fear is you'd right-click and this thing would be like 20 pages long. And I know they've they've expressed concerns in the past about their over-reliance on the context menus. And so I get they're just trying to avoid having yet another context menu. But at the same time, oh right, I need more knives. That's right. I'm down to only 3 left. Like, I like liquid transfer existing in the game, but the pain point I have right now, just to express the pain point, is I want to refill the bottle. I want the bottle to be full. That's all I want. That's what I want. I want to be able to right-click on something and say, fill my bottle. And it fills my bottle. I don't want to have to go through, like, you know, a pop-up window with its own things, where I have to choose the target, you know, I have to switch the source, switch the target, do all that stuff, and you get the whole thing. Like, it's adding 8 steps onto, I mean, it's not 8. It's adding like 3-4 steps into something that you can just right-click. And the answer is we're going to plumb our sinks or whatever and not deal with it. But in the interim, I have to deal with it. Because I don't have these things. No, you have to right-click and, choose, like, add to the bottom. What did I come in here for? Oh, I was going in here for the pickaxe because I need more flint. Alright, let's go back up here. Yeah, the bars on top left are a mod. That's minimal display bars. It's just letting me see what's going on behind the moodles. It is a mod I like, but the initial reason we grabbed it was we were trying to figure out what was going on with our calories when we were, like, eating a bunch of meat and losing weight, and so that was how I attritioned it, to see what was actually happening. Okay. Yeah, I think right up there is where we had all the flint we saw earlier. Okay. Oh, we must have aggro another one if we pushed. There it is. I kind of figured this was going to happen after that last meta event where it drew them to... Or sorry, not the last one, the one before last one where it drew them to the west. I figured wherever I went for the flint, I was probably going to have to clean up some zombies before I could get it. But hey, any zombies dead or less zombies on the world? And that's what I have a need for right now. Okay. You guys disable respawn low pop? Yeah. No, I definitely agree. Like, when I first started playing, I left respawn on out of fear I'd run out of zombies and I'd just, you know, the game would get boring. That was even when I started playing on really high pops, and later on I was like, oh, wait, actually running out of zombies is an unrealistic concern. And I don't mean like you clear an area, you'll certainly be able to clear an area, but like actually running out of zombies, like they're just all gone. Not really a concern to be worried about. Yeah, it'd be down to forging, but keep in mind I'm still just clearing out like one little area of flint. Realistically, there's lots and lots more flint we can go. And then at some point I'm going to be expanding the amount of weapons we can make to other things. Interestingly enough, I've really only seen the flint and the limestone. I haven't really seen... No, this is not where the flint... Oh yeah, this is where the flint is. It's just... It's up here. I already cleared up the stuff down there. Like, realistically, I'm going to not be using the flint weapons forever. Especially when we consider as I'm getting more and more maintenance, they should last longer and longer. There will start to be a point whatever weapons the zombies bring me will be what I mostly use. Now granted, I'm wondering where that's going to be compared to where it used to be. They definitely have reduced the amount of goodies I'm finding on the zombies in general, which I think is fair, because it definitely got to point around 5 or 6 maintenance. You literally... There was like a point you stopped picking up crowbars because you would get crowbars faster than you could break them. Let alone if you're like mixing up your weapons. Now it's not like you could run exclusively axes just from what you looted, but as long as you weren't picky, you could always have, you know, a relatively good weapon at all times. And there's our last knife. Okay, got a zombie here and one up there. Let's deal with them. I see at least 3 different places I can get flint from. Oh, there's like 5. Oh yeah, there's like 10 up here. Oh yeah, and that's always been the magic of short blades, is when it comes to endurance, you can't go forever, but you can last a very long time with the short blades, because it's such a light weapon. It just does not take much to use. Okay, so we're over here. It should be enough zombies to give me a bit of clear room to work. And get the next one. Man, if we can find ourselves like an actually good backpack, like the large backpack or the military backpack, that'd be nice. I don't expect to see a military backpack for a very long time. But it'd be really nice if we get ourselves a hold of a large one. Let's see, couldn't you actually slowly gain endurance while fighting with the knife build for one of the right conditions? Yeah. It really depends. Like if you're dealing to where you're like literally there's no gaps in the zombies, you would still end up losing endurance. But realistically having that and sustaining that kind of thing just wasn't that big of a concern. Usually the zombies just weren't dense enough for that to be a realistic thing to do. Okay, so let's grab these. I'll make this a weapon crafting day. Because each time we go and we break these flint nodules like one step farther again and again, they do get lighter. So I want to take them into flakes, take them into blades, do all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and that's usually the way I would get the large backpacks, is I would just choose a highway and just start wandering the highway and look for like the groups off on their own. It's a little harder to do that than it used to be because there's just so many more places that you actually find a decent number of zombies that I haven't been noticing the groups as easily. But I've also been dealing with sweaty tryhard settings. That could literally just be the sweaty tryhard settings making it harder on me. It's the way tryhard settings, trust me on that. Yeah. No, I've seen a lot of people with large backpacks, so I assume it's not that bad to get them. Once we secure the gas station, that might even be something we detour to deal with. It's like try running some highways around a lot. Okay. This is one other thing, is I do wish there was a way to make this faster. I mean, it's probably okay. I'm a very combat-oriented player, so this is probably a little bit outside the norm that most people are probably not burning through like 8 or 9 weapons a day and killing like in the course of one play session over 1,000 zombies in melee combat kind of thing. So I need to keep in mind that I'm a bit of an outlier. Oh, well, we just broke our hammer. Interestingly, it gave the tree branch back, which I can live with. Or I found a tree branch at some point and just forgot, which is a more likely thing. There we go, there's a stone. Yeah, anytime I'm fast forwarding this much, you think this is gonna suck in multiplayer? Yeah, crafting weapons is gonna be rough in multiplayer. Alright, so we've got that. Let's do some self-care in our character real fast, because we're getting dehydrated and all that. I've got a water bottle, so I'm not really sweating it. I'm planning on trying to just drink from the lake versus having to deal with boiling the water again and again. Even though it'll make our character sick, I just don't have the spoons to deal with the water transfer menu. We didn't finish all those, did we? That can't be right. There we go. The most servers aren't shy about fixing any pain points. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I would suspect they would do something like increase action speed mods or whatever. You were just chatting with your fellow players in multiplayer. Why are you playing multiplayer? I mean, yeah, no, you're not wrong. It is actually a very common problem I found in multiplayer that a lot of servers I found myself on, that you would have people by and large, they would join the multiplayer server and all go their separate ways. And they might come back to the same home base or whatever to like drop off their loot. But it really felt like everyone was kind of playing their own solo game, but like with a shared stash. It was only when I sat down and like played with individuals, whereas like playing with a friend or playing with another creator individually, that it did feel like we were working together, and kind of that bird made me think I heard a zombie, and it wasn't. Got ready to roll. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Alright. You woke up after a good night's sleep? That is excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. 4 more blades. Me to get that, you did the same thing to an extent. But you go to visit fellow players or house we chat and do skills. Yeah, no, and I think that's fine. But it definitely, as well as things, that it's a pretty notorious thing, you know, when it comes to the game, that it's very easy to just get yourself into playing a server and just everyone going their separate ways. Alright, so we got 24 knives worth of flint. I'll need to rip more cloth, and I'll need more handles and all that. I'm not going to worry about that now. It's going to get dark. So I want to get back home. Then we can drop off the pickaxe, and we can start worrying about the next thing. That is definitely one thing I remember, because this feels kind of like the way you do spear gameplay, that you'd spend a day just producing a bunch of spears. Now, granted, it does feel like I'm spending way more time producing weapons, but I also think that's one of those things that as time goes on won't be as bad. Oh yeah, and I've had a lot of fun with the multiplayer we've done. I think my favorite multiplayer stuff with Project Zomboid, well, there's definitely some times when I played with some close friends that, you know, we had like the gas station we were living in, and you know, it was while it was very early to the game, so I didn't know just like, hey, you go here to find this. Like we were all didn't know the map very well, so it's just like I kind of knew a couple blocks of Riverside, and that was about it. You know, at the time. And so it was really fun because none of us really knew where to find anything. So we would spend time exploring, and then be like, hey, I think there's something good over here, and then we'd go and, you know, group up and head over, and that kind of thing. And then there was that, and then there was when we were playing on Mr. Lamprey's like super sweaty try-hard sprinter servers. That a lot of times I found people were a lot less prone to everyone going off their separate ways as much. Like, there was definitely some of that, but most of those people got culled pretty early. Because with all the difficult stuff you've got going on, it's just so easy for something to go wrong with sprinters. And then on top of that, you've got multiplayer desync. That, even as a very skilled player, you could absolutely just get screwed by bad time desync. And so it did kind of force people to play together. And then I think on top of that, if I remember correctly, I wanted to say when people started going independent a little bit too much, that, you know, I think it was Lamprey was like, all right, start doing stuff together more. Like, this is getting a little ridiculous. Okay, so we need more handles. That's fine. In the meantime, though, we do need more cloth, and I could work on that while it's still got some light. But you're guilty of doing the multiplayer thing on your own? Like, you like the chance of running into someone, plus it's easier to play the same character on the stream deck since the cloud save doesn't exist. Yeah. Well, and I don't think it's bad that people go off and do their own. That's my hope of how the NPCs will feel. So, like, where you're on a server and you have a bunch of individual people running around doing their things, that kind of stuff, I want the NPCs to feel like that. Where you randomly run into another person and it's an interesting moment that maybe you do and don't know what they're up to, that kind of thing. Now, granted, I don't want to be, like, doing that on a PvP server where you walk up and they immediately pull a gun and start shooting you for no discernible reason. Like, that's I know I say it every time. That is my fears. We're just gonna get bandits, and they're just gonna pop you with guns, or just, you know, run up to you where it's like, ah, it's just a zombie with a gun. Cool. How droll. RPV, yeah, I've seen good RPV PvP. But yeah, exactly. Where it's like you can't just run up and start murdering people. Like, you kind of give people the ability to escalate or de-escalate a situation, and if they escalate, you know, game on. Because that's the way a lot of roleplay works. For those who don't know, most roleplay servers that last for any length of time, they do have some provision for that. Where, like, okay, you know, the person has to do one of these things that warrants you to get homicidal on them. You can't just go up and start popping people blindly. Because servers that happens, it just means it's just everyone's kill on sight. There's no RP, it's just murder. Yeah, an RP isn't give me your stuff or die. No, it's like you both go in the building, you'd be like, I was here first, and you're like, nah man, you gotta go away. And you can choose to, again, the person can be like, I don't want to deal with this, and they can back out, kind of thing. You get your RP out, or they can keep you know, they can stay up as like, no, I'm going in here, you better be ready to fight. And that's like, the moment you say that, it's like, okay, it's free fire. Like, the moment you're like, no, this is going down. And there's ways to do it. And again, when you're talking RP, it's not about winning against the other team. It's about, like, the whole roleplay scenario and all that. So it's not just, let me always make sure I'm in the advantageous position to win. You get kicked off servers if that's the way you work. Yeah, one thing you wouldn't want is loot hidden behind bandit camp that you have to clear. Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't want that. Like I said, I think it would be fine that you have, like, the other survivors out there, which, like, they're sort of setting that up right now. For those who don't know, there's a mechanic in the game right now that's on by default, so you can get rid of it, that as you play the game, the loot will get depleted. It never disappears, like, it's not like suddenly the world's loot, it's all gone, but, like, it will get reduced a bit over time. And I can't remember when it peaks out, it's like 120 days or 150 days or whatever. But what it does in turn is, like, my understanding is that they'll have, like, the survivor zombies or survivor house kind of things. You'll find more of that kind of thing in the game. And with that, it kind of takes, like, all that junk loot, and it gets rid of a lot of it. And instead you'll have these houses that are, like, you know, your loot pinata houses. So you'll get fewer, better loot, is, I think, the idea. I have no idea how far along that implementation is, or how good it is, or anything like that. I couldn't answer that. But I'm understanding it starts at 56 days and maxes out at 10 years. Oh, I am very wrong as to when it maxes out. Oh, you know where I said? Oh, that's just worn, not dull. Never mind, that's fine. But yeah, so it does make me wonder, with 10 years, I would imagine it goes to whatever the absolute worst loot settings the game supports, because 10 years is an absurdly long time to survive. But the idea being, you're going to lose out on more and more just general whatever loot, and instead you're going to find, like, fewer pockets of good loot is the idea behind it, which I think is really good, because it's literally a meme on the channel that after early to mid game, I stopped going into buildings other than to kill zombies, because loot stopped mattering at any bit at all. And so I think having it be like less junk loot, more good loot, you know, you skip a bunch of like the random houses that clearly look like they've been picked clean, and instead you go after the one house you're like, no, that house over there, that's the house we're going into, because look at that. With the bad loot settings, reminds you of your starting product Zomboid. Oh, builder difficulty sounds like a good start. Yeah, no, Riverside had 0 generators, 0 fuel cans. I actually don't remember the... Builder's one of those ones. I know Builder, if I remember correctly, Builder isn't supposed to be easier. than Apocalypse on like the entirety. It's easier on the combat side of it. But I remember it had its own things that made it hard, and I can never remember. But the idea is you're supposed to do more like base building that and builder, hence the name. I just don't remember because I've played on sweaty tryhard things a long time. But do you think the idea is if you start 6 months later or 10 years later, the game makes it use the sandbox settings? Yeah. But the advantage of silly concept without trade routes for them to prey on. You can see homesteaders aggressively encouraging sharing. But gun Tony homestead maniacs? Yeah, and that's usually the thing I bring up is a lot of times when you're actually in desperate situations like this, you would be more prone to collaborate with others than to betray them, especially in this situation where we have a common enemy that never rests, that never sleeps, that always desires to eat your flesh. You're not going to make more enemies. This isn't Walking Dead where everything, like every single person you run into is some ridiculous over-the-top cartoonish narcissist who's going to attempt to murder everyone and everything and take power of what little remains burns down around them. Because that's the Walking Dead plotline from what I've seen. They showed up somewhere. Some person has this dystopia they've developed because they're this ridiculous narcissist who wants to murder everyone. And I'm probably being unfair because I haven't watched it beyond like a little bit. Let's see, if you get a ticket to make one blue sky decision for the Indie Stone, with the advent of NPCs to give me an interface for monitoring and switching between different characters in the same game, and let me set the character's AI control while time passes. Let me go full Sims. I don't think that aligns with what they're envisioning at all, but I could absolutely see mods doing that. Like, that would be a very moddable thing in the world that the NPCs are fully fleshed. Like, right now, most of the mods of the NPCs, the AI for it is, you know, it's bolted on. They've done a really good job with what they're dealing with, but it is something bolted on to the side of a game that one day hopes to have that. Yeah, no, that's the reasons why I know a lot of people talk about the 1 week later mod, or 1 week earlier, whatever the name of the mod is. The one where it's, you know, before the nuke goes off kind of thing that they've got for the mod. And it's just one of the thing, it's like, you look at the NPCs and like half the NPCs just standing at the door going, because the AI doesn't know what to do with them. And it's like, okay, the concept is cool, and they've done an amazing job, again, considering it's bolted onto the side of a game that will eventually have NPCs, but really don't have NPCs yet. Let's see, you can actually have more than one character in a solo game. Yeah, you can actually do that. I've not done that at any point, now I think about it. You are able to have on the same map, multiple characters playing the same map. I haven't messed with it, because my assumption is it would branch off from that. Oh no, that's not, okay, hang on. Yeah, you can. I'm not going to do it, I'll just show you it. If we go back out real fast, you can actually in the same game have multiple characters you play as. Your other character won't be wandering around in the world in the meantime, they're effectively offline. Oh, come on. You still haven't... It's still why you haven't played Vintage Story in Minecraft? NPCs are you're looking forward to the most? Base building feels so much more rewarding if you have someone living at the base? Yeah. I don't know. Okay. But yeah, so if you go to load game, and so this is our map, if I go to more, I can make a new player, and then I can choose between them on the drop-down list. So if you're ever wondering, like if you ever want to do like multiple characters doing their own stories in your world, now the catch is going to be your world will progress forward. So the other character will like be frozen in time and you move like 2 months forward and your other character comes back and like all their food in their freezer and their generators run out of fuel and all that kind of stuff has probably happened. But your character will be fine. But you get the whole thing. So that is something you can do. I've never done it, but it is something you are physically capable of doing. I'm not entirely sure if I would want to do that point, so we got splashes over here. Ah, right in the middle. That is perfect. But yeah. No, I don't think them adding NPCs is bad. It's just, it's the thing that worries me the most. It's the most opportunity for messing things up. If you're going to try to get your computer Zomboid without cheat, if you're going to try to get the computer to play Zomboid without cheating seems like a serious undertaking. And yet, am I opposing step 1 of doing NPCs? Then it really comes down to making the characters persist at the same time. Giving the ability to hot swap. Yeah, I think for performance issues with how the game's implemented, because it was just never something that was planned. You're still going to run into problems there, but, you know, it's totally doable. And like I said, there's going to certainly be mods that basically are trying to make State of Decay in regards to how the player controls are. But yeah, no, the NPCs so far as we've seen are all bolted on. Honestly, that's another thing that's going to be difficult. Artificial intelligence is one of the most difficult things to do in gaming well. And like, even the zombies that just kind of walk at you, even they'll do like weird stuff from time to time. Fishing 3, love to see it. The little baby fishy. Performance is a big topic. NPCs only act while a player causes the area to be loaded. Yeah, there's that. And you also have to consider artificial intelligence is very computationally difficult. One of the reasons why Project Zomboid stands as such an amazing game is because of how many enemies we can actually have in an area and it still function. But part of that is because, you know, they're zombies. They're not exactly known for being the most intelligent and clever and tactical of creatures. They kind of walk at you. And if something gets between you and them that they can break, they start breaking it. Pretty much where it goes. But the moment you get an NPC, they're going to need to be a little bit smarter than that, unless they want to feel absolutely terrible. Take sports game, the AI is not that great. Also, deliberately, sometimes you don't make the AI really good. Because if you get an AI and you make it like absolutely as smart as it possibly can, you know, AI can respond and react instantly, whereas a player can't. And we've had for years that AIs have been able to be better at a lot of games than human players. Again, simply because precision and all that matter, and the game can be 100% precision, whereas a player, by their very nature, cannot. And it's not fun. Like, there's been plenty of games that have had, like, super duper extremely capable AI, and it's usually not fun, because the way they're better than you at it is not ways that you outsmart them, it's just they do everything super precise. Oh yeah, like, exactly. First-person shooter AI, when they give them extremely good aim and everything, and it's just like, well, this isn't fun, I'm not enjoying it. So you do have to deliberately tone down what the AI is capable of. Not that I think that'll be that big thing in a Project Zomboid. But AI is very hard. I imagine that is going to be a very slow process for them to get the AI an NPC sorted. Unless they hire outside talent. I could see if they hired an AI specialist that could help them get things running faster. It'd still be slow, but that'd probably be the most realistic way of them getting it done in any kind of a timely manner. Still not a big fish? I need a big fish. I might actually have to go searching for bugs. Or trying to redo the field. That could honestly end up being another motivator for me dealing with the farming, is when I need to get fish and I'm out of bugs. I tear up a row, plant it in, do all that stuff. It's probably going to be over multiple build releases. Oh, it is. Indie Stone has an entire roadmap where they're like, okay, build 43, they're gonna have like the really basic, the dumbest the NPCs are gonna be. Build 44, they're going to be expanding the capabilities. Build 45, you get the idea. Like we'll get the first iteration of NPCs, and they're gonna be pretty incapable of a lot of things. But they'll have like the one or two things that they're supposed to do, and I don't remember the details on that. And it's the later NPCs that are the ones I'm really worried about. But I did like that they had talked about trying to give the NPCs motivation, so instead of just, this NPC is here, what do they do? Murder. What else do they do? Kill. What else do they do? Maybe trade. That the NPCs will have their own motivation of like, okay, this person was in Rosewood when the whole thing went down, they've got family in Louisville they want to check on, so they're in Rosewood trying to get themselves established, and at some point they attempt to drive to Louisville, but then they get into a car accident. And you get the idea, and like, there'll be this whole thing that's happened to the NPC before you've met them or whatever. Now, I don't know how much of that will actually become stuff that happens. We'll see. Let's see. You think a lot of video games AI systems aren't good? Because they cut corners by having the AI cheat. The enemy won't actually perform search for the player. Instead, they'll just instantly know. Yeah, and part of that, though, is getting into performance. All those decisions the AI has to make and figure out, all those have a performance implication. And so it's always a juggle. And so, like, the AI does... And for the record, not even AI. Games do a lot of stuff to cut corners and cheat. The zombies in Project Zomboid cut corners and cheat. The zombies not actively loaded in your area when it comes to their movement, they don't do the calculation about every corner and everything they need to do. They kind of just figure out their way across. Little bit of hand waving, little bit of fuzzy lines. But they need to do that because they did the pathfinding for every single zombie on the map when the helicopter is going by and it goes over versus, you know, the hand waving fudging of it. Your poor game would crash every single time the helicopter showed up. So they do enough to fake it that it's like 90-ish% accurate, but not enough that it cheating around the corner doesn't really hurt anything, because one, you're not aware of it. Two, it doesn't really affect the way you play the game. But it is just a pragmatic thing. And every game does those kind of things. You just have to. Especially if there's lots of units. The more enemies or the more objects present in the game, the more hand-wavy, estimating, buffoonery is going to happen under the surface to try and reduce calculations. Like a lot of factory automation games, there was a lot of hand-waving and wink-wink, nudge-nudge, you know, tinkering with figures, where like you put stuff on a conveyor belt and it stops calculating the individual items on the belt and instead just treats the belt saying, hey, this belt is in state, it's full. This belt is in state, it's half full. But to you watching it, it looks like the items move the whole way along. You know, until you separately die on plenty of innovation and graphic improvements, a lot of AI is stagnated. Yeah. I mean, there was definitely a while there, and this is going back to probably like 2005, where there was trying to do these massive improvements with AI that we kind of ran up against the fence where people figured out making the AI better didn't make them more fun. But there was a lot of advancements that did happen, like the AI having strategy between the different characters, like where one would flank you while the other one would do that, so they had that collaboration. I can't remember which game it was that enters. It's a first-person shooter, but part of one of the takeaways they had to do to accomplish that is instead of you go into a hall and fight 20 guys, there'd be like 4. Because if they did more than that, the computation... Yeah, I think it was Fear. Yeah, the computation involved would just bring the computers to their knees at the time, because that was what, Pentium 3, Pentium 4 days? Where hyper-threading was brand new technology. Single core, like what, 1.8 gigahertz? I think you could really splurge and get like 2.2. But yeah, and then that's still around in a lot of games, and that's actually kind of come commonplace in a lot of these games now. But it's just one of those things that, like, if you look at the actual like when you look at processors, while we've been getting all these threads, when it comes to raw computational power for a single processor, they really haven't changed much. Like, even back then, we could get computers that, like, processors had, like, 2.2, 2.4 gigahertz processors. And you look at, like, modern days, and it's still, like, 2.4, 2.8 gigahertz. So when it comes to your individual threads, CPUs have not come that far. They've done a lot of stuff for optimization and efficiency of the cycles they can do, but as far as, like, raw computational power on a core, it's not changed much in 20 years. Now, we've been able to shove, like, a ton of cores in there, so you can do, like, multiple threads and all that. But that always gets really tricky when you start doing asynchronous code, in-game dev and all that. You get really wild bugs with those things. Yeah, the Fear also got a lot of help with well-crafted levels that allowed the AI to appear smarter than it probably was. Yeah, there was that. Here's a banger of play, especially since you don't use bullet time. Genuinely probably one of the most fun shooters. Yeah, no, I definitely remember with Fear, the thing that got me is they would have the scenes every so often where the girl would show up and there'd be the fire, and you realize, like, ammo was a very limited supply in the game, if I'm thinking the right game. And I definitely remember it got later in the game, like, okay, I keep wasting all this ammo when she does this stupid cinematic. I'm not gonna shoot her. I'm just wasting ammo. Apparently shooting her the whole time was the correct decision, because I definitely died. She definitely just walked up and just annihilated me. I'm like, oh, okay. So pouring a bunch of bullets into her was the right decision. Makes sense. Back in your college days, you took courses on, let's see, game design. We had a guest presenter who worked on Halo, talked about AI and how much they had advanced AI, that it could run and grab stuff from other NPCs. Knew what guns were better and they would use them. They removed all of it because it wasn't fun for the player. Yep. Oh yeah, there's a lot of cheating the games do in favor of the player as well. The magic hit point. Is that a heavy fish that we just put in there? It couldn't be that heavy if it in the bag. I mean, it's a heavy-ish fish. Not what we're looking for. We're looking for a proper chonker fish. My knees don't hurt at the very thought of carrying it. Magic hit points? Yeah, for those who don't know what a magic hit point is in game dev, it's a very common practice. It's your last, like, between 1 and 10 hit points are worth way more hit points than the other 90 if you have 100 hit points. That way you get lots of those clutch saves where you get down to, like, 2 hit points, and then you barely make it. Or it'll go down to 1 where, like, you should have gotten 1 tapped by the enemy or you should have died, but it gives you 1 extra hit on that last hit point. So that you get those moments where you're like, oh man, did you see how I barely made it? A lot of games do their equivalent of that. Like, a lot of games do that. Almost every modern first-person shooter game does that. Because you get that moment that's exciting that you barely got through and you don't realize the game cheated in your favor. Let's see, you don't think about making more advanced AI systems, having AI that kicks the player's butt is mutually inclusive? Yeah, no, you can have a smarter AI that isn't a harder AI. Like, it's a more interesting, more in-depth AI. See, there's that one moment of fear that you'll never forget where you're going through some office cubicle, you hear the phone start ringing, you check it out, and you get jump scared by a little spider scuttling from the cubicle. I don't remember it. It probably happened. Like there was, like I remember climbing down the ladder and just, you know, the old school games, they do the animation where you turn the ladder, you look down, the camera rotates around, and then it lowers. And doing that, you turn and the girl's just there, and you're like, oh god. Okay, she's right there. That was the one that I remember distinctly got me. Was you go to climb down the ladder and she's just where you were standing when the camera turned around to face. And just the little girl was right there and you're just like, oh god. That one got me good. I remember, like, that one sticks in my head. A lot of the other jump scares didn't give me, but that one, because they didn't play like the violin screech or like do the long tone or whatever. She was just chilling there, and you're just like, oh, I hate it. I hate everything. Also, fish, get on my hook. Here was a good game at its time. It's probably still one of those games, I'm willing to bet if you played it today, it's probably still fun. I have a feeling a lot of the stuff in the game would start to feel a little dated. It feels like the kind of game that would happen. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I haven't played it, so it might hold up well. Usually the games that try to be roughly realistic are the ones that you circle back to later and you're like, ah, that aged like milk. Versus like when they go to the like more cartoony, less realistic side of things, I feel like they hold up way better for a long time. They don't age as badly. It holds up really well, honestly. Randomly environmental destruction still looks incredible today. Nice, good to know. That's actually something I haven't seen as much nowadays. It used to be that everything was leaning more and more and more that the environment was properly destructible. Because I remember as first, you'd go up to a wall, you'd shoot, and like a chunk of the wall would disappear. And it was like, it would just vanish or just turn into a thing and fall over. And I know we got more and more to the point where you could actually like pop holes in the wall and it'd be very well-made 3D destructible. And then it felt like that stopped being a thing as much. Like, it's still there, and it's probably just like the top-notch first-person shooters that I almost never play. Said Red Faction Gorilla nailed it, and then you never saw it again. Yeah, for me, the last one I saw was one of the Battlefield games. I haven't played much in the way of first-person shooters in an age. Like of the realistic, you know, Call of Duty Battlefield, that style. It just kept feeling like it's playing the same game, and I eventually just got tired of it. Alright, we're gonna go with that. We didn't get any big, like, lunker fish. We did get a bunch of, like, littler fish, but we got a lot of them. There's been a couple of big multiplayer shooters with terrain destruction recently. The Finals, Marvel Rivals. Gotcha, and I haven't paid attention to any of those. Which means it's probably on me. Yeah, Rainbow Six, but Rainbow Six Siege, you gotta think about how old is Rainbow Six Siege now? Like, I know they're still doing stuff and updating it, but like as far as it actually releasing, like that is a game that has been around for a hot minute. Oh, wait, I have to actually fillet these, don't I? Yeah, like, this is another one I'd say, I wish the crafting menu, you could just say fillet all the things. It's improved versus the way it is on the Unstable branch. For those who didn't see, there's now a max button, so I can go here and say max. But the problem is all the individual fish count as their own thing, so I can't just say, hey, fillet all the fish. I feel like we were able to do that in Build 41. Googled Siege was released in 2015, 10 years ago. Oh my god, yeah. Because I remember that was a big deal when Siege dropped. Like, I definitely played a lot of that when it first dropped. That was still when I was playing some first-person shooters. That was around the time I started dropping out of first-person shooters so far as, like, those. Because I played that one. It was PUBG and early Escape from Tarkov is when I finally was like, nah, man, I'm done. Because for PUBG, it was the cheating was getting, like, cartoonishly over the top. I think we're just fine just dealing with this as it is. Because, like, you'd have the person running around the map at, like, Mach 10. And just headshotting everyone on the map. It's like, yeah, I'm having fun. And then for Escape from Tarkov, it was more just like, I got tired of the resets. Like, I loved the resets in the sense, I loved everyone being set back to nothing. That was my favorite part of Tarkov, was being in that early thing where everyone was dealing with, like, you know, their hodgepodge. They might have a good gun, but terrible armor, or, you know, everyone's running around with that. Yeah, no, I know Tarkov had a lot of cheating. At the time I played it, the cheating hadn't really picked up yet. My understanding is the cheating got really, really bad not long after the point I had bailed. Because it's PUBG's cheating that's got me out, and then it was like, that's around the time Tarkov really started picking up, and then its cheating started getting really bad. But it was just kind of one of those things that, with Escape from Tarkov, it was like, again, you, oh, that's already full? Wait, just 2 of those? Oh, okay, I missed this. Oh, it's not 2 of those, there's 11 of those, that's fair. I'll just slam. How big are you? You'll slam that. I mean, you're 100 calories. We'll eat you. It's fine. It's a little bit of a waste of matches and all that. But I kind of don't want to throw in the garbage, and that's what's going to happen otherwise. You made 70 kilos? 70 and counting. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, for me it was repeating the quests again and again and again, and that, like, all your good gear was locked behind it. And it's like, I liked the whole, like, loot and scoot, playing that, having your different strategies, and I always like to be, like, a really quiet, very slow-moving player, because everyone would run around because they're impatient, and you just pick them off. Like, I didn't sniper, I rolled in close. I let you make all your noise and all that, and I just rolled in and took him. Like, and I liked when they introduced the mall map, because that was... The mall map had just been introduced for a little while when I ducked out. And I really liked the mall map, because people would roll in there and everyone is playing it like, you know, Call of Duty and that, going full speed, full bore and all that, and you just roll in and just take care of people. They'd all be loud fighting the scavs, and you just roll in and go, well, your stuff's mine, thanks for doing all the looting. Later. I enjoyed PUBG back when I played that. Yeah, Interchange. Yeah, Interchange. That's the one, with idea or whatever they called it. Because usually I'd just take a little bit of time leaving the early area, I'd like go pick on some of the scavs like way out in the periphery to see if I can't get some like easy wins at the beginning. By then things would be popping off at like the main building, so I'd just go to the idea door and just be real quiet going in there. And usually someone was either fighting or had just finished fighting, and you could just roll and mop up. Is that a trait that lets you unpurified without dying? Nope, you can actually just drink that without dying. You'll get a little bit sick, but it's fine. Okay, so let's go kill some of these zombies nearby. How is our weapons? Yeah, we just restocked our weapons. That's why we were fishing today. That's right, I had been working on restocking the weapons, and I think we ran out of handles? Oh, wait. Hey, free knife. Why don't you join me? Because either we needed handles or cloth, and I don't remember which one. I feel like it was handles. So it needs to make a good PvE extraction shooter? There's been a couple. Did you not die from that in the past? Or is it dreaming? I did die from making the mistake of eating a poison berry to show that was safe, and then drinking from the tainted water to show it was safe. And I did them back to back, and that wasn't safe. I didn't give myself enough time in between. You can do both of them, but you gotta be careful about how much you indulge. You can eat the spicy berry, and you can drink the spicy water, but you gotta limit your indulgement. Yeah, no, I got you, Catherine. That definitely happened. Like, once you learn the maps and Escape from Tarkov to stay out of the sniper lanes and all that, it wasn't too bad. But yeah, early on when you're still learning the game, because you're there with, you know, some of the sweatiest people as well, because there's no, like, this is the easy, this is the hard lobby or whatever, you would go to an area and step in the wrong area, and just the person on the quote-unquote sniper hill or whatever would just pop you. What do you mean? It must be a new thing with the new patch because you used to die from the slice thing in the past? No, so in the past, because this is something I used to do a lot in 16 times pop, you could eat a poison berry as long as you didn't have weak stomach and be fine. Your character would get queasy, but you could do the juggle where you'd eat a berry, you'd wait till queasy goes away, you could eat a second berry, and usually it'd push, like if you ate them back to back, to like nauseous. But you're okay, unless you're like standing in a bunch of corpses or whatever. Now, poison mushrooms, you didn't mess with poison mushrooms. Poison mushrooms would straight up dirt nap you in seconds. You'd eat the poison mushroom, and your character would go feverish in a matter of like 10-20 seconds. You're going, please stop. And it's just too late. There's no taking back the spicy mushroom. Spicy mushrooms forever. Lemongrass ain't gonna help you. Again, weak stomach, it was more dangerous, but even with weak stomach, you could nibble on the poison mushroom and make it happen. That actually used to be the strategy before they reworked foraging. It used to be every run, I think it was like one or two mushroom or one or two berry designed to be poisonous, and that was it. And so you could sit there at the beginning of your run, go forage up some berries, and you'd nibble at a berry a little bit, and be like, okay, that berry didn't get me sick, it's fine. And you'd nibble at the next berry, and you went to the one that started to get you a little queasy, and then you just never took that berry anymore, and you knew all other berries were safe. That's not how it works anymore. Now it's not based on the texture of the berry. It can be any berry, it can be poisonous or otherwise, until you do that. So there's no reason to... No, so here's the catch. You can drink directly from the river or lake and you're fine. If you put it in a bottle, it is now really dangerous. Why is it that way? I couldn't answer that question. It's just how the game works. It's just a decision they've made. Or it's probably not a decision they made, just the way it works. Once you containerize a liquid, it becomes way more dangerous. Again, it doesn't make sense, it's just the way it works. Is it auto-drink? No, your character won't auto-drink poisonous liquids. I mean, maybe you could manually turn it on, but normally by default, no, they won't auto-drink poisonous liquids. You keep chilling down there, zombie. You go your way, I'll go my way. And everyone gets, I mean, I guess you get to unlive? I don't know what the verbiage is. But we don't die again. There, that's all it goes. We don't die again. You still chilling down there? Being cool? Cool, man. That's Bob. Bob's alright. That was your plan, build 41. You always took weak stomach and always felt safe eating the eating a quarter of the unknown berries. Yeah, and then if you got sick on the quarter berry, you just chucked the rest. Because, you know, usually you could find enough you didn't have to keep them. Oh yeah, I still need to eat you. Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of things in Project Zomboid that feel way more dangerous than they really are. And that's as much a bad as a good thing. But yeah, I know with weak stomach, you had to really be careful juggling your stuff. And the other thing you had to be careful of is if you're fighting lots of zombies in an area, the corpse sickness and your food poisoning sickness are the same mechanic. So if you ate something poisonous and you got like a little bit sick and you stayed near the corpses, you're kind of already starting out. But yeah, this is the only consequence we had of the of drinking from the river or drinking from the pond is we're a little bit queasy. It'll last for a little while, then it'll go away. That might change someday. And that was with Build 41 dropping, was they made a big deal about it being like, hey, y'all better get ready. We're gonna make the water in the lakes and rivers way more dangerous. Y'all gonna get ready. And I think they did it for like a week, and then at some point it seemed to not become dangerous anymore. Like, I don't know if it ever actually got dangerous, if they're kind of just hoping we would stop doing it if they made it sound more dangerous. I don't honestly know. I just remember it was a big deal that everyone was warning each other. It's like, hey, Build 41's coming. When it drops, you gotta stop drinking from the river. It's gonna be dangerous. And I feel like it was for a little brief window, but I think like they overtuned it, and then when they brought it back, it went back to this way. I could be wrong. I'm not saying that with any level of confidence. Because I know before Build 41, when it was the I will back up my save build, you could also just drink from the river and all that. But I feel like there was a brief window it was dangerous. It'd be silly for them to have a drink button at that point. No, because the assumption would be that, like, maybe you would get... Like, I'm not saying it needed to be lethal, but it could be something like you sipped it and it would take you to, like, sick or nauseous, like, pretty far up there. That you had to be like, no, I need to be real careful about how much of this I drink. Like, with a weak stomach, it would be lethal. Or it could even be that, like, on a normal stomach, it could be lethal, but if you had, what was it, like... Was it iron stomach? There's a trait that makes it so you're less prone to poison. That could be the whole thing, that was kind of like... That was the hack, as it were. That if you took that trait... What? Oh. If you took that trait, suddenly you could get away with it, and you just get sick. That may have even been what it was. They had the drink thing, and people were killing themselves on accident by mix-clicking. I know a number of people I've seen that they would pick up the poisonous mushrooms and actually do that. Let's see, Red was testing mushrooms in Build 42 bug a while ago. The pendulum was swung too far to the safety, in your opinion? Eating a quarter of some poisonous mushrooms were safe when Ret tested. Yeah, no, that was the whole thing with, poisonous mushrooms historically. If you even nibbled that thing, you just killed your character if it was poison. Like, they were always a bad time. And I felt that was always intentional, that, like, you could gamble with the poisonous berries, but you never messed with the poison mushroom. Alright, so we're getting to the point that the trees are actually becoming a problem, that they're blocking my entire vision down here. Because you can see all that shadow there. I can't see that entire cone down left. So I can't even check to see if that zombie's still down there. I was going to kill it right away today. Oh, it's there. Okay. And the only reason I didn't kill it yesterday was we have a tendency to kill one and have 20 show up. So it's like, alright, it's pitch black. Let's just do this. Yeah, so it would have aggroed that one. I didn't even know she was there. Let's see, You always loved in the I will back up my save title. Brilliant way to pound in that this is unstable. Yeah, I kind of wish they stuck with that, is instead of just the this is the unstable, call it like I will back up my save, and then you have dash unstable after it or whatever. What do you got there, friendo? Oh, it's a bread knife. Well, that's fine. Just trying to keep the area a little bit clear. So I'm wondering here if we should take the time to clear those trees from a front door, because I'm getting a little bit worried that not being able to see outside my own door is gonna be a problem. And I do think they'll have enough there to give us a couple of logs. That'll also give us branches and long sticks and all that for making more of our knives. The catch is I need to find a branch and a singular flint so I can make a axe to chop. Actually, did I keep an axe? I don't think I kept an axe, did I? Sorry about that. Good line of sight is good for resources, good for safety, scratches. Yeah. That's one thing is we just find ourselves a branch real fast. I'm looking for either one on the ground or just foraging for it. We get one piece of flint. Like, not even go like mine it, just pick up a loose piece of flint. Make ourselves an axe. And get these trees, like get the trees that might be how we have our criteria. Is once a tree blocks our line of sight, the tree's got to go. Okay, so there's the tree branch we need for the axe. Now I just need the flint. So let's go up to the road. But then we'll go and just on the property itself. I'm not gonna like clear the whole area. But that'll let us start getting some kind of wall around there, and that's going to be the real big decider is where am I making my perimeter? Because I've been thinking about being pretty ambitious and making a pretty large area. But worrying about that when we get there. I like how you farm is a bar graph of how many. So that wasn't what it was supposed to be. We had made the whole thing out like the whole length, but we had a migration of zombies just literally roll over the place and wipe out every bit of our crop except for like 3 seeds. And all the ones that didn't have seeds disappeared after a while. Which is interesting. I think that's pretty cool. But I can't take credit for it being an intentional thing. I'm glad that these actually have a use now because I can carve those into small handles. Which means I can make them into knives. So even the broken branches have use to me now. Wait, can I make this out here or do I need a table? Okay, so I do need a surface to be able to make the axe. Alright. And we've also been slowly cleaning up the glass and all there. Okay, so crafting. Let's make our axe. Crafting. Right, so I actually do have a thing that I can make stuff with a medium handle. Oh, interesting. We can still make a small handle out of a medium handle. That's good to know. Didn't we have... Alright, that's fine. I don't know when this... Oh, there's assemble medium. Alright, so we got the weather. Oh, right, because that's right. I was like, man, didn't we have a storm coming up? Right, I think the storm arrives today. We got the storm in here today. That's going to cause our problems. But that's fine, because we made ourselves in our claw hammer. Right now, I'm just going to put that away. We could use it as a weapon later. I'll put the medium handles away for right now. We can make 5 more. Make this one real fast. I'll put you on our back to get that out of the way. Turn our radio off and put it away. Finish up making our knives. 9-hour stream? 9 hours is my normal length. I'm probably going to go long tonight. But yeah, I usually stream 9 hours pretty much like every day I stream, which is usually 5 days a week, though. I say that as usually, and I've been pretty consistently going extra days lately. Just thing we do. Can't grow if I'm not live. That's fine. I full-time stream. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and I've done over about 15 years of software development, and the company I had been working for got acquired, and it was not a good acquisition. So I had started streaming at the time just as a thing, and it was just one of those things that like the stream had kind of picked up at about that point. So it was like, all right, let's see what I can do with this. And I've been streaming since. Okay. You know, and I probably won't be able to do this forever. It's very hard to stay in content creation, remaining relevant and all that. Some people certainly do it, but we'll see. Yeah, so these two definitely are full size. I'm trying to watch the ones that block my vision. Okay, so this big pine tree here, that blocks my vision, it goes. And it gave me a tree branch and some saplings. Make sure we didn't have any friends that got alerted with that. Okay, so you're... enough that you're a problem. Yeah, so that's still considered a sapling still. Let's grab these. All right. I think that's the same sound it was before. I could be wrong. Alright, so wooden splinters are actually better fuel than the twigs. Yeah, saplings are new. Oh, you know what I should do? We could sit here. We can carve. Yeah, no, saplings are new, and then you still can get logs from trees, but the trees, like, there's a size to them and all, and I'm just trying to figure out where that sweet spot is. Hey, Tim the Sorcerer, thanks so much for the raid. Bear with me for a moment, I'll get you a shout out. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Were you playing some Project Zomboid, or were you playing some RimWorld today? I'm assuming Project Zomboid by context. But regardless, for those who don't know, Tim's the Sorcerer, absolutely a fantastic content creator. I'm going to get a proper shout out here in 2 seconds once I'm dropping all that in the ground. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this out of my face so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. You did. Nearly lost a colony to a single squirrel today. You are humbled. I have not almost lost. I have lost a colony to a squirrel today. Or not today. Sorry, that's a lie. In the past. I had a colony where, like, you had the pawn who barely got back up. You're like, cool, you can save everyone who's bleeding out. We can do this. And then the squirrel goes, nip, pain, collapsed, dead. We had one non-violent, one mental break. Was fun to watch. Yeesh. A viewer told you yesterday that the test players told developers a lot of things and bugs, and developers decided to go unstable with 42 despite the bugs. I mean, I feel like that is not accurately representing it, while not technically wrong. I feel like they did a good job of addressing a lot of the bugs that we told them about, but there was definitely, like, it was surprising it went live. We, like, when it did, we, like, had very little warning, but it wasn't like, oh no, this is really bad, don't release it, and then they did so anyways. Like, it wasn't anything like that. But yeah, there were known bugs, but they did decide to push for the unstable and all that. Gotcha, Tim. You have yourself a good one. Thank you again for the raid and all that. But yeah, so I wouldn't represent that way. And as far as the run's been going, it's been going pretty good. Just very, very, very sweaty, and the events keep happening and keep bullying me on my home. And we're finally at home without the events going on. And I'm trying to make the home not as bad. I'm going to chop down one more of these trees. If we still just get a sapling, I'm going to wait and chopping down more. Hey, your local guru. Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get this tree down here is blocking our line of sight. I want to make sure we're getting logs from them, though. That's the catch. I think they got to grow in a little bit more. Yeah. So we're gonna check by those trees again here sometime that isn't right now to make sure I'm at least getting what I need out of those. But for those who don't know your local guru, another fantastic content creator, go ahead and do a shout out for you. So let's go ahead and do that shout out now. For those who don't know your local guru, another fantastic content creator on the platform, apparently been playing some Return to Castle Wolfenstein, according to Twitch. Which that's pretty fun. I haven't seen that game in a long time, but definitely check them out. I've seen your local guru play a lot of simulation games and all that stuff. Good times over there. Let's see, you got the impression that the release was rushed out to get in time for the holidays? Yeah, no, that I would agree with, in the sense that it wasn't like they kind of went against any type of recommendation or anything by the people playing it. So much as they were very open when the Unstable branch came out, that they're like, hey, it's gonna be missing a lot of stuff, and this is what they're saying to everyone, not just the content creators or the people involved in the testing and all that. They're like, hey, it's missing a lot of stuff, it's not balanced, it's got pain points. To a point that, like, you'll still, when you log in, it has the whole thing. It's like, yeah, this is not like the final representation of that. So it was one of those things that got pushed out knowing it was in a buggy state. But I feel they did a good job of trying to be, like, very transparent about that. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the axe in there. Which makes sense, get out before the holidays. Yeah, I think that's where it was, is they either got it out when they did, or it was gonna be well after New Year's. Like, we'd be probably getting it around now if they had waited. And I genuinely feel that they were, like, worried that people were kind of not going to put up with waiting much longer. I shouldn't phrase it like that. That, like, basically if it went on much longer, it was going to really kind of hurt them so far as people's view, or whatever you want to say. Because people had waited a long time. Like if you're mad that they released it too soon, you could just play Build 41. That's exactly my thought. Is the comment I've been saying is like, hey, if the game being unbalanced, having some bugs, having that out upsets you, you shouldn't be playing the unstable branch. It's just the reality. It is literally you're opting into a beta. You should be expecting a beta. If you want to wait till it's released, that is totally fine, fair, and valid. I actually recommend that of a lot of people. But, you know, that's not what's right now. Alright. So I figured since I'm not going to try and cut down all those trees, we're just going to go and fight some more zombies. Alright, but with everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. At the moment, we're playing some Project Zomboid, which is the game I kind of got most known for, even though I am a variety streamer. It is a game I have played a lot over the years. I used to hold a world record in the game for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies, killed in one character in one life. And that was without mods to change itemization or vehicles, as well as playing on sweaty, try-hard, harder than apocalypse settings. But none of those are necessarily required for the world record. That's just me, specifying. But that said, as you did catch probably from the past tense of that, that record has been beaten. But that said, I do play a whole variety of games here. We play a lot of RimWorld, we played a lot of this, we play a lot of Farm Sim, we've played Subnautica, we've played City Skylines 2 and all that. We play a pretty big range of games. Stardew Valley, Coral Island for the slice of life sim. And is to never be beat again? I don't think so. I think the person who beat my record, I think that's the forever record. Because they beat it and they just kept going for a full year streaming the game almost full-time and exclusively. And so the new record is 954,000. Ish. I get the number wrong, but it's around there. But the point is, if you want to have a chance at tying up or beating that record, you best open up your calendar for about a year and a half of playing Project Zomboid full-time on a single save. If that's something you can't make happen, you're not in the runnings. Because that's the commitment you gotta be willing to make. And to that end, it might actually be even longer with build 42, because we're still figuring out, like, when you start getting a properly juiced character, what number of zombies can you reasonably kill in a day? Because with build 41, sustained was somewhere in the area of 500 to 700. And so you might go, it's like, wait, I've killed way more than 500 a day. Yeah, this keyword there is sustained. If you break out a shotgun and you use up all that ammo you saved, yeah, you're going to blow the crap out of 500 kills a day. And then you're going to be out of shotgun shells, and then you're not going to do that thing. But then you also have to stop and, deal with food and all that. Arrogance spoils talent? Let's see. You have a lot of appreciation for folks who are good at what they do and chill about it? Oh, yeah. Now's the thing, it's like, I hope it didn't sound arrogant. But yeah, no, that's the thing. And, like, Mr. Lamprey as well is, like, very chill about it. He's not the guy that's like, no, do you know who I am? Which for the record, it is actually hard not to say that sometimes when you get backseated as a streamer. And it's like, hey, streamer, did you know that you're low on food? You should eat something. And it's like, I don't want to play the card, man, but, like, I've played the game before. Alright, this is actually, like, I heard the zombie over there moving. I was like, alright, hang on. I'm already knowing I'm doing something I shouldn't be. That's gonna... Yeah. No, I got you. That was the thing. Is I missed the statement before and I was like, huh? Alright, let's get the large knife. I'm surprised you went around that way, but that's fine. I opened the door for you. I get it. You didn't want to track mud in the house. You know what? I appreciate that. It's not my house, so like I don't really care, but like I do appreciate the thought. I hear your friend. That's fine. I just wanted to save myself having to take the water bottle out of my backpack. All that danger I was putting myself in, because I didn't want to item manage. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, and we're on an ad break anyway, so it's a good time. But thank you again for everyone popping in here, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and I hope you've been enjoying the stream. We are going to go a little bit long tonight. Normally I wrap around 4 a.m. my time. It's past that, but Tomb's working tomorrow, and I stream tomorrow. Who needs to make responsible decisions? Alright, I'll be back. Oh, good. Paperwork. Oh, not good. A wall of zombies.
What is going on?
A raid.
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Euro power.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor vent and kill us all.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for this.
That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in
Can I
theirs,
get
like
hit with some
headbanging.
of that sweet pulse?
We're gonna take our chances with left. So, 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo. There you go. One more. Ding me. Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. You're showing me that this is perfect. Don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
All
Since there's
right,
two sides of the
and
airlock.
we are back.
All right. I was trying to remember. So that was a little guardsman. There was one of the clips earlier. No, the tribes must survive. That's the one. That one where it was like, you know, the 60%, 20% time left. Like I had my wireless headset on, so I heard it while I was using the restroom, getting myself a new drink and all that. For people who like, you know, settlement builder games kind of thing, like the city builder kind of survival games, highly recommend. Very, very highly recommend the Tribe Must Survive. Was it, well actually, was it Tribe Must Survive or Tribe Will? I think it's Must Survive. It's not a super long game, and I think it's one of those ones that you're gonna die your first playthrough, just accept it, because it kind of surprises you with each, like, tier, distance, whatever you want to go with it. And all that. Well, good sir, you can have a good night. Be sure to stream coming up, let's see. Not sure, stream coming up February 7th, doing a 40-hour charity, or 40-hour charity to celebrate turning 40. If you saw, but you've got a B-Day. Nice. Yeah, that sounds awesome. You can text that mixed up. Don't do this to me. You just got a new game. Oh yeah. Don't worry about it. You don't need to get that anytime soon. It's not a new release. It's been out for a while, but you know, at some point, check it out. If I don't get wrecked in my first playthrough, I'm not gonna be happy with the survival game. Well, yeah, it's a bit different because like you do a colony thing. It's weird because I won't spoil all the later mechanics, but the intro to it is like the darkness is dangerous, so your people, if they're out in the darkness, they get yoinked by the things that go bump in the night. So like being like camped around the little glowing fire and all that is the whole thing. But it's a really fun game when you're like getting into all that kind of stuff. But it does have layers to it, and because you don't know the mechanic for the new layer well enough in advance, you're gonna get wrecked by the new layer. Let's see. Yeah, good sir. To bid you a good night. Not sure if you saw, but you've got a B-Day stream coming up on February 7th, doing a 40-hour charity stream to celebrate turning 40. I mean, that sounds awesome. Yeah, so that's definitely a thing to check out. Because again, your local guru, fantastic content creator, definitely someone to check out. I also know this we're getting old thing. I'm not going to say how old I am, but let's just say you're pretty close to pretty much in that area. Mine is until March. We can tell. Yeah, no, it's not hard to figure out like roughly what age someone's in. Like when it comes to like being on camera and all that. There certainly are some people who surprise you. Like someone can be like, oh yeah, this person's definitely like in their 30s, and be like, no, that one's like 20. And then just the same, you'll have people who are like, oh, that person like clearly they're only like 30, and they're like, no, try like 40, 45. But by and large, most of the time you can get a relatively okay beat on it. That's I'm a terrible judge of age. So you just turned 40 this month, and you assume to be, you're always assumed to be 20-something? So, when I was, like, in high school, so, you know, like 18, 19, give or take years old, it was funny because if I grew out my goatee, my beard, my mustache, whatever you say, facial hair, if I grew it out, people would assume I was, like, 22 or something. If I didn't grow it out, like I actually like clean shaved it, people assumed I was like 15, 16 or something, whereas, you know, I was 18, 19. It was always fun being able to be on either side of that age thing. Being that I was a teenager and, you know, wanted to be treated like an adult that I clearly was. I always grew out my facial hair. I only shaved it down when I had reasons I needed to shave it down. Thanks, you got hit by a drunk driver on your birthday? I am sorry to hear that. I do hope it turned out alright. Like, I mean, as alright as it can be. Like, that no injuries were particularly bruised femur. Well, bruised femur, well, certainly not fun. At least only bruised. So that's good news. But yeah, car messed up's no fun. They fled, some of the police didn't catch him. Gotcha. You got a mod list? Exclamation mark mods, it's that. It's that right there. I also have one mod that I haven't got added to the mod list that's called Advanced. Here, I can just do this. You know what? I get asked this a lot. Let me take 2 seconds and fix this. That is on me, that is not updated. And I can actualize this problem. So let me go to mods, go here, choose edit. Go down to here, conditional thing. Project Zomboid chat message, mill displayed bars, boom, and advanced volume enabler. I can do build 42, re-upload, and save. And now, in the future, when someone asks, I have it. But yeah, so we're running basically vanilla. Like, all things considered. So I technically have 2 mods, but one of them I'm just using to turn down some volume that in the test build are things that are particularly loud. Which is the whistle on the test build is, oh my god, my ears, please save me loud. And then the zombies on the test build. This is the zombies turned down to about, I think it was half volume. So you get the idea. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I have handles on me that I forgot about. Here's the mod list. That's literally 2 things. Yeah, I tend to run very light on the mods. Let's see. Advanced Mod Enabler is a nice mod. Yeah, so for those who don't know what that mod does, Advanced Audio Enabler, it makes this button appear down here, which lets you go into literally every single sound in the entire game, which there is a lot of them. And you can go in and say, like, I don't want it. So, like, here's that whistle I talked about, 20%. Here's the zombies. I cranked all of their volumes down to about half. You get the idea. Oh, hi, the neighborhood. How you doing? Beatrice still got that soup ready? No? No soup? All right. The dark purple shirt near the pink, like the light purple dress. I need to remember that for me, chat. Dark purple shirt near the light purple dress behind the station wagon. They had something stuck in their shoulder, which I think was a meat cleaver, but I'm also not confident. I'm still learning the new models in Build 42. Did I mention I really like the stone knives? I really like the stone knives. Considering we just pulled all of that and just put it down. I'm barely into strained muscle on the orange level, and we're right on the fence of exerted. Thank you, thank you. We'll see if I can actually spot it with all the visual noise. Okay. And we're all in the clear, so let's sit down for a minute. Eat some more of her fish to keep her weight up. Yeah, no, the reach right now, because this is the test build, the internal test build, there is a bug that the weapons have more range than I think they're supposed to. Like, it was worse the last update. It was like twice the range you'd expect, and this range is like 1.5. So I think they're trying to do something with the range that they're figuring out. I'm not sure exactly what. But as a result, we have a little bit longer range than you normally should. There's nothing I can do about it, it's just literally the test build. Not that that's that big a deal. And if anyone's like, "Aw, streamer, he's cheating," or whatever, that world record I mentioned earlier, favorite weapon, hunting knife. Like, on the paper doll, favorite weapon, hunting knife. Believe me, I can handle a short blade. Oh, right, that one. Was it this one? Yeah, dark purple shirt. I mean, I guess it's more blue, but it's the right body, and that's a matter. Meat cleaver. Excellent. I was right. Yeah, we play the cards. Man, after dealing with Build 41's unstable branch for a little while, like after release, had an audio bug where the zombies could hear like way farther than they're supposed to on like even pinpoint hearing it was farther than that. And I was in Louisville. We were playing Project Zomboid in PowerPoint mode. It was an experience that I'm glad I went through, and I never want to do again. I actually have mac and cheese in here? Oh, we're about to be drowsy. Let's leave. You get to live today as long as you don't aggro. Let's grab some stuff to drag it home. Okay, so what am I taking out of this car? I don't care about all this stuff. The metalworking chisel could stay. I've already got saws at home. The rubber hose should stay here. The whetstone, I've already got one. Welding stuff, we're not going to be near. I could probably grab the books, because I've got a lot of books in here from all the survivor zombies we killed wandering the map, just trying to figure out where we were going. Let's make bad decisions. No, those are pretty heavy. Let's not make bad decisions. You know what? Okay. So I grabbed those. Perfect. We'll just go a little overburned, but not much. Basically, I'm going to start moving the books out of there. If you're wondering why I'm not driving the car back and forth, it's down to about a quarter of a tank of gas. And so the whole thing we're trying to do right now, because I haven't mentioned this in a while, so we are trying to get to this gas station right here. That is our target, as you can tell by the big thing that says target on it. That gas station, I've already got a generator, I got a magazine, and you can see our car is just here. It's just up the road right around the corner. But we're on 16 times pop, so you can see that I got a fight in here. And all these skulls are just representing places I've put too many zombies for me to reasonably go back to during a helicopter event. What I should also do is... boom. Poem, sweet, poem. There we go. The home is a joke from Planet Crafter that I can't remember what came up. Someone, I think it was I misspelled something on one of the cabinets. And I don't remember. It was either like something like silicone or something like that. I just, you know, fat fingered a key or whatever. And I decided to put a beacon on my house so I would be able to find my way back. And I just decided to be a troll and deliberately started misspelling stuff. So home was H-O-E-M, home. And now everything that I label home is now home. H-O-E-M. As it was meant to be. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna jog it. I bet some killjoys got big mad about that. No, actually, so the regular audience I have here, like, doesn't really run into a lot of killjoys, because honestly, if I ran into someone who like threw a fit over that, they probably wouldn't still be here. Because someone who's just gonna be like crabby about that kind of thing. Like, it's fine to be like, oh, that bothers me. It's like, oh, hey, my bad. But like, if someone was like genuinely like making a big deal out of it, it's like, come on, man. There's fights to fight. This ain't one of them. You remember saying dragging? Yeah, no, you're not wrong. We can put the handles away here. Put that away. I'll keep the meat cleaver on us because that's not a bad weapon. So I'm trying to figure out right now is how I want to deal with some of this. Because like I said, I need to I want to start getting like some kind of defense up. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to actualize that, because I was hoping to get logs out of this since I'm going to have to clean this crap anyways. And I don't really want to go all the way down to... There's like two things. One is I don't want to go all the way down here to the edge, pick up a log or two, like 4 logs, and then drag it the whole way up here, build one segment of wall and go back. That sounds incredibly monotonous. More than likely what I'd probably do in that situation is I would grab my vehicle, get the trailers we found, drive those over, and drag that back. Oh, the zombies are like straight up gone. Okay. I thought there was more of a forest down here, because I was actually going to see about, do I want to go to the tree line? How bad is it? Because I could probably cut these, but yeah. Because what I'm thinking about is trying to decide on the perimeter. So I'm partly thinking taking like right around this edge here as like the eastern wall. So taking this eastern wall, like whatever would give me enough space between the garage up to the lake. Go this way. So you no longer get logs from a single one-day-old tree on the test build? No. I get lots of saplings and twigs. You can still get logs from trees. I think they need to grow enough. But I want to go up this way. And then somewhere up here, we turn it this way. Like that distance I haven't decided yet. Because that would give me plenty of room to build like a crafting area for like the blacksmithy and all that. We would have, you know, our farm here-ish somewhere. I'd have room down there if I need more, because I don't really know what we need. And then I'd bring it over here somewhere, and then probably cut down here to make the lake. So probably go pretty far this way and make this. So really big property. But then we'd have the path in and out of here that I could fish in there, and I'd wall off that side somewhere. That way, when it comes to fishing, I could reach both lakes from the middle area. We'd have the driveway, and I won't be able to... The only downside is I won't be able to put a gate on this well, because it's at a weird diagonal, and I'll have to figure that out. It's not that important, but, you know, aesthetics matter. Like, I'll put a door here somewhere so I can get the car in and out if I decide to drive up in this way. But yeah, so I get the idea. So we're talking a really big perimeter. That's going to be a major project. But the intention then is that we would build, like, again, we would have the blacksmith area so I can make weapons and all that kind of stuff that are better than what we've got, yada yada. Speaking of which, I think I might actually have the clay. Let's go here. Let's grab a couple of these. See if I can't get, like, a set of logs. So I'm looking for a tree that actually looks like a big enough tree to do anything. That's the problem, is all these trees growing in here are just like little shrub trees right now. It's getting too dark. I was gonna try and like run up that way and see if I couldn't like knock down 2 trees, get ourselves like 8 logs or so, drag it back painfully and horrifically. But no, it's just too late in the day. Put in the container, put that in the container. That's fine. Because if I end up aggroing everything, I won't be able to see anything. There's a good chance there's at least some zombies still up there. Probably just stragglers, not big numbers. But that's all it takes. Plus, we're getting really tired. Okay, and how are we doing on our skills? We're actually getting really close to getting that next point in strength. Okay. Toss some carrot in there while we're at it. Then it'd be even even sweeter home. Yeah, that's the thing. If I get a wall around it, one nice thing about putting a wall that wide around the base is zombies will only damage the wall on that if they're close enough to the player. If you're really far away, they'll just wait by the wall or they'll go around or whatever. So if you make it a wide area, it could be a thing. There are problems with the wide area. Like if you get way too big. Like for example, the prison in Rosewood is big enough. Even after I emptied the area out, occasionally have zombies who would get into it because they would glitch through the wall. Because as I mentioned before, there is like a little bit of hand waviness that happens with the game when it comes to dealing with a lot of stuff. Especially when the player's nowhere nearby. And it was enough that the zombies are far enough away that their pathing would sometimes let them get through stuff they shouldn't be able to. Like it wasn't I would turn around and some horde would just walk through the wall or something. Oh, hey. Would you look at that, chat? We got a perfect sleep. 100% sleep. That almost never happens. We were at peak sleep. There was no better sleep that we could ever achieve than what we had gone through. The sleep we got was the stuff of legends. Alright, so here's that storm that's been being predicted is getting here for a while. How are you for fishing today? Because we're about to... Okay. I'm gonna unequip this. I'm gonna do the once around the block, make sure we don't have anything we gotta worry about. That's a big thing, is figuring out when these can make a log. I think that'd be nice if the game gave us some type of tell we could use that's like, that tree will have the, like, it doesn't need to give me a log, but that it is eligible to give me a log. Like, there's the possibility. I think that would be nice, because right now I'm sitting there, it's like, okay, but what trees are worth my time? And I know it'll be a thing that we just memorize the textures and be like, that's the, you know, fully grown texture, yada yada. But that's gonna take some trial and error. It's fine. It'd just be nice to be like, I know that I can get a log out of that. Okay, no zombies here. So, the catch is, this is crappy weather to fight in. There's lots of visual noise. It can cause performance things that can make it a little bit harder to determine what's going on. We are out of fish. Yeah, I could see that. Instead of chop down tree, it'd say chop down sapling or whatever. And that's just like your key that's saying, hey, this may not give you what you want. Alright, so let's go ahead and fish real fast. Get ourselves, hopefully, another big fish. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. And the good news is all those bodies are going to disappear soon. My fears were actually going through a lot of time really fast, because I am doing stuff that is a lot of fast forwarding. So we're getting pretty close to due for another helicopter. So we've got one set of ripples down there on the left. Got another better one over here. Because kind of how far they are from shore seems to be the determining factor in the odds of getting good stuff. But my hope is that we'll just land a big fish right away, get it cooked up, I'll be able to keep the weight going up. Because we're right about to be off of underweight, because we're at 72 kilograms. But I've run out of fish, so I'm going to start balancing out again today. And we want to be between 75 and 85. We're just trying to get that resolved, because that'll be really nice to have that sorted. You tried the new chum thing? Yeah, I didn't find... like, that's actually what that sand is missing from down there. It didn't particularly seem to be that useful for me. I'd rather have the sand for other things. And I'd also rather not have patches of missing sand nearby. Small sunfish, get in the bag. Where's your bubbles? There you are. But yeah, so definitely seems like fishing, you can get the medium ones and all that's fine, but it seems like it's just a matter of catching the right type of fish, that you get something that's like 20, 30 weight and then you're good. Yeah, no, agreed. It'd be fine if it didn't ruin the terrain. It is a thing that they make it so you just can't keep picking up sand from the same tile for all eternity, which is why it changes, which I think is fair. But it is just one of those things I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that anywhere near my base. I want to just go like in the middle of nowhere and tear up the dirt in the forest where I don't have to look at it. Have myself like a little quarry off to the side. Get my bags of sand. Gotcha. Yeah, and I haven't been getting the option. How do you know when the fish is hooked? It'll start really making the reel noise by itself. And then, like, at that point, I fight the fish. I don't believe it ever comes back. I believe once you harvested a tile, whatever was there is gone. You could go and... yeah, so it just hooked, and now I'm reeling in. Probably trash. Empty tin can. Get out of my life. Still have bait. But yeah, I know stuff like dirt, clay, once you remove it from a spot, it goes and just has like a whatever's there like now. You can't keep pulling like stuff from the same spot or wait for it to regenerate. And again, I get why they do that. So again, you just don't go to a place and have infinite sand, infinite dirt, infinite whatever. That's more like game design decision versus realism. For me, it's more I just don't like the aesthetic side of it. Alright. Yeah, so these clouds are actually the worst part of the storm, more so than the rain. Because you can see where it gets really dark over here, and this isn't that bad. It's still getting darker yet. That darkness will sometimes go at a point where you just literally can't see. Empty tin can. It'd be nice if they at least regrew grass over it. So one nice thing they have is if I take like the scythe and I rip up the grass will grow back. But dirt, clay, gravel, or sorry, not clay, dirt, gravel, sand, that kind of stuff, when it's gone, it's gone. You can go get some from someplace else and come back and put it down. There's some seaweed, so we'll snack. Alright. Because we get one big fish, we can get ourselves... Like, we're at 72 and we want to get at least 75. We should be able to get ourselves into the healthy weight range we want. And then we won't be taking the damage penalty for being underweight anymore. And then I can sit there and do where, like, I don't have to fish as much. Alright, so this is an actual fish, because it just jutted way hard to the side. I don't know how big it is. It's not fighting that hard. Couldn't have been that big. That didn't put up that much of a fight. And, I mean, that's a pretty big fish. That'll serve. That's good enough. I mean, it's only 11 encumbrance. We've had 30, I think is the highest I've gotten. I've heard of them getting up to like 45 or so. Where you sit there and you have to go, well, I guess I'm taking off my clothes because my clothes weigh too much to carry the fish home. Yeah, no, I'm assuming it's ones like this one. If you get it large, it's probably when you start dealing with that kind of nonsense. Yeah, I want to be able to right-click cut those. I would say definitely for me, that is one thing I'm finding I'm missing, is they had a lot of stuff you could right-click context menu, and I understand they got rid of it to have it less clutter with all the new crafting recipes, but I kind of want them to still be there. Cut the other one, please. Yeah, that one. Trying to get the place not being that. Yeah, like I said, I think they made the deliberate decision to not keep it out of fear that our context menus, you'd right-click and you'd get this thing that went like 2 screens down. I think that's the concern, and maybe it is a valid concern. I just know my immediate thing is like, man, every single time, like, I really wish this was here. Especially in a game like Project Zomboid, where death is such a punishing mechanic. You really don't want anything over your screen any longer than possible. So having to go into, like, layers of menus is sketch. Let's see. Maybe something like crafting section and all items to expand. Yeah, I could see it being thing. It's something that I'm sure they're going to tinker with and figure out what they like. Because, I mean, even here, with this crafting menu, this is different than the crafting menu in the Unstable build. Like, we have this max button, versus the other one on Unstable, you had to be like plus, 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 you know, that kind of thing. So they've already been making improvement. Says while having 9 menus on screen. Yeah, well, I mean, these ones I keep up here because I like walk. I can't tell you how many machetes and other goodies I found in Build 41 where I thought I had carefully looted, and I'm just walking over the bodies and you just see it pop up in the window for a second. You're like, oh, goody. And then, honestly, this can probably go away. You're not wrong. This away. Okay, and that should be all the fish we're going to need to keep our weight at, or get our weight up to where we want it. I should have divided that fish more. It's fine. I need to keep in mind those big fish. I need to, like, split the fillets, like, 4 times. Okay. So I've got our food established. How is our weapon supply? I've got 14. Our weapon supply is fine. Oh, eat that. Get that out of here. Is this what was Echo Creek Farms? This is directly north of Irvington, which is south of Echo Creek. So we're actually much closer to the city to the south. Yeah, and unfortunately, where I can cut down trees easy is way up here, and that's a long haul for logs. That'll be fine when we're like, hey, it's base building time. That we're just like, all right, we're just gonna focus on the base. I won't mind doing that then. Because that'll just be what we work on, is I'll, you know, go pull the vehicle up, we'll cut down a bunch of trees, load it all up in the trailer so we get a ton of logs, drive it back, build like, you know, 9-10 segments of wall, repeat. It could also be, I believe I can carve to get planks. That's probably what we ought to do. Actually, you know what, I probably have no, I don't have enough. I think it was carving 3, I'll be able to carve large branches into planks. And I've got a bunch of nails. Yeah, maybe instead of a log wall, we just do, well, I mean, the log wall will look better as an exterior thing. It's way more costly in wood. There we go. Log walls are cheap in nails? Yeah, that's the idea, is the log walls you don't need nails. And that was the reason I was like, well, and I think the correct decision is to make it a log wall. The big thing I need to do is find a place where I can get lots of logs. Like this tree over here, if I cut that down, I'll get like 3-4 logs out of that. It's just a very long hike. So I need to wait till our trees start getting up to that size. And that's going to be the key, is letting the trees grow in, slowly build the perimeter and all that. That's probably not a bad idea in how to even approach it either. Just periodically go through, get the full-grown trees, chop them down, build some of the base. And then, like, the other stuff, we can just use the saplings for other weapons. The other thing I could have done in-game today is I could have ground some carving. I just don't want to. I figure by the time we start cutting down trees, all the branches and making all our stone knives are gonna get us that carving skill anyways. Yeah, we're not quite a third of the way towards 3. And at 3 I can make the wood axe and or not the wood axe, the big stone axe and the maul. And then I want to experiment hitting stuff with the maul and see how that is. I'm assuming it's gonna be absolutely wretched when it comes to muscle strain, considering it's going to be a big rock on the end of the stick. But with a couple levels in it, maybe it one-taps zombies pretty well. to justify using it at that. Yeah, it's honestly not that bad there. Like, we've got a bunch of zombies. If it wasn't for this storm, I'd honestly be tempted to see how far in we could get before the population starts really building up. Just in the idea of seeing if I can get the station wagon and then park it, circle back around, drop the generator and connect it, and deal with all that. I don't need to do that, but it would be nice to, like, be able to slowly drive the station wagon up and down the road, do all that kind of stuff, expand what we're working on. Today's just not a good day with the cloud cover. It's really easy to lose the zombies in the dark patches of clouds. And I've certainly died more than once on really long-lived characters because of stuff like rain and fog. It just makes it way harder to spot the zombies. Okay. Alright, and that's one knife. Let's get back in the open here. Cool. And we can sit back down here. Yeah, so we got the one zombie over on the left, and I got that tree that's a little close. Okay. So basically just killing whichever zombie's closest in this general direction. And letting the noise of killing it aggro everything else. Got at least 2 or 3 others running in. That's fine. We're at almost full exertion, and we're not dealing with any muscle strain. We only killed 2 zombies. Yes, normally streams that, as far as the kill count goes, hasn't been. Well, no, we actually had a pretty high kill count. The last 2 or 3 in-game days have been very quiet. But early on in the stream, where we got evicted from our house, we definitely were just running in, throwing down, trying to recover our house a number of times again and again. Okay. Looking forward to being a healthy weight. I'm curious how well we'll do once we have the damage penalty gone from being underweight. Okay. I figured we would have aggroed at least a couple more doing that. Alright, so you got more aggro than that. There they are. Get our next knife ready and get back to work. I do, everyone's been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. I do very much enjoy the game. I do realize I fall behind on chat a whole lot when the fighting starts. Ooh, hey, don't miss. Missing bad. And every single time we're hitting, we're getting just a little bit of strength. So one thing to think about is like we need another 1,000 or so XP and strength. Every one of these hits should be at least 1 strength XP. So if I kill 100 zombies a day, and it takes at least 2 hits to kill a zombie, that means I've gotten at least 200 XP towards my strength. So I've gotten a fifth of the way to the next level. So I usually don't worry about the exercises much. I usually use those as filler. I haven't been doing it with the muscle strain that much. I probably should be. And admittedly, another part of it is I'm lazy and I don't want to reattach the bags again and again and again. And there's not a strategic reason for it. I'm lazy and I don't want to do it. But yeah, so it's kind of one of those things that like, I could take the time to exercise and all that. That'd definitely help us get a little bit more stats. But it's just not really that urgent. Like, succeeding in these sweaty try-hard settings in Project Zomboid is not a matter of playing everything min-maxy, making the strategies. It's entirely 100% about just being able to do the mechanical function reliably and consistently, not losing your patience, being meticulous in your approach, and doing everything like that. Because you're taking any type of like unnecessary risks on a regular, you know, those risks are going to catch up to you. Now, obviously, I want to make progression, and I want to do stuff, so we are going to fight the zombies, so we're not taking no risks. And I mean, people have been seeing how I've been doing the helicopter, so I'm definitely taking risks. But I'm taking risks with intent, trying to be very calculated about it, not just being like, hey, I want this task done. Let me just do this reckless thing real fast. Yeah, so it's gonna be dark soon. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yep. And I've definitely played a whole lot. There's a lot of really excellent creators in the Project Zomboid space, many of them very knowledgeable. We also got a bunch of new ones too. And honestly, to be fair, learning the game, some of those new creators can also be just as valuable resources. Because, you know, they're going to make the same mistakes you're going to make if you're new to the game as well. So, there's definitely a lot to be said about learning from what other people do in that regard. Okay, we'll be able to fit 3 books in there. Grab 1 book on myself, so I don't go that high overweight. And we're gonna get back, because it's gonna get dark soon. Yeah, you also only take calculated risks, but you're really bad at math. That's fair. And there's definitely times things go sideways. Honestly, some of these helicopters we've done very easily could have turned into a character being dead. That, like, we got in there and went, oh, this is... Like, you've probably heard me say a bunch, like, I didn't expect it to be this busy. That's meaning I've made a decision that I'm like, this did not turn out the way I wanted it. That's also one of the things that, as you played the game a bunch... One second. As you played the game a bunch, you do get better about, is when things go sideways, going, okay, like, what is the best thing I can do right now to try and salvage this? Like, things have not turned... Like, the migrations rolling in. You'll notice one of the first things we did once I was like, oh, this is more than I can just hold the line on. It was immediately going, alright, even though this is my home base, it's got my stuff, I care about it, In hindsight, if I had like really been on top of it, I would have run inside, grabbed the pickaxe, and then left. It's fine that we didn't do it. We're able to turn around and grab it. But it was just this is not that important for me staying alive right this moment. We just abandoned base. And it's a very hard thing for you to get yourself to do as a player, to be like, I've hoarded my dragon's trove of junk in this place. Like, you know, I've spent all this time, this whole place is full of my stuff, like, this is home, they can't have it. It's very hard to get yourself to be like, it's fine, I leave, I recoup, I come back and I take it back. Knowing when it's time to cut your losses and ditch is one of those things that catches you. And even as you get a player that you start getting like really knowledgeable about that stuff, you also start to learn what you can get away with like outside of what you should do, and you'll definitely push those boundaries at times to be like, no, but I really don't want to go back. And I've lost characters because like, no, I don't want to walk. I'm getting my car. There's clips that'll come up on the reel where I have walked away, or I've rocked back into a situation I could have just walked away, one in-game day, come back, cleared, and not even had so much as even a sweat of an issue. But because I just wanted to be stubborn and not leave my car behind, that I've died. Usually I'll leave the car behind, as you've probably noticed by the car that's been sitting there this whole time. Now granted, there's also the gas reason for that. Alright, so we got all this. Okay. Yeah, and that unpleasantly hot is mostly because I keep drinking bad water. It's fine. Yep, and we're on 3 months, 2 days. So today was a lower kill count day overall. I think we only killed about 800 something zombies. I mean, this stream day, not like the in-game day. Because we have done a lot more stuff around home. We did multiple sessions of making weapons. We fished 3 or so times because I'm playing catch up on the wait. Once we got ourselves in that range, I should only have to fish maybe half as much as we've been fishing. Yeah. We also lost the better part of a day to the helicopter because I had to run way over. Oh, that's right, because I actually had to sit there and I spent a day after the helicopter because I had to make weapons out abroad because we got bullied out of our home. So yeah, it's only about an 800 kill day, where the last 2 or 3 streams have been out of 1,000 kills. So still not a bad day. The good news is I'm like seeing almost no zombies anywhere nearby at all. Like, we're getting to the point that we have got ourselves a proper gap between us and the nearby zombies. I'm not ready for the character to go sleep yet, so I'm picking a fight with these zombies over here. It was just, I didn't want to sit there and grab like a big group of 20 getting into being dark, because I also want to keep trying to get the stuff out of the station wagon to the house little by little. So that eventually we'll have the station wagon, where usually what I'll do is I'll normally keep a container of gas in there, the basic tools for like getting a new tire, that kind of stuff. So that way if we come across a car that I want to nab stuff from, we can. I'll usually throw like a little bit of food and water in the trunk to like last like a week or so. That way, if for whatever reason I get separated, the car does have the basics I need. Yep, so you see, like, this whole area, no zombies left. We've just cleared them out. Do we have the fork on us anymore? Yeah, we do. Okay. Yeah, alright, so it just leaves the... Oh, and that was the barley too. We didn't have much of that. That's fine, whatever. Oh, you know what? I'm not doing that right now. I'm gonna do what I mentioned earlier, which is when it comes to dealing with the planting and all that, I'm gonna deal with that when I need to fish and I don't have more insects laying around. I'll make it a point to... I can't see what I'm doing. For the record, I can't actually see here. I'm just running into walls until I find my way through. That was a long hang. That worries me. We'll exercise. I keep saying it should. But, words are hard, chat. But I'm getting tired, which is what's happening right now. So, basically what I was going to do is I would wait until I ran out of bait, and then I would dig up the area to get some worms. We had fish a little bit. That way it ends up being just a gradual thing that you work on, as opposed to just, alright, we're going to slam and knock out a bunch of crops and have a bunch of maintenance we need to do. Okay, and we rest for a minute. That way you can recover endurance. And then we'll do a second round. Cool. We had a meta event. Oh, I'm not standing. And then that way, like I said, we'll do all that. But yeah, so that way we'll be able to do like a little bit of fishing here and there. We shouldn't need to fish as much the next time, so we should get a higher kill count day. We are getting our weapons handled better. I am expecting probably on the next stream to get this carving 3 knocked out would be my guess. The secure the house, I'm counting that as like building the wall. That's a long-term project. I think there is a real chance I could potentially get to the gas station next stream. And it may not seem like we're getting that close, because like distance-wise we haven't. But I have started to observe that like the numbers of zombies I am seeing at the house are getting lower and lower and lower, or along that way are getting lower and lower. So I think we are depleting that area. And it very much is one of these things when you're doing these runs that when you deplete, you just walk right in. Like it's very much that you get nowhere, you get nowhere, you get nowhere, you notice the numbers drop and you just go right in the next day and you're just in and you move all the way through that cell into the next cell. And then the process starts over. And that gas station is very clearly in that cell. So we should be able to get to that gas station. Now, realistically, we get to the gas station, and then what ends up happening is we get everything set up, we're all good, we fuel up, we leave, and then the next time I come back, I have to fight my way back in from what's moved around, but it won't be as bad, and it'll just get easier and easier to fight through and get farther in. With all that said, it is getting pretty late. I am getting pretty tired. We've been doing a nice long 10-hour stream. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I will be raiding out to someone else playing Project Zomboid most likely. If you are watching over on YouTube, I do not have enough subs yet to be able to host the equivalent of raiding, the equivalent of raiding over there, so I won't be doing that because I can't. So the stream will abruptly end over on YouTube. But with all that, let me go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we've got that I can drop a raid on. Yeah, I'll check. I want to check to see who all we have.